Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was God's sacred gear. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Endless War. The Eternal War. A conflict that filled the sea with blood and went by many names. If there are 100 different words that mean snow, there are 1,000 that would represent this bloodbath. The never-ending battle between the angels, led by the biblical God, the devils, led by Satan and his 6 generals, and the fallen angels, led by Iblis and Azazel, had been ongoing since the dawn of the 3 factions. No one knows the real reason for the conflict. Some say it was the fallen angels trying to tempt the angels into sin that forced heaven to intervene, while the devils took advantage of the chaos. Others believe it was the angels trying to purge the world of sin with their righteousness. Some think that the leaders and their closest followers were simply bored and decided that, since they couldn't die of natural causes, they might as well fight to see who would fall first. Perhaps one of these was the reason, or perhaps none of them were. In truth, it really doesn't matter why they were fighting. What truly matters is what came of it. Throughout the fighting, countless warriors from each faction were lost. Tales of brave warriors clashing and legends of both named and nameless soldiers would serve as inspiration to continue the battle. War is cyclical. One's friend or comrade falls, and that one seeks vengeance. They succeed and take another's friend or comrade, thus repeating the cycle of vengeance. It is an endless line of drawing blood from another because they drew blood from you. As wars go, it was notably dangerous for those not part of the conflict, in addition to those who fought on the front lines. Ordinary humans were often caught in the crossfire, mistaken for enemies or sympathizers. Other pantheons or factions tread carefully to avoid being entirely wiped out. As the conflict raged on, the leader of the Heaven faction decided to aid the humans. He would create weapons for them, tools capable of defending themselves and defeating the warriors of the 3 factions. These weapons would grant humans power. Some would receive a small amount, while others would be blessed with strength rivaling that of gods. Thus was born the Sacred Gears, a system established in the same realm as his system of prayer, worship, and miracles, known as 7th Heaven. Within this system, there were several basic tiers of sacred gears. The utility class mostly aided day-to-day life or improved information gathering. For example, Siren's Chord would make one's voice sound beautiful, allowing users to become more likable and gain the trust of others. Following this was the support class. Some of these were incredibly strong, such as Eagle's Aegis, which provided near-infallible defense, while others were weaker, like Legion Shield, which enhanced the defensive capabilities of a large group. The largest tier was the offensive class, made up of weapons designed to fight and defeat enemies, featuring gears like Diana's bow and beast mimicry, a powerful bow and a transformation technique, respectively. Creating a diverse array of tools, God sent these out to random hosts to aid in the human survival. However, God soon realized that these would not be enough. As humans began to discover their gifts, they were often recruited as mercenaries for the 3 factions, but they rarely managed to be more than cannon fodder against even mid-level soldiers. As a final attempt to aid the humans, God began to create a final tier of sacred gear known as Longinus. The Longinus was a work in progress that wouldn't be completed until the end of the war, but these were meant to be far superior to all other sacred gears, possessing near-limitless potential if utilized correctly. Each had to be carefully crafted to avoid overwhelming the host, be undeniably stronger than those in other tiers, and have some sort of weakness to prevent madness from power. Powers such as Incinerate Anthem, the Chief Mourner's crucified stand of purple flame, and Sephiroth Grail, the Holy Grail itself, began to appear, and while bloodshed increased on all sides, the humans were able to make an impact once more. God was satisfied that his prized creation would not be destroyed by his people's conflict. It was the dawn of the 3rd day of the greatest battle in millennia. The war had raged for as long as anyone could remember, but this was by far the bloodiest. In terms of casualties, each side had already lost thousands, and it was far from finished. The armies were preparing to make their individual pushes, with God, the remaining 3 devil generals, Satan, and Iblis all participating in this conflict. Unfortunately for them all, no amount of power in the universe is mightier than fate. Before the warriors could begin their clash, a second conflict erupted. 2 of the mightiest dragons to have ever lived crashed down near equidistant from each side. Each dragon was massive, towering over the armies in both size and power. Their roars shook the ground and sent many warriors to their knees in awe. The red dragon unleashed the hottest flames in existence while the white dragon countered with an equally potent poison. They clawed, bit, and wrestled each other, disregarding those who got in their way. Initially, each army did their utmost to avoid the warring dragons, hoping that the fallout from their fight would weaken the enemy forces, but it soon became clear that this would not be the case. Each side began to run out of room to retreat and would suffer extreme losses if nothing was done soon. Forced to make a decision, God sent his fastest messengers to both the fallen angels and the devils to establish a temporary ceasefire. While unhappy about the decision, Iblis, Satan, and his generals recognized the necessity and agreed to the ceasefire. The three now temporary allies had found a common enemy and began their assaults on the two dragons. However, this would quickly prove to be far more difficult than any could imagine. Both dragons were among the top 10 strongest beings in existence, widely believed to rank either third or fourth on that list. The first dragon was a brilliant red western dragon known as Ydre Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor, the Welsh Dragon, and the Dragon of Domination. The second dragon was a radiant, almost celestial, white western dragon known as Albion Gwyber, the White Dragon Emperor, the Vanishing Dragon, and the Dragon of Supremacy. Together with the other dragon, they were referred to as the two heavenly dragons due to their immense power and the belief that their dominance was divinely inspired. While this notion was unfounded, both dragons had undeniably earned their titles and were a perfect match for each other in battle. As the three factions attempted to defeat the dragons, the creatures did their best to fend off the persistent warriors buzzing around them. Unfortunately, these warriors were equipped with large, sharp weapons. While most were unable to inflict real damage on the dragons, the situation escalated to the point where the dragons decided to turn their attention from each other to the various armies, which Drake had humorously dubbed the ugly crows, the stupid bats, and the foolish pelicans. Thus, the conflict intensified, with hordes of warriors falling on all sides. The leaders ordered their armies to retreat and engaged in a direct confrontation, resulting in a showdown between the heavenly dragons and the coalition of God, Iblis, Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Leviathan. The two sides fought valiantly, unleashing destruction unlike anything seen before. The once war-torn land was now more reminiscent of a peaceful meadow than the devastation left in the wake of their battle. As the dust settled, the two dragons stood, each marked by the conflict, facing the remaining two, God and Lucifer. Albion had struck down Iblis and Beelzebub, while Drake had felled Satan and Leviathan. Father and son stood against the two heavenly dragons, once again united by conflict. In a desperate attempt to save their people, God and Lucifer decided to merge their powers, knowingly sacrificing their lives to defeat the dragons by sealing them within God's system of sacred gears. Lucifer agreed to his father's plan to protect his people and perhaps as a final gesture of love. Thus, they were sealed Albion within the Longinus divine dividing and Drake inside the boosted gear sentenced to an eternity as weapons for their actions. This tale is widely known among the three factions, at least in part. The common narrative states that God survived the battle while the other leaders perished, leading to an armistice among the factions. However, the higher-ups were aware of the true story, God's demise. What remained unknown to nearly every being from heaven, earth, or hell was that God did not just seal the two dragons. He also sealed himself within a Longinus-class sacred gear. He believed that, as punishment for the war between himself and his children's factions, he should endure a fate similar to the dragons, a lifetime sealed away within a sacred gear. His, however, was never awakened. No one possessed the strength, potential, or bright future needed to awaken him. That is until now. An ordinary child was born to two ordinary parents, the only remarkable aspect being the challenges they faced in having him. After many trials, they welcomed their son, whom they named Issei Hyoudou. His father, Guru, and his mother, Miki, were overjoyed with the arrival of their child. They had finally achieved their dream. Issei was deeply loved by his parents and was raised well from a young age. He was kind, friendly, caring, and generally happy. He had a few friends, but one stood out as his closest companion. A young girl named Irina Shidu, who lived nearby, was Issei's dearest friend. From the moment they met, they were nearly inseparable. For 3 years, they did everything together. Unfortunately, that time was soon coming to an end. One day, a few months after Issei's 8th birthday, the two were relaxing in a park in their hometown of Kuro, enjoying the shade of a tree. Issei lay on the ground while Irina rested her head on his arm. She had seemed upset all day, and Issei was growing increasingly worried until she finally spoke up. "Hey Issei," she asked. What's up, Irai? I'm not moving. The two sat in silence for a moment before the realization hit Issei, and he shot up in surprise. Moving? Yeah. Irina nodded sadly, sitting up beside him. Tomorrow we're moving to England. But that means... Issei whispered, looking at his treasured friend. I won't get to see you anymore. Tears welled in her eyes as she collapsed into his embrace, sobbing. I don't want to leave. I want to stay here. With you. I don't want you to leave either. Issei murmured sadly, holding her tightly. Are you sure you have to go? Irina nodded against his shirt. What if I never get to see you again? Then we'll just have to make a promise, he suggested after a brief silence. A promise? Yeah, a promise. To never forget each other. And that someday we'll see each other again. Really? She asked, hope flickering in her eyes. Absolutely. And when we meet again, we'll go right back to being best friends. No matter what. Issei declared confidently, standing up and causing Irina to squeak in surprise. How about it, Arai? Can we really do that? But how do you know I'll see you again? Because I always keep my promises, and I promise you, no matter how long it takes, I'll never forget about you and that I'll see you again. You promise me the same thing. Okay. Irina smiled, standing up and taking his outstretched hand. Well then, it's a promise. Issei grinned. A promise. They spent the rest of that afternoon and evening making the most of their limited time together, but soon, the next day arrived. Issei and his parents stood in the driveway of Irina's house as her parents finished loading their car. So I guess this is goodbye. Irina said sadly, unable to meet Issei's gaze. I have something for you. A parting gift. Before you go. Issei pulled out a pendant from his pocket. It was simple yet meaningful, with a small ornament at its center. Open that part up. Irina did, revealing a picture of the two of them smiling, her chin resting on Issei's shoulder, both making goofy faces at the camera. Issei. I thought you might like it. That's something to help you remember our promise, he said, scratching the back of his head. Irina threw her arms around him in a big hug, and he grinned, returning the embrace. I'll miss you, Issei. I'll miss you too, With their parting words exchanged, Irina's parents signaled that it was time to leave. As she pulled back, Irina smiled at him and quickly kissed him on the cheek before running back to her parents' car. Issei stood there, momentarily stunned. Bye, Issei, she called, waving from the window as the car pulled away. Issei remained motionless, instinctively waving back with one hand while touching his cheek with the other. So, how was your first kiss? Goru teased his son, snapping him out of his. Issei's face turned a deep shade of red. Dad! Issei shouted, though he couldn't help the grin that remained on his face for the rest of the day. That night, everything would change for the young boy. Perhaps it was his dedication to Irina, perhaps it was his will to fulfill his promise, or perhaps it was just fate unfolding, but a new era was about to begin as the most powerful Longinus to ever exist was born. After falling asleep that night, Issei began to dream. He found himself in a beautiful landscape among the clouds, a dazzling light sparkling over the land. There were none of the minor irritants he usually experienced outdoors, such as insects or uncomfortable temperatures. It was perfectly peaceful. As he looked around his dreamscape, something compelled him to look up behind him. He turned and gazed up to behold a sight he would perhaps never forget. An angel with 7 pairs of glittering golden wings began to descend before him. The angel landed gracefully and pressed his palms together, smiling at the boy. He had blonde hair and green eyes, wearing royal robes that resembled the armor of a king. Gold, white, and red trappings of power adorned him, exuding an air of regality. Hello, my child, the angel spoke. It has been a very long time since I've been asleep. Whoa! Issei exhaled. A real angel. This is the coolest dream I've ever had. The angel smiled back at him. I'm sure it would be, but this actually isn't a dream, my child. Huh? Issei asked, tilting his head in confusion. But I just went to sleep and I'm looking at an angel. It's definitely a dream. I assure you it's not, child, he insisted, still smiling. Why is my dream trying to convince me it isn't a dream? Issei wondered aloud, pondering what that meant. Of course, being 8, he didn't understand the subconscious meanings of dreams, so this question would go unanswered. Perhaps I should explain, the angel chuckled. First, child, what is your name? Oh, my name's Issei. Issei Hyoudou. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Issei. Now tell me, are you religious? Religious? Not really. I went to church with IRI a few times, but it was kinda boring. I didn't really understand much. The angel chuckled at the child. Indeed. There is quite a lot to understand, but at least you know what I'm talking about. Well, child, I should properly introduce myself. You've probably heard of me before. I'm God as written about in the Bible. Huh? Issei exclaimed. You're God. I am, God answered, smiling at him. But why don't you look super old? I'm sorry. God's been alive forever. And you look only a little older than Dad. Well, I can't really age, Issei. God scratched his head awkwardly. So this is what I've looked like for as long as I can remember. I guess that makes sense, Issei nodded, sitting down. So, if you're God, why am I dreaming about you? Wait, apparently I'm not dreaming. So, why am I not dreaming about God? Well, Issei, to answer that question I need to tell you a story. Would you like to hear it? I guess so, Issei shrugged. That would be more entertaining than just sitting here. God chuckled before beginning. A very, very long time ago, a great war began. God proceeded to tell Issei the story of the war between the three great factions, the decision to create sacred gears, the decision to create Longinus, and, finally, the legendary battle that led to the sealing of the two heavenly dragons. That's so cool! Issei shouted. But I don't see what that has to do with you being here. Well, Issei, after I sealed Albion and Drake, my son, Lucifer, had already passed away, and I was nearing my end. With my last bit of power, I decided to give myself the same fate that I gave them and sealed myself in a Longinus. That Longinus has never awakened before. Well, not until now. So, I'm the first user? Indeed you are, child. What have you been doing all this time? Pardon? Well, you sealed yourself away and you haven't come out in. How long did you say? A few thousand years? Didn't you get bored? And how come you haven't come out? I doubt well that it's hard to explain, God scratched his head. It is very boring, I suppose, but I was waiting for a special feeling, and I haven't felt that until I was with you. Many people have contained my sacred gear before, Issei. The system I developed will continuously give me to new hosts until the end of time or the end of the system, but no one has awakened me yet. So, why did you get a special feeling with me? Issei asked. I'm rather unsure, Issei. You see, I've just been awakened, so I haven't had access to your memories yet. May I take a look? I guess so. I mean, you are God and all. I guess. Thank you, child. God reached over and gently touched Issei's forehead. The two stood there for about a minute while he processed all of Issei's life so far. I'm so sorry that Irina had to leave, Issei. I can tell you felt very strongly towards her. Yeah. It's gonna be weird not having her around, Issei said sadly. But we made a promise to see each other again someday and to never forget each other. And that when we do see each other again, we'd go right back to being best friends. Perhaps that's why I was awakened, God theorized. Maybe it was your unbending devotion to your friend and unwavering compassion that gave me that special feeling. Thanks. Can I call you something other than God? I feel weird calling you that, Issei admitted sheepishly. God looked at Issei in surprise for a moment before laughing. It's been a long time since anyone has called me anything other than God, Issei. I suppose a change would be nice, wouldn't it? Alright, I suppose I'll tell you my real name. My name is actually Yahweh. Yahweh? Yes. That's a really unusual name. Issei remarked, raising an eyebrow. Well, remember that I existed long before you, Issei. Your name is just as peculiar to me as mine is to you. The only reason we can understand each other is because angels possess an ability known as the universal tongue, allowing them to speak and comprehend every language as if it were their own. I suppose that's a fair point. Wait, if you're God, that means you created just about everything, right? Well, I suppose I created almost everything. There were a few entities before me, like Great Red and Ophis. So, who created you? That, my dear child, is a paradoxical question that I can't answer. I believe we should move on to something else. If I were to tell you how I came to be, the universe itself might face dire consequences. Really? Really? I guess if the universe faced such consequences, I wouldn't be able to keep my promise to IRI. Okay, I understand, you don't have to tell me, Issei decided. Right. God replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. So, what does all of this mean? Am I your successor or something? Issei asked. Well, my child, that is up to you to decide. As a sacred gear, it is my duty to assist you in any way I can. While I would truly encourage you to join with heaven and strive for peace, should you choose to pursue destruction, I can't actually stop you. Isn't that, incredibly risky? Yes, I suppose it is. Well, Issei, it looks like our time is up. You're about to awaken. I'd like for you to take some time to think about it. You may ask me anything you wish, I'll always be here to aid you. Decide what you want to do with your life. Do you wish to join a faction? Do you seek power, wealth, or companionship? Do you wish to help others? Reflect on what would bring you happiness, what would make your loved ones proud, and what consequences your decisions might have on the world. Remember, you have the power of the strongest Longinus of the 15 in existence at your disposal. Once you are able to HRSS it, the world will change. I think I understand. Thanks, Uncle Yahweh. Issei exclaimed, grinning and waving to the angel as he rejoined the realm of reality. Uncle Yahweh, huh? God chuckled to himself. This child is definitely something special. Issei woke up to the morning sun flooding through his window. He cracked his eyes open and stretched, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. That was quite a dream I had. Issei murmured to himself. I recall telling you that wasn't a dream, Issei, replied an amused God. What happened to Uncle Yahweh? That wasn't a dream? Issei mentally shouted. Of course it wasn't. Now, you should probably get out of bed and go eat breakfast. Remember, think about what you want to do. Right. The young boy headed downstairs where his mother was already cooking. Good morning, Issei dear. How are you this morning? Mickey asked her son. Morning. I'm okay. I still miss Irina, though. Of course you do, honey. Maybe some breakfast will help you feel a bit better. Did someone say breakfast? Goro asked, coming down the stairs. Good morning, dear. Their usual morning chatter continued until they sat down to enjoy the meal Mickey had prepared. It was then that Issei decided to ask something different. Hey Mom? If you could change the world in any way you wanted to, what would you do? Issei inquired. I don't really know. Where'd this come from? She asked, curiosity piqued. He was always smart, but asking a theoretical question that tested one's goals and ethics was not something she expected from her 8-year-old son on a Sunday morning. I was just wondering, I guess. What about you, Dad? I don't really know either. I'd make sure everything was safe for you and your mom, I suppose, Goro replied. That's it. I think so. Maybe if I had more time to think about it, I'd have a better answer, but really, what else do I need? I have you and I have your mom. As long as you two are happy and healthy, I don't really need much else. I see where you get it from, child. Truly wise and selfless words, God commented. Should I tell them you're here? Issei mentally asked. That's entirely up to you. Remember, I can't make you do anything. Okay, well, what would you do if you were me? Well, considering your close relationship, I think I would tell them. If you do, there is a chance the family dynamic could change, or they might impose restrictions on my training of you due to their concerns about the dangers involved. You're going to train me? Of course. Did you think you would just magically become strong enough to change the world? If I'm going to make a resurgence, you will need to be very powerful. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Given that most things related to the supernatural can be quite dangerous, there's a chance they won't let you explore your potential. However, if you don't tell them, you'll spend a long time hiding the truth, and eventually, they'll notice that you don't age while they grow older, which could put them at risk. I guess I should tell them then. Issei thought. How should I do that? Well, here's what I would say. Hey Mom? Dad? Do you too believe in the supernatural? Issei asked aloud. Of course not, silly. What's with all the questions this morning? Mickey replied. I do. Goro announced proudly. You can't be serious, dear. Mickey sighed. Of course I am. They have to be real. Where else would we get all these ideas and beliefs from? I'm sure someone made them up. Just like everything else, Mickey reasoned. Anyway, Issei, why do you want to know? Oh, all of it's real, Issei said. Not you too. That's my son. Goro declared proudly. No, listen. Issei interrupted. Last night, I had a dream. Well, it wasn't exactly a dream, but it's hard to explain. Anyway, while I was asleep, I met God, and he told me all about the supernatural and these things called sacred gears. Just because you dream something doesn't make it real, Mickey pointed out. While that is very true in this case, it does, God reasoned. Who was that? Mickey shouted. Who's in my house? Goro asked, standing up quickly. Where are you? Calm down. Issei yelled, causing both to pause. I told you, I met God while I was asleep and he told me about sacred gears. Apparently, God had been dormant within a vessel until last night when he finally awakened. Now, I possess his sacred gear. What was it called again? I don't think I mentioned it before, Yahweh replied thoughtfully. It's called the heavenly crown. This can be your first lesson. Picture something immensely powerful, the strongest thing you can imagine. Then, think about something you truly desire and how you could achieve it with that kind of power. Finally, visualize all that power as a crown or a halo above your head. Don't worry too much about the details, it's only challenging the first time. Got it? Issei exclaimed, while both his parents stared at him in astonishment. The strongest thing I can imagine. What I really desire. A halo above my head. Looks like you did it. Great job, Issei. Really? Issei looked up and saw a shimmering golden crown, casting a radiant light throughout the room. Awesome. So, you're my son. God. Mickey stammered before fainting in her chair. I knew it. Goru said proudly. I always believed it. Let's wait for your mother to wake up, and then we can discuss this further. Of course, Mr. Hyoudou. I would be glad to share everything you need to know, God said. And thus, the legend of Issei Hyoudou, wielder of the sacred gear, the heavenly crown, began. It had been 5 years since Issei discovered his sacred gear, heavenly crown. In terms of power, Yahweh told him he was likely on par with an average high-class warrior, though in terms of experience, he still had a long way to go. It took time for Issei, his parents, and God to come to an understanding about how to handle his newfound abilities. They all agreed that the safest course of action was to train in secret until Issei was powerful enough to navigate the supernatural world on his own and protect his family. His parents even offered to attend church regularly to show respect to God, but Yahweh insisted that he could provide all the necessary education at home, eliminating the need for church visits. After all, going to a church with a sacred gear could expose Issei to danger sooner than intended. The final precaution they took was to homeschool Issei. They debated this for a while. While it could be dangerous for him to attend school, staying isolated at home could hinder his social skills. Ultimately, Issei convinced them that he preferred to stay home, as God could teach him what was important, and since Irina had left, he didn't feel the need to see anyone else. After agreeing to his wishes, Issei's time was divided between lessons from his parents and God, training with his sacred gear, and enjoying some free time as a kid. Yahweh emphasized the importance of spending time being young, reminding Issei that the older one gets, the more one wishes to relive their youth. Today's training was a bit of an experiment on Yahweh's part. In truth, everything about their training was experimental, given that Issei had never awakened before, but this was something different. Although it wasn't his intention, God was aware of balance breakers and theorized something new with his system. Issei headed to his training grounds, a secluded area in the forest surrounded by a barrier to keep out intruders and contain any noise or magical presence. Alright then, Issei. Are you ready? God asked. Of course. Let's do this. The now 13-year-old Issei cheered mentally. Wait, what exactly are we doing? Remember that the sacred gear is essentially an extension of your soul. It is magic that activates it, yes, but the sacred gear is ingrained in your very being. That's why I always have you suppress it. Others may not know what you possess, but they will sense that something about you is different. Many will suspect it's a sacred gear that hasn't awakened yet. People who have yet to awaken their sacred gears are often seen as threats to be eliminated or as potential recruits to become threats themselves, explained Yahweh. What I want to try is utilizing the angelic nature of your Longinus, which is me, to essentially reincarnate you as an angel, or at least make you part angel. That sounds amazing, Issei exclaimed. Do you really think I can do that? From what I understand, sacred gears with souls can interact with their hosts extensively, as we have been doing for the past 5 years. Because of that, I should be able to modify your soul and body as I see fit, provided you allow me to. I theorize that the hosts of both Draig and Albion could do something similar to become partial dragons if they wished. So, how do we do this? Issei asked. Let's take a look around your soul, muttered Yahweh as sounds of clattering echoed in Issei's mind. Everything all right in there? Yes, everything's fine. Get back here. Stop trying to interfere with his soul. And stay out. Temptation has no place here, God exclaimed, followed by the sound of a firm reprimand. Ahem. Anyway, where was I? We were turning me into an angel, I think. Yes. Now we have two options. We could select individual body parts, like your arms or legs, and transform those into angelic parts, which would enhance their affinity to holy magic and resistance to it. However, that would also increase their vulnerability to demonic magic, and you would need to learn some transformation magic to suppress their natural holy aura and appearance. The second option would be to select key body parts to make you a full angel. I believe this button is for that. Button? There's a button in my soul. Yes, it's right over here. It says, press here for full angelification. Yahweh read. How exactly did you become God again? Oh, just be quiet. Are you ready? Is this going to hurt? After that last comment, I hope so. Alright, here we go. Wait, hold on But Issei was interrupted by a sudden surge of intense sensation. Ah. Hold on a bit longer, child. It shouldn't be much longer. It hurts. Issei shouted as he fell to his knees. My chest. It feels like it's tearing itself apart. I think that's just your heart transforming into an angelic one. You see. Would you shut up and let me scream? He groaned, writhing on the ground. And done. God concluded. There goes. How do you feel now? For some reason, I wish you weren't in my soul so I could punch you in the face, Issei grumbled, getting up on shaky legs. My whole body is sore beyond belief. Well, aside from that, how do you feel? Before I answer that, isn't enjoying giving me pain a sin or something? You're literally God. Is that allowed? Well, I suppose it is. But I've been following my own rules to the letter for millennia. I'm in a sacred gear now. I can manipulate some of them a little if I want to. Somehow, I've gained more confidence from you saying that. I try my best. Because if someone like you can become God, I definitely can. This button says, 'cause pain again. I think that's the next one I should press. No, there's no need for that. You're our Holy Father after all. You love and protect all of your wonderful children. Haha. You really believed there was a button like that. You're the worst. Issei sighed. Anyway, did it work? Am I an angel or something now? I believe so. Why don't you try spreading your wings? Also, why are you still talking out loud? I don't know. It gave me something to focus on other than the discomfort you just put me through. Is this better? Says. Mentally. Much. Now spread your wings, child. And how exactly do I do that? All right. Well, let's see now. Give me a second here. I'll remember eventually. How do you not remember? You're God. You created angels, Issei groaned. Could you teach someone else how to breathe or walk? Exactly. It's just something I can do. I don't really know how to explain it. So, should I just wait for you to figure it out? Issei was interrupted by a small cracking noise. This isn't good. What isn't good? Did you blow something up trying to let your wings out? God asked. No. Someone broke the barrier. Are you sure you set it up right? Of course I'm sure. Then you should hide. That barrier was strong enough to keep out anyone twice your strength and below. Whoever this is. You don't stand a chance. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'll find somewhere to hide. Issei quickly found some thick foliage to conceal himself and practically held his breath, waiting for whoever it was to arrive. Several minutes later, a figure emerged from the trees. He wore garments similar to Yahweh's, featuring massive gold-colored shoulder armor plates and a holy robe adorned with a large white cross in the center. The more Issei observed the man, the more he was reminded of Yahweh. They shared the same eyes, hair color, and a similar facial structure, but the man appeared about 10 years younger. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. The man mumbled to himself, scanning the surroundings. He looks exactly like you if you weren't so old and grumpy, Issei pointed out. You're fortunate my principles lean toward forgiveness, child. God grumbled in response. But he looks just like me because that's Michael. He's my son. Really? What's he? Wait a second. I thought Jesus was your son? Aren't we all your children? Okay, it's a bit complicated. The whole everyone is my child thing is more of a figure of speech. Anyway, that's not important right now. But anyway, what's your son doing here? Maybe he's looking for you? You did just become an angel. Think I should say something? No, I think you should stay in this bush for the next hour and hope he doesn't expect you to hide. The Bible really should have mentioned that you were this sarcastic, you know. Listen, I'm allowed to adjust my manner of speaking according to the time PRD and who I'm talking to. I assure you, when I was ruling over heaven, I was much less sarcastic. Now, enough about me. Go say something to Michael. Alright, fine. Grouchy old man. Issei grumbled before emerging and clearing his throat. But, Michael, right? Michael turned to look at the boy, staring at him in confusion. I'm sorry, child, I don't believe I know who you are. How do you know who I am? Uncle Yahweh told me. Way to go, kid. God sighed. Michael stood there in shock for a moment. While it wasn't exactly hidden knowledge that God's real name was Yahweh, it wasn't commonly known either. Moreover, God, who according to his knowledge was dead, had informed the boy of who he was. Hello, Michael. Father? Michael asked softly, approaching the boy, still in shock. Not really, Issei chuckled awkwardly. I'm not the boy, Michael. Really, do you think I'd come back as this child after spending millennia sealed away? I feel like that was supposed to be an insult. Issei deadpanned. Listen, Michael. I'm not dead and I'm not the boy. Any other guesses? Are you inside his soul? Michael asked, still trying to process what was happening. Close enough. Long story short, I never actually died in that battle against Draig and Albion. I sealed myself away too. So, you're still alive? That's the long and short of it, yes. Father! Father! Michael exclaimed, hugging Issei tightly. I can't believe it. I'm not your father, he's the sacred gear. Issei choked out, trying not to be completely squished by Michael's enthusiastic embrace. You should put him down before you squish him, my son, Yahweh pointed out. Oh, of course. I apologize, I seem to have lost my composure. Michael cleared his throat and adjusted his attire after setting Issei back down. Once he'd regained his regal appearance, Michael tried again. Alright. So, child, who might you be? My name's Issei Hyoudou, first wielder of the strongest Longinus, heavenly crown. Issei announced proudly. Careful, boy. Pride is a sin, you know. Although, I am definitely the strongest. I thought you said pride was a sin. For you it is, but I'm a sacred gear. My rules no longer apply to me, God explained as if it were obvious. Anyway, Michael, what are you doing here? Right, of course, father. Nice to meet you, Issei. It's a pleasure. Anyway, I was working with your system when I noticed that we got a new angel, but all of the seraphim were still in heaven, so I was a bit confused. It said that the new angel was right around here somewhere. Hey, that means it worked. Issei cheered. Perfect. Good job, Issei. What is it that worked? Michael asked. God pressed the button in my head that made me an angel, Issei informed him. I'm not sure I follow, Issei. Father, what does he mean? Sacred gears become a part of the user's soul. That's how I designed them. I assumed that, with full permission of the host, sacred gears that are made up of another being's soul, such as myself, had the ability to modify their host, so to speak. We decided that Issei was to become an angel. So, there wasn't a button? Issei asked. No, Issei. There's no angelification button. I just told you that so it would be easier for you to understand. I don't know if you remember this, but you're 13. That's kind of young to understand full soul transformation. Dang. Issei grumbled. So, is Issei a full angel or an angel-human hybrid? Michael inquired. He should be a full angel. His body just needs another day or two to finish adjusting. Frankly, the only reason he isn't struggling right now is that I've been training him for so long. Hey, you said you didn't think it would hurt that much? Issei shouted. Well, it did initially, now you should just be sore for a day or two. Why do you think I waited so long to do this? I had to make sure you were ready. So, you're not as big of an idiot as you let on? Issei. Yeah. I'm God. I made the entire world. Of course I'm not an idiot. Right, I keep forgetting about that. Issei chuckled. You two seem rather close, Michael commented. He probably would be scolding Issei for calling the Heavenly Father an idiot, but he was still processing the fact that his father was, in fact, not dead, but inside of a sacred gear that was within this boy. Well, he's been in my head for the past 5 years. We didn't really have much of a choice, Issei said. You say that like you're not happy I'm here. Oh, alright, fine. Uncle Yahweh's been a great help, and I don't know what I'd do without him. They're happy? Same to you, child. I'm glad that you're the one who awakened me, God smiled. Now, Michael, I have a favor to ask of you. Your wish is my command, my lord. Michael knelt, finally catching up with the situation. I apologize for my lack of manners up until now. Please, forgive me. Nonsense, my son. You're in charge of heaven right now, are you not? I'm just a sacred gear. For all intents and purposes, God is dead. I'm just Yahweh. Michael took a moment but stood back up as God continued. Now, I'm just a sacred gear, and since I've never been activated before, I can only teach Issei so much. I'd like for you to accompany Issei and share everything you can. Don't mention me to anyone else until he's ready, understood? Not even to Gabriel, Uriel, or Raphael. My existence should remain a secret. Of course, Father. If that is your wish, Michael replied. So, Issei, why don't you take Michael back to the house before he takes you on a little trip to heaven? I'm really going to heaven? Issei exclaimed. Finally. I've wanted to go forever. Barai's going to be so jealous when I tell her. I'm looking forward to training with you, Issei. Michael smiled. Now, shall we get going? All right. Let's go, he shouted, taking off towards his home. All right, Issei. Welcome to heaven, Michael announced, gesturing to the pearly gates. This is so cool. Issei exclaimed. It's been a long time, Yahweh added. It's good to see my old home again. Halt. Identify yourselves, one of the guards called out. Hello, Peter. Lord Michael, Seraphim, Michael said, releasing his 6 pairs of glistening white wings and his radiant golden halo. This is Issei Hyoudou. He's my new Jack. Yes, Lord Michael, Peter bowed, opening the gates for the two. Thank you, Peter. Have a blessed day. Michael smiled and continued through the gate. Thank you. Issei bowed and hurried after Michael. As they walked through heaven, many angels stopped to bow and greet Michael, some whispering to each other about who was with him. Michael greeted them all with a radiant smile. Eventually, they arrived at a brilliant golden elevator. Alright, here we are, Issei. The elevator, Michael informed him. This will take us to the other levels of heaven. So, what are all the levels for? Issei asked. There are 7 sections of heaven, he said, pressing one of the elevator buttons. That was first heaven. All of the low and mid-tiered angels live there. Next is second heaven. That's essentially our prison. It's where all the angels who have sinned go to receive punishment. Our first stop is here, third heaven. The elevator doors opened to reveal a balcony overlooking the most beautiful sight Issei had seen since he first met Yahweh all those years ago. Wow, he said under his breath. Beautiful, isn't it? God added. Truly a sight, Michael smiled. All of the angels come here from time to time to remind ourselves what our purpose is. Do you know what that purpose is, Issei? No, Issei answered, still in awe at the landscape before him. Third heaven is where all the souls of the deceased who have led good and virtuous lives reside. As angels, our foremost duty is to protect this place. Those who have made it to heaven deserve an eternity of peace and tranquility, and it's our duty to ensure they receive it. If you ever find yourself overwhelmed or questioning your path, come here. Remind yourself why we angels live and work. I still remember when I first gave that speech to Michael all those millennia ago. Memories, Yahweh sighed. So, while you are an angel, you haven't technically allied with heaven yet. Is that something you'd like to do? Michael asked. Yeah, he nodded. I've decided what I want. I want to bring peace to the 3 factions and protect everyone who can't protect themselves. Truly a noble goal. I can see why Father took to you, Michael smiled, gazing back at the sight below. They stood there for several minutes, taking in the beauty of third heaven before turning back to the elevator. Well, let's go. We have training to do, and I still haven't finished explaining the rest of the floors yet. Right. Issei agreed and got back on the elevator with Michael, who pressed another button before continuing to explain. After third heaven is fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden. That's where the tree of wisdom resides along with its fruit. I'll take you there another time to meet Dulio. Who's Dulio? Dulio's our Joker. I'll tell you about him later, but he's said to be heaven's strongest warrior. Cool. Indeed. Following that is fifth heaven. This used to be the home of the Grigori before they fell with Azazel. Now, we have some research facilities that Uriel runs as well as a hospital run by Raphael, Michael explained. Finally, our stop, sixth heaven. This is where Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel, and I all live. There are some private training grounds for us too, but to be honest, we haven't really used them since the last war. There's also seventh heaven above this, but only I have access to that floor. That's where God used to reside, and it's from there that his system runs. It's my job to monitor the system and ensure that prayers and miracles still happen. I must admit, I'm not nearly as good as my father was, but I do my best. I'm sure you're doing a fine job. Michael was always very modest, God commented. The two walked towards the private training grounds where Michael stood in front of Issei. To begin with, I need to see how strong you are. Why don't you start by releasing your wings so I can get an estimate before we have a quick spar? About that, Issei scratched the back of his head nervously. God kind of said he forgot how to activate my wings, so I don't know how to release them. Michael sighed and approached Issei. Alright, it's rather simple. Just take a deep breath and focus all your holy energy towards your back, okay? Issei nodded and did as Michael instructed. The seraph approached and gently touched a finger to his forehead, and wings sprouted from Issei's back. What they hadn't expected was that Issei's wings were a brilliant golden color, similar to God's own. God, however, had 7 pairs of wings, while Issei only had 3 pairs. It worked. Wait, how come mine are gold? I think that would be Father's doing, Michael theorized. Since you have his soul residing within you, you must have his wings. Sounds right to me, God shrugged. But Uncle Yahweh had 7 pairs of wings, and you have 6. Why do I only have 3? Issei asked. Well, the number of wings you have corresponds with your power level. 1 pair is low class, 2 is mid class, 3 is high class, 4 is leader class, and 5 is ultimate class. 6 pairs give you the rank of seraphim, while 7 pairs was something only achieved by the Holy Father himself, representing him as our God. You should be proud of your 3 pairs, Issei. The vast majority of angels have only 1 or 2 pairs of wings, and you've only been training for a short time. Uncle Yahweh said that I'd be quite powerful but you have no combat experience or instincts, God finished. Yeah. That's quite alright, Issei. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'll be your opponent for now. That's crazy. You have twice as many wings as I do. How am I supposed to fight someone twice as strong as I am? That's not how it works, Issei. The wings actually increase exponentially. For example, let's say that 1 pair of wings holds a power level of 2 pairs would be 25, 3 would be 125, 4 would be 625, 5 is 3125, and 6, which is Michael's level, would be 15. According to that, Michael is 125 times stronger than you are. How does that help me at all? Issei exclaimed. Don't worry, Issei. That's why I wanted to see how many wings you had. I'll tone my power level down to around your level. If I don't know what you can do already, I can't really teach you. Now, go ahead and activate your sacred gear and we'll begin. Alright, fine, Issei sighed. Heavenly crown. Alright, let's do this. Come, show me what you've got, Issei. Michael called. Issei flapped his wings powerfully and shot into the sky with a burst of speed. He formed 2 light spears, 1 for each hand, and hurled them down towards Michael, who dodged them both and pursued Issei. The 2 formed light swords and clashed, engaging in a brief power struggle before Michael quickly disarmed Issei. Before Michael could continue, Issei moved his palm forward and, with a shout, unleashed a shockwave of holy power towards Michael, pushing him back. Very impressive, Issei. I see that the sacred gear gives you some of Father's powers. That's right. Here's my favorite. Purifying Ray. Issei shouted, firing a beam of light magic from each wing towards Michael. Well, that's different, Yahweh commented. Looks like you don't quite have full control over everything yet, Issei, Michael chuckled, easily avoiding the 6 beams. They impacted the ground with powerful bursts, sending clouds of dust into the air. However, Father was right. Your power is very impressive. Thanks. This is my first real fight. Usually, I just shoot at the barrier or the ground, Issei admitted. I see. Well, you should probably start practicing defense. Now should be good. Be ready to try not to get hurt. Michael announced before flying straight towards Issei. Another 4 years went by. Issei continued to train under Michael in secret and was believed by the angels to be Michael's protege. A few years before Issei met Michael, heaven developed a system known as the Brave Saints. Modeled after the devil's evil pieces, the Brave Saints allowed the seraphim to convert humans into angels or resurrect them within approximately 10 minutes of their death. The cards corresponded to power levels, with 2 being the weakest and the ace being the strongest. In addition, there were 2 jokers, which had to be unanimously approved by the seraphim. As of the current time, Dulio remained the only joker. The Brave Saints would serve under their respective seraph, the hearts under Gabriel, the clubs under Raphael, the diamonds under Uriel, and the spades under Michael. The joker would serve heaven as a whole but was largely autonomous, of near equal standing to the seraphim. Truthfully, Issei had become far too powerful to be merely Michael's apprentice. In the first 5 years of training under verbal instruction alone, Issei had reached high-class status. However, in the final 4 years, with guidance from both Yahweh and Michael, who was among the strongest beings in heaven, his progress accelerated dramatically. Issei had recently gained his 5th set of wings, signifying that his power had increased at least 25 times in just 4 years, a feat that left both Michael and Yahweh in disbelief. Due to his remarkable growth, which was largely encouraged by God, Michael and Uriel developed a 5th set of Brave Saint cards for Issei. This, however, required informing Uriel of God's survival, which elicited a reaction from him similar to Michael's. Shock followed by an overwhelming sense of relief, heartfelt apologies for any previous disrespect, and a return to normalcy. Since a deck of cards traditionally held 4 suits, they needed to create a new one, which was relatively straightforward given Issei's sacred gear. Issei was now the King of Crowns, a suit specifically designed for the wielder of the heavenly crown Longinus, and it would be available to any future users who chose to align with heaven. For the time being, Issei was not permitted to use the cards until he acquired his 6th pair of wings. In addition to this, a new chapter was unfolding in Issei's life. His parents wanted him to return to public school when he reached high school to help him regain some of his lost social skills and make friends. He managed to convince them to allow him to skip it for his first year, but they were insistent for his second. Issei had no choice but to comply. Even as an ultimate class angel and wielder of the Longinus heavenly crown, he feared his parents' unique ability, the threat of punishment. The thought still sent shivers down his spine, as no one was truly immune to such a powerful influence. Fortunately, thanks to his connections with Michael and Uriel, Issei was able to attend the school he had always wanted, Kuo Academy. This large institution included divisions for middle school, high school, and college on its campus. It had previously been an all-female school, but in the last 2 years, it began accepting male students as well. Even before the change, it was rated as one of the top schools in Japan and continued to receive outstanding marks. This was certainly a nice perk of attending a school with a ratio of 5 girls for every boy. Issei may have been an ultimate class angel, but he was also a 17-year-old male. Fortunately, according to Yahweh, appreciation for beauty and inappropriate behavior were distinct, so as long as Issei avoided excessive mischief, he should be safe from falling. Michael, however, did not entirely agree with his father's perspective, remarking that father has really changed since he got involved with that sacred gear, but there was little he could do. Thus, Issei prepared to start his first day of the new school year at Kuo Academy. Beep. Beep. Proverbs 13, beep. Beep. The soul of the sluggard craves and gets nothing, while the soul of the diligent is richly supplied. Beep. B-dash. Issei groaned, covering his eyes with his arm. I can't believe I lost that stupid bet with you. Pretty sure this is a fairly tame punishment for losing a bet, Issei. Besides, you get to wake up every morning to someone reading one of my quotes about how sloth is a sin. How could you not love waking up to my wisdom every morning? Yahweh said smugly. Pride is a sin, you know, Issei grumbled back, rolling himself out of bed. And before you say anything, yeah, I know. You're a sacred gear now, so the rules don't apply to you as strongly anymore or whatever. Next time we make a bet, I'm winning for sure. Issei, you do understand that even if you manage to win a bet against me, and that's a big if, there's nothing you can actually make me do, right? I'm a sacred gear. I can't exactly do something that warrants you making a bet with me, God pointed out. If you want me to. I still don't see no. You wouldn't dare. You made me buy an alarm clock that reads me Bible verses about the sin of sloth every morning. Try me. I will keep that in mind. Dear, shouted Mickey from downstairs. Breakfast is ready. Hurry up or you'll be late. Coming. Issei yelled back while finishing putting on his uniform. This seems really cliched, don't you think? What do you mean? Haven't you paid any attention to any of the manga or anime that I've looked at? The main character lives in relative peace until he's 16 or 17, and then everything starts going wrong on the first day of school after someone tells him to hurry up and eat or he'll be late. It's the beginning of every light novel, movie, manga, and TV show ever made. I'll be honest with you, Issei. Whenever you look at those things, I tend to take a nap. I don't think you could be any more boring if you tried. Issei deadpanned. Just for that, I'm going to take a nap right now. If you don't mind. And here I thought sloth was a sin, he muttered aloud. Hush, child. There's nothing else I can do in here aside from talking to you and sleeping. This qualifies as productive in my eyes. I thought you were taking a nap? Issei just shook his head and walked downstairs for breakfast. Well, are you excited for your first day? Mickey asked, serving up Issei's favorite Western-style breakfast of eggs, bacon, toast, and orange juice. I guess so, Issei replied, thanking her for the food. I mean, I haven't been to a school since Irina left. I don't really remember anything. Ah, young love, his mom sighed, to which Issei rolled his eyes. She'd been making that same joke every time he mentioned Irina for 9 years. I'm sure he's plenty excited, Goro insisted. After all, just look at all the girls there. I mean, our son could be drowning in admirers. Dad! Issei groaned. Oh dear, Mickey shook her head. Now, don't be like that, Mickey. Just think of all the grandchildren we could have if this goes well. Goro insisted. She thought about this for a moment before turning back to Issei. What's the female-to-male ratio at Kuo again? Like 5 to 1? I think. Say guess. I want at least 5 grandchildren, Mickey decided, before going back into the kitchen, causing Issei to let out another groan. Not right away, of course, Goro clarified. Wait a few years first. We're still too young to be called grandparents, you know. I'm getting older by just talking to the both of you. Issei sighed before finishing up his breakfast. Alright, I have to go or I'll be late. I don't need this to be any more of a cliched story. Alright, son. Just be careful and make sure you keep your uncle on a tight leash. You know how he gets, Goro chuckled. If you told him 10 years ago that he'd be asking his son to make sure that the God from the Bible didn't act out in school, he'd have called a psychologist for a thorough mental examination. I know we'll be fine. I'm leaving. Not without lunch you're not, she called back, entering the room with a bento box. Be careful out there. Love you. Love you too, Mom, he answered, taking the box and waving to his family before setting out. Look at that. Our son is all grown up, Mickey sighed. It feels like just yesterday that he was losing bets to a voice in his head. That was last week actually, Goro pointed out. Oh right. After a short walk, Issei finally arrived at the gates of Kuo Academy. He was wearing their school uniform, consisting of a black blazer over a white dress shirt, black dress pants, and brown dress shoes. In addition, he wore a shimmering silver rosary necklace with a large crimson-red gem in the center. It was a gift from his uncle, Michael, after getting his 5th pair of wings, and he'd worn it obsessively ever since. After walking through the gates, he could already hear the whispers. Who's that? Is he new this year? Oh, he's cute. I hope he's not a massive troublemaker. Just keep him away from those two. Maybe he and Kiba will fall in love and have lots of... Kira, would you relax with your fantasies? Sorry. While walking towards the buildings, Issei chuckled slightly to himself. He knew that he was objectively attractive. That would happen after training obsessively for 9 years. Not to mention that the supernatural beings were usually far more appealing to look at than ordinary humans. Especially angels. It was said that Gabriel was not only the most beautiful woman in heaven but the most beautiful woman to ever exist in the realm. He really wanted to meet her. She was also supposed to be really sweet too. He definitely didn't want to meet her only because of how pretty she was supposed to be. He wasn't some kind of womanizer who treated them as objects or trophies. That would be preposterous. Satisfied with his newfound sense of morality regarding not viewing one of the 4 great seraphim as an object of his attraction, Issei finally arrived at the student council office. Apparently, it was relatively uncommon for students to join the school after freshman year, so they would be given their schedules for the school year the year prior. This meant that Issei had to first visit the student council to get his schedule before going to class, which would likely make him slightly late and the center of attention. So much for this not being cliched, he thought to himself before knocking on the door. Enter, came a female voice from inside. Issei opened the door to a mid-sized office. It had several cabinets and bookshelves along the walls, with a couch along the left side. Near the center was a large desk, where a young woman with shoulder-length black hair and piercing violet eyes behind glasses sat. She wore the female Kuo Academy uniform, which consisted of a white, long-sleeve dress shirt, a black shoulder cape and matching corset, a black ribbon, and a notably short magenta skirt. Every time he looked at it, he wondered how the person in charge of the school wasn't arrested. Beside her stood another young woman with long black hair that reached her ankles, also wearing the Kuo Academy girls' uniform. Together, they formed quite the intimidating duo, especially with what Issei and Yahweh noticed immediately upon entering the room. "They're devils?" he asked in shock. "Seems like it. Don't panic or react, just ask completely naturally. She might sense something off about you if she's talented, but she won't know anything further than you may not be entirely human," Yahweh instructed. "Got it," he agreed. "Besides, I want to make peace between all three factions. Maybe it'll help to have some devil friends?" Probably would. Fortunately for him, his observation and quick discussion took only a few seconds, as he turned to close the door when the woman sitting down spoke up. "Issei, is that right?" she asked, looking up from a sheet of paper. "Yes, ma'am," he replied, bowing slightly. "Are you the student council president?" "Indeed. My name is Sona Shirtorai, and this is Tsubaki Shinra, my vice president. Please, sit." "Thank you, President, Vice President." He nodded at the two and took a seat. "So, you're new this year?" "Yes, President. I've been homeschooled until now." "And why is that?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. "Perceptive one she is," Yahweh chuckled. "My parents and I felt like I could get a better education at home," Issei said, deciding that since it was technically the truth, he wouldn't get any points towards his sin score that Yahweh had been tallying for entertainment. "We decided I would attend Kuo so I would be better prepared for college." "I see," she nodded, looking back at the paper. "So, after high school, you plan to go to college, do you?" "I will likely either attend Kuo's college division or enter the workforce at my uncle's company," Issei answered. "Very well," she sighed. "Here's your schedule, Issei. Your first class is in room 2B. Hurry along, you're already late." "Yes, President." "Thank you." He took the paper and bowed. "Vice President." After leaving the room, Sona turned to her vice president. "Something about him seems off." "I agree. I couldn't sense anything, but he didn't seem totally human," Tsubaki agreed. "Besides, it's rather uncommon to transfer to high school during the second year, especially for that reason. We'll have to keep an eye on him." "Yes, President." As Issei walked to the classroom Sona pointed him towards, he thought, I should be insulted that she got upset with me about being late. I mean, it wasn't my decision to pick up my schedule after school started. The bigger question is why she was there. Doesn't she have to go to class too?" Yahweh pointed out. "I never thought about that." Issei exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. "Come to think of it, the student council presidents in all the anime and manga are always in their office too. Don't they have to go to class? If being president means you don't have class, why doesn't everybody run?" Forbidden knowledge, Yahweh nodded in agreement. "Keep it hush-hush for now. By the way, I forgot to mention. You got one extra sin point in there. That brings your total for the week up to 27. "What? How? It's only Monday. And what did I do wrong in there?" "Don't you remember thinking about the skirts? We may have an agreement of me not going into your thoughts, but I know exactly what you were thinking. Don't lie to me, Issei." "I have no idea what you're talking about," he huffed back, a slight blush on his face. "Besides, even if I was." "Gotcha." "Oh, shut up. We're here." Sure enough, Issei had reached the outside of classroom 2B and knocked on the door. After a short pause, the door opened, revealing a smiling, middle-aged woman with brown hair and glasses. "You must be our new student," she exclaimed in a bubbly voice. "Please come in. Come in." "Yes, thank you, Miss. It's Miss Hatcher. My family was from England," she answered happily, closing the door behind him. "All right, class. We have a new student transferring in today. Why don't you introduce yourself?" "Hello. My name's Issei Hyoudou. Glad to meet all of you," Issei greeted with a slight bow. The class quickly started talking about him amongst themselves. "He's cute. I know that, I saw him this morning. We get the second kiba. Yay." "Not another one," the boys wailed. "All right, quiet down, class." Miss Hatcher clapped loudly. "Now, does anyone have any questions for Issei before we get back into the lesson?" "Yes, Murayama? Please introduce yourself before asking." "Hello, my name's Murayama," the girl stood and greeted. She had brown hair in a ponytail with a red ribbon holding it there. "Where'd you get your necklace? Are you a Catholic?" "I got it from my uncle." "Yeah, my uncle," Issei answered slowly. "Real smooth," Yahweh commented. "And I suppose that yes, I am a Catholic." "So, you're not a pervert?" she asked suspiciously. "I would like to think I'm not," he answered awkwardly. "Good," she replied simply and sat back down. "All right, anyone else?" "Yes, you next." "I'm Kates, Another girl stood and introduced herself. She had pink hair and a bright smile. Are you single? And are you going to join a club? Yes, I am single. I don't know if I'll join any clubs. Honestly, I don't really know any of the clubs that are here, Issei admitted. You should join the kendo club, she exclaimed. Case, don't just recruit people. Murayama complained. Why not? Alright, you two, sit back down. You can discuss your clubs later. Ms. Hatcher quieted them down. You can take a seat back there. Okay, now this is just getting ridiculous. Issei thought, walking towards his seat. This cannot be real. A seat at the back of the class near the window? How cliched can you get? What, do you think you're in some sort of anime or something? And that's why anarcho-communism is actually the best system of government. It's so far left, it's right. And there's the bell. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, the bubbly teacher said before quickly leaving the room. Finally, I thought that would never end, Issei mentally groaned. And I thought your lessons were boring. As much as I'd love to scold you for being an ungrateful brat, you've got some company, a voice chimed in. Issei turned to see a smiling Pinkette. Your name's Issei, right? She asked. Yeah, Issei Hyoudou. A pleasure to meet you, he smiled, standing up and extending his hand. Yeah, you too, she replied, shaking his hand. So, did you think about joining the kendo club? Are you sure that would be okay? Your friend didn't seem too receptive to the idea, he chuckled. Oh, she'll get over it. Come on. Let's go have lunch, she insisted, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Hey, hold on. Slow down. Issei grinned as he was led by her. The two found a spot outside to sit and eat lunch. So, have you ever tried kendo before? Kate asked, opening her lunch. Not kendo specifically, no, but I have done some work with sword combat before, he replied. Well, you should think about joining. You'd be the only guy there too. So that's what this is about. You could have just started with that. Hey, I wanted to get to know you too, she pouted, rubbing her arm. I mean, you are kind of cute, and you said you were single, so I figured if you joined the kendo club, I could get to know you a bit better. Cute. Issei thought. Alright, I'll give it a shot if it'll make you happy. You will? Ah, thanks, Issei, she exclaimed, her smile widening. Sure. If you answer a question. What was with Murayama asking about perverts? You'd think that was kind of a strange question, to say the least. Well, we kind of have a bit of a problem with perverts here, she admitted. Most of the guys are, but especially two who are so open about it we call them the perverted duo. Wow. That bad? Yeah. It gets kind of annoying, but Murayama really hates it. I can understand why, Issei nodded. From a logical standpoint, you could perceive it as flattery, though a rather deplorable form of it, admittedly. I guess, she said, a little confused. Don't mind me, I'm just a bit of a rambler. So, after school, right? Yeah. Across campus, in the old school building, a young woman stood at the window gazing out at the grounds below. She was, in a word, stunning with her long crimson hair and deep blue eyes. Did Sona tell you about our new student? He sure seems popular. Another young woman came behind her and giggled. She was just as beautiful as the first but had lengthy black hair adorned with a yellow ribbon. Yes, she did, Akino, the crimson-haired girl replied. She said she sensed something different about him. Are you planning on having Kaneko tail him for a while? Akino asked. Yes. Be careful, Rias. It could be dangerous. Thanks for your concern, but not following him is just as dangerous. Rias replied, tightening her fist. The rest of the day passed by without incident, Issei attending his classes and reacquainting himself with society. After the final bell rang, he headed for the kendo club room to meet up with Kate and the rest of the club members. After a few minutes of wandering, he found it. There it is, he thought, reaching for the door. Hope she's not too mad at me for being late. Issei opened the door to what some individuals in the school would consider paradise. There were a total of 6 girls in there, including Murayama but not including Kate, and they were all in various states of changing into their kendo uniforms. Pervert! Sorry, he shouted, quickly closing the door and turning around. I think that's worth 3 points, a voice chimed in. That's only worth 1. Wait a minute, that shouldn't count at all. How is it my fault half a dozen attractive girls were getting changed in the clubroom instead of the locker room? A fair argument, the voice replied. 2 points. Hey, that's not. Issei. You made it. Kate exclaimed, running towards him. Why is your face all red? Clubroom. Changing. Girls, he stuttered, still trying to process the image. Changing? Marayama, she groaned. I told her you'd be coming today. I'm really sorry about that. I'll go explain to them that this is not your fault. Girls. Underwear. Pink. He babbled as she giggled and went into the clubroom. That's another 2 points, the voice sighed. And I tried so hard to make you not a pervert. I'm not a pervert. Issei snapped back. Just caught me off guard. Okay, Issei? You can come in now, Kate said, popping her head out the door. I already explained everything to them, so you should be safe. Can you speak okay now? I don't think my point will hold up if you're in a dazed state. Pervert. I'm not a pervert. Walking into a room full of 6 extremely attractive girls will catch any 17-year-old guy off guard, okay? He defended. I'm just teasing you, she giggled. I guess you got lucky for your first day. Now come on. Issei sighed and rubbed his face before walking into the room. Wow, this is really cool, he commented. Isn't it? Kate agreed. It was a fairly large room decorated like a dojo, with various training equipment scattered about, including dummies, swords, armor, weights, and targets. Hello, pervert, Marayama coldly greeted. I'm not a pervert. Issei defended. Not yet at least. Lay off him, Yuri. He's not the one who decided everyone should change in the middle of the clubroom. We have locker rooms for that, you know, Kate pointed out. Oomph. Marayama huffed, turning away. You're really an angel, you know that? Issei said sarcastically. Anyway, so kendo is just like normal sword fighting but with armor and bamboo swords, right? They're called bakken, but yes, essentially. Kate nodded. How about this? You fight Marayama, and if you win, she has to admit you aren't a pervert and apologize for calling you one. Hey, don't volunteer me for bets. Marayama protested. And if you lose, you have to do anything Marayama says for a whole school day, Kate finished. That hardly seems even. Issei deadpanned. High stakes, low reward. A really tough choice on this one, Issei, the voice commented sarcastically. Well, yeah, but I don't want to look like a wimp. Besides, it's not like they can beat me, right? Right. No comment. Well, now I'm taking it just to spite you, Issei declared. Alright, fine. I'm game. I want one other thing from her too. I get to make her do one thing for me. That seems fair. If I lose, I have to do anything for a whole day, but if I win, she has to apologize and do just one thing. Fine, but you're going to regret that, Marayama huffed as she went to put on her gear. Sorry about her. She's actually really sweet, Kate apologized. Marayama just really dislikes perverts, and a lot of the guys here try to sneak peeks at her, so she doesn't trust any of them. I understand, he sighed, looking through the bakken to find one he wanted, even though they were all nearly identical. That's why I took the bet. Maybe she'll warm up to me a bit. That's the spirit. But don't think you'll win too easily, Kate winked. She is our captain after all. Well, looks like I'm in for a challenge. Is it all right if I don't wear the armor? I don't think there's a rule saying you must wear it, especially since this is an unofficial match. Great, he said, heading toward the sparring area. Wait, aren't you worried about getting hurt? She asked, concern in her voice. Nah, don't worry about me. I doubt anyone could give me more than a bruise with one of these things, even at full strength. If you're sure. You seem rather confident, Marayama commented, approaching Issei with her own bakken in hand. Well, I have to be. If you're not confident in your victory, then there's no chance you will obtain it. You know what they say, victorious warriors seek to win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. Are you quoting Sun Tzu to me? She asked, narrowing her eyes. I'm impressed you knew who that was from, he replied, surprised. Most people have heard of him but don't know any of his work or just say, bless you, when I bring his name up. Of course I know Sun Tzu, but this isn't a history lesson, this is a spar. Ready? Born ready. Any rules I should know about? First to 3 clean hits wins. If your opponent is unable to continue before those 3 hits, you win by default. That sounds fair. Ready? Ready. Fight. Another girl yelled, starting the match. Marayama moved first, striking horizontally from Issei's left side, which he easily blocked. She pressed harder on the blade, trying to force his sword into an awkward angle, but Issei caught her off guard. He let her overextend before using his strength to shove her back and swiped diagonally up from her lower left side. She managed to lean back just in time to dodge it, but not in time to evade or block his move, which caught her in the chest guard. Point Issei Hyoudou, announced the girl from before. That was fast. He's good. Nice job, Issei. Keitase called. So you aren't hopeless after all, Murayama commented. Don't go easy on me next time, Issei grinned. Fight. This time, Issei moved first, making several consecutive strikes that were all perfectly blocked or parried. She forced him into a blade lock, sliding their blades downwards towards the floor before shoulder-checking him, catching him off balance just in time to go for a horizontal strike that caught his side. Point Murayama. That looked like it hurt. Nice job, Muri. Hang in there, Issei. Keitase cheered. There, now that's a bit better, Issei chuckled. Don't patronize me, Murayama shot back. Fight. The next few rounds were much closer and longer than the first two, neither able to land a strike for a long time before they were tied at 2. Alright, last round. The winner of this round wins the bet, the announcer girl said. Okay, fight. Not wanting to take any chances, Issei struck. He feigned a jab to her left side before making a powerful swipe at her right. She managed to block the swipe with a grunt of effort, her face showing surprise at the sudden increase in force. From there, Issei became more aggressive, pressing his offense and forcing her into a state of desperate defense. He then made a final powerful horizontal swing, which was blocked once more by Murayama, but Issei smirked anyway. You fought well, Muri, but I win. Don't call me Muri. And you haven't won any. Snap. Murayama was interrupted by the sound of her bakken snapping from the force of Issei's swing. I suppose that's the match, Issei grinned, gently poking her stomach with his bakken while she stared at her broken one in shock. That's it, the announcer girl said, still in shock. Issei Hyoudou is the winner. He beat Muri. So cool. How'd he do that? Do you think he'll go out with me? Nice job, Issei. Keitase congratulated him. Now, Muri, in accordance with the bet. I never agreed to anything, Murayama huffed, turning away. Oh, come on, just do it. He took a completely one-sided bet just to get you to admit he's not a pervert. Keitase complained. Fine. Murayama turned back towards him and looked down to speak softly. You're not a pervert. I'm sorry I blamed you for our decision to change in the open like that. It's fine, I appreciate the apology. I'm sorry for walking in on you like that, Issei replied. But you still have to do one thing for me. What is it? She grumbled, narrowing her eyes at him. You have to. He paused for dramatic effect as everyone leaned in closer. Let me call you Muri. What? I want you to let me call you Muri, Issei shrugged. Why? She asked, bewildered while Keitase started giggling. Well, all your friends call you that, so if I call you Muri, it means we're friends, Issei reasoned. That's not how anything works, Yahweh deadpanned. Well? Keitase asked. Fine. Murayama mumbled. Why you can call me Muri? Thanks a lot, Muri, Issei said with a wink. I'll come back another time, but I have to head home for now. But you just got here. Keitase pouted. I was just coming to check this place out this time. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Shrugged, patting her head before walking away. Bye, Kates. Bye, Muri. Bye, Issei. Bye. After Issei had left, Keitase turned to her friend. Well, I told you. Shut up, she grumbled, turning away. Does Muri have a crush? I do not. You know, she was actually really good, Yahweh commented. I mean, you're not particularly good at sword combat. Hey! But she forced you to use some of your angel strength to win. Few ordinary humans can do something like that without a sacred gear. Still, I feel like I should give you a sin point for cheating. What do you mean cheating? I didn't cheat. You used your angel strength. And where in the rules does it say that supernaturals can't use fractional portions of their strength? Exactly. If anything, I should lose sin points for taking it easy on her. I wouldn't have used it at all, but I had to win the bet. You win this round, child. Mark my words, I shall be victorious in our next verbal bout. Issei continued on his trek home across a local bridge when he noticed he had some company. A cute, short, black-haired girl seemed to be walking towards him. When he turned to look at her, she blushed slightly but continued walking forward. Fallen angel, right? Issei asked Yahweh. Definitely. I think I remember her. Let's see here, Yahweh hummed. Maybe it'll click when she starts talking. There were a lot of angels, and it's been a few thousand years. That you're Issei Hyoudou, right? The girl asked shyly. That's me. And who are you? You probably shouldn't be out on the streets by yourself, you know, Issei pointed out. Oh, that I'll be fine. My name's Yuma. Yuma Amano, she stuttered. I was wondering, would you please go out with me? Yuma.h. I remember now. She was a sweet one. You remember her? Wait, how did she fall? Should I be aware of something? You'll be fine. Probably. Anyway, I can't tell you how she fell. That's personal information that I can't give you. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her. But you have to wait until after she trusts you completely because that's an extremely personal question. Just know that I don't personally have any hostilities towards her. Now you should probably answer because you've been staring at her for over 10 seconds now. It's getting awkward. Oh, sorry, you just caught me off guard a little. I didn't mean to make you wait so long, Issei chuckled sheepishly. Why not? Sure. I'm free this weekend if you want to go then. Really? She looked up at him smiling. That would be great. Thank you. Of course. Now, you really shouldn't be walking the streets on your own like this. Why don't you let me walk you to wherever it is you live? No, I'll be fine. Are you sure, Yuma? I'm just worried about you. It's getting late, you know. Thanks, Yuma blushed. But I'll be fine. Besides, my parents might get the wrong idea if I brought a boy home. I guess that makes sense, Issei nodded. She's a really good actress if this isn't real. Is she? God sighed. I wonder what she wants with you? Okay, well, bye, Issei, she called out, waving to him before turning and running in the other direction. Bye, Yuma, he waved back. I think you have one more visitor. I hope it's another cute girl, Issei thought to himself. You heard that, didn't you? +1 sin point for infidelity, Yahweh commented. Oh, shut up. We just met, and I haven't done anything. Yet. Square current point value for incessant lechery. I swear you make up these rules as you go along. Issei sighed before walking forward. So, can you help me find this person? Whoever it is must be extremely good at reconnaissance. I don't sense anything at all. Keep walking forward for about 3 minutes until you get to that corner. Make the left turn and then jump on top of the building. That's extremely detailed. What if people see me? If you need me to come up with a solution to that, then you have failed as my student. Cold. As instructed, Issei continued walking forward until he reached the corner. While turning it, he quickly cast an illusion barrier that would make everything within a 5-foot radius of him seem completely ordinary and uninteresting before leaping on top of the building with a quick flap of a pair of his wings. Okay, now what? Pay close attention to the ground. I'll be able to tell when they come by. Issei leaned over the ledge of the building and simply watched below him for his stalker. After about a minute, a very short girl liking a lollipop started walking by. It's her. Gotcha, Issei nodded and silently dropped down behind her. I didn't expect my stalker to be so short. The girl jumped and whirled around, looking at him with wide eyes. You how? Oh my God, he breathed out with wide eyes. She barely came up to his chest in height and had shoulder-length white hair with a cat hairpiece in it. She was the picture of an adorable little sister. You're so cute. What? She asked, a slight redness to her cheeks. Look at you. And you go to Kuo too? This must be my lucky day. Oh, thank the heavens. I had nothing to do with this. +1 sin point. Pervert. So adorable. Wait, pervert? I'm not a pervert. Issei stopped mid-sentence to protest. You being adorable does not make me a pervert. Moving on, why were you following me? You seem kind of stoic. To be one of those what are they called? Yandere? Yeah, that. I'm not a Yandere, she insisted. And I'm not a pervert. Now, can I help you? Just because you're one of the most adorable things I've ever seen doesn't mean I'm not a little upset that you were following me. Come on, tell me. You're not human, she said with a straight face. Wow, jackpot, he thought. Well, you weren't exactly subtle about confronting her. I thought you were just going to figure out who it was and deal with it later. What's your point? He shrugged. Neither are you. What are you? She narrowed her eyes. Well, little devil, I can't tell you that, Issei chuckled. Now, don't back away all nervous like. I would never hurt someone who had no intention of hurting me, especially if they're as cute as you are. How do you know? Same way you knew I wasn't human. Now, why don't you come with me, and you can ask me some questions, okay? The girl was hesitant at first but nodded and followed him. He led her over to a small cafe that was across from where they were and sat at a small table for the two of them. Issei just ordered tea while the girl across from him ordered a hot chocolate and some sort of chocolate pastry. So, you still haven't told me your name. I'm assuming you know mine, but just in case, I'm Issei Hyoudou. Kaneko Tuju. First year, she replied simply. So, why don't you tell me why you were following me? Issei asked. Duh. Well, I am paying for all of this, you know, he pointed out. Duh. Alright. If you tell me why you were following me, I'll buy you anything you want from the candy shop next door. Wow, that's not creepy at all. You're luring children with promises of candy now? Good heavens. This is different in context, he protested. And you're the Lord. You don't get to complain to yourself, that's not how anything works. Good point. Fine, she said after the waitress set down her hot chocolate and pastry. But how did you know? I can be pretty observant. You ordered a chocolate pastry and a hot chocolate. Plus, you were enjoying a lollipop when I caught you watching me, little Yandra. Call it a lucky guess. I'm not a Yandra. So, why were you following me? I was asked to investigate you to see if you were a threat, she said, sipping her hot chocolate. See, that was easy. Who asked you to? Kaneko hesitated for a moment. Is this person threatening you? No. Calm down, I never meant anything by it. He held his hands up in defense. I was just worried you might have been in trouble because of something I did. So, this person is good to you? Actually, wait a second, you're a devil and you were asked to follow me to check for threats. Are you one of those evil pieces? Yes. Alright, I won't ask you what piece you are, though I already have a guess. Definitely a pawn. She's too small for anything else, Yahweh reasoned. However, I really want to know what they want. Do you think your king would be willing to meet with me so I can show I'm not a threat? I really am a peace-loving guy, you know. That's kind of my whole thing. I don't know. Well, why don't you ask them once we're done here, I'd love to meet them. I'll even give you a note if that'll help. Have any other questions? Why did you agree to go with that girl? Oh, Yuma? She seemed like a nice girl. Why not? Issei shrugged. But she was a... Kaneko started with a suspicious look. Fallen angel? Yeah, she was. And you're an adorable devil. This just proves that both factions can be cute. That's it? You're trusting us because we're cute. Pervert. I like this one a lot. Yahweh laughed. I'm not a Issei side. I'm not a pervert. You could just take my compliment, you know? I already told you, I'm a peace-loving kind of guy, so I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I don't really care what faction you're from. Fallen, devils, angels, Yukai, whatever. I see no reason why we can't all just sit together and get along. And if she tries to harm you for being a potential threat? I don't think that'll happen, he waved her off. Besides, I'm not exactly the easiest person to take down. Now, you seem to have finished everything rather quickly, so why don't I make good on that promise to take you next door now, huh? I've got to get home. Sound good? Kaneko just nodded. I'll admit, even I don't know what you're planning, Yahweh admitted. You're being rather nice to this devil girl. Well, 2 reasons. My whole goal is peace, so I might as well make as many friends from different factions as I can. And the second? She's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. If we become friends, maybe she'll let me hug her and carry her around and... I definitely failed. Archangel Michael, help us now. Yahweh cried. Knock, knock. Come in, Kaneko, called a crimson-haired young woman from her desk. The door opened and shut before she looked up. Welcome back. Hello, President, Kaneko said. In her arms was a very large brown bag overflowing with various sweets and candy. Kaneko? What did I ask all of this? And where did you get the money to buy all of it? Rias asked, standing up and walking towards the short devil. Here, she answered, setting down the giant sack on the table and handing her the receipt. Kaneko, I can't afford. It's a note, she said, sitting on the couch and starting on the large bag of sweets. It's from him. Unfurling the note, Rias began to read. Hello, Kaneko's Devil King. Your adorable little servant was following me today. She's very good at her job, you know. I didn't notice her until I was almost home. Anyway, I took her to a cafe to see what she wanted and she said you wanted to see if I was a threat. I will say I'm hurt, but I understand. As a token of my goodwill, I purchased this giant bag of sweets for this adorable little devil girl over there in hopes that you are willing to meet with me. I'm a peace-loving kind of guy, so, no worries. If you want to meet me, send Kaneko. She's just the cutest thing ever. Anyway, I look forward to talking with you. Issei Hyoudou. He's a bit Rias hesitated. Eccentric? Kaneko asked dryly. Yes. You seem to have made quite the impression on him though, she giggled. My, who's the lucky guy, President? Another girl asked as she walked through the door with a tray of tea. I never thought Kaneko would be the first of us to get a boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, Kaneko denied, continuing to nibble on her sweets. Apparently, this Issei is more advanced than we thought, Akino, Rias said, handing the note to her. After setting the tea down, she read through the note. Well, he seems to be quite taken with our Kaneko. Akino giggled. Do you intend to meet with him, President? What do you think, Kaneko? Was he genuine? Rias asked. He seemed genuine, Kaneko nodded. And he bought me a lot of sweets. Luring a young girl with sweets, is he? My, what a naughty underclassman he is. Akino teased. Are you hiding anything else from us, Kaneko? No, she shot back, though failing to prevent the pink blush on her cheeks. Pervert. Well, I guess we'll meet with him then, Rias sighed. I wonder what he wants to meet with us for? You're just disappointed because you wanted him in your peerage. Don't quit yet, maybe he'll agree, Akino shrugged. I guess that I just thought I'm running out of time. I'm back. Issei called as he walked through the door. Welcome home, Issei dear, his mother replied, emerging from the kitchen to greet him. How was your first day? Did you meet any cute girls? His dad shouted. Oh, be quiet you. Mickey retorted. Actually, I got a date for this weekend. Silence filled the room. Is this true, Yahweh? She asked. I could hardly believe it either, he confirmed. My little boy has his first girlfriend, she exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight hug. He's all grown up now. That's my son. So, is she cute? Come on, tell us about her. Goru chimed in, joining them in the front room. Calm down and put me down. You're squishing me. Issei protested against his mother's enthusiastic embrace. Besides, there's more to it than that. She's a fallen angel, but she was hiding it. I think she's up to something. So you do have a plan? Yahweh exclaimed. And here I thought you were just a peace-loving guy who went along with it because she was cute. That's only half true. Issei blushed and turned away, which was a bit awkward since Yahweh was inside his soul. A fallen angel, huh? So, is she dangerous, Yahweh? Goru asked, suddenly serious. Well, she wasn't when I was in charge, but it's been a long time. Before you ask, no, I can't tell you why she fell, but it wasn't anything major. The reasons angels fall are very personal. Maybe you shouldn't go then, Mickey said worriedly. I mean, there are plenty more girls, right? You could always wait for Irina or try to meet someone else at school. I'll be fine, Mom. I'm not exactly easy to take down if she tries, Issei chuckled. Besides, it's good to have friends on all sides. Even if she's planning something, it doesn't matter unless she goes through with it. You really believe that? Yahweh asked in surprise. Of course I do. I mean, she could be plotting right now, but as long as she doesn't actually try to do anything, I won't hold it against her. Maybe the date will change her mind, Issei explained. You think you're that charming that a simple date will make her give up her plans? Plus one sin point, you really need to tone down that pride. You're not that fun to be around. Neither are you, but I tough it out, don't I? Issei shot back. Alright, you two relax. Just make sure you're careful, hey, Issei? Mickey said. I'll be fine, you don't need to worry about me. I'm your mother. It's my job to worry about you. You'll let me worry about you, and you'll like it. Got it? Yes, ma'am. Issei quickly straightened up at her tone. Great, she smiled, her tone softening. Well, dinner's almost ready. Why don't you go change and we can eat? As she walked back into the kitchen, Issei turned to his father. Scary, he shivered. You have no idea, Goru agreed, shivering as well. Beep, beep. Proverbs 10, beep, beep. A slack hand causes poverty, but the hand of the diligent makes rich. Beep. I hate that so much about the things that you choose to be. Issei groaned as the sunlight assaulted his eyes. You'd better be talking to the clock and not me. Now, get yourself up. Come on, child. Move it. I can't believe it's only the second day, Issei thought to himself as he walked past the gates towards the school. I hope every day isn't as eventful as yesterday. Hi, Issei, came a cheerful voice. Issei turned to see Keitase running up to him with Murayama walking behind her. Good morning. Morning, Keitase. Muri, he greeted them. How are you two? I'm great. Keitase beamed. I'm all right, thanks, Murayama added. So, have you thought any more about joining the kendo club? Keitase asked. All the girls would love to have you. Even Muri if she ever admits it. I don't care if he joins or not, Murayama protested, turning away with a slight blush. I appreciate the sentiment, Issei chuckled. I thought about it. I don't think I really have time to be a full-time member. Ah, Issei, Keitase pouted. Please. I didn't finish yet, Issei said, poking her nose playfully. But I'd love to come by whenever I have the time, if that's all right. I guess that works, she sighed. But you have to promise to come often, okay? Sure. And that I'll always knock first too. Murayama blushed while Keitase giggled. Alright, come on. Let's go, class is starting soon. I'm really glad I'm the sacred gear and not the student, Yahweh grunted, stretching. I can sleep through everything. Issei? Are you asleep? Zzz. The sounds of Issei sleeping softly came. Come on, you can share. Wonder what he's dreaming about. Yahweh mused. I'll just date both of you. Issei muttered, turning slightly in his sleep. Well, that answers that question. Yahweh sighed. Wake up, Issei. I'm awake. Not another lap, he shouted, earning strange looks from everyone in class. Before anyone could say anything, the bell rang. All right, class dismissed. Next time, Issei, please stay awake, the teacher sighed before leaving the room. A few students snickered while Issei stood there, his face flushed with embarrassment. Have a nice nap, Issei? Keitase giggled. I didn't, he stammered. All right, fine that I just didn't expect public school to be this boring. You get used to it. So, are you coming down to the kendo club room today? She asked. I think Issei was interrupted by someone entering the room. Issei Hyoudou, she said. Looks like they agreed to meet with me, Issei smiled. Hi, Kaneko. You can come over here if you're coming to get me, you know. That I'll wait here. Isn't she the cutest? Issei sighed. You gonna get me up to speed? Keitase asked. Right, that's Kaneko. I met her. Issei that everyone knows Kaneko. We call her the school mascot. I meant why is she here looking for you? That's kind of demeaning. Issei scratched his head. Hypocrite. I admit, I'm not much better, but at least I made an effort, he defended. Anyway, her club's president wanted to meet with me. So you're joining her club and not ours? I thought we were friends, Issei. Keitase pouted. Don't give me that look. I never said I was joining, I'm just going to meet them. Stop with the puppy dog eyes. Keitase giggled. Alright, I forgive you. Just come by tomorrow, okay? Of course. Ready, Kaneko? She didn't answer but turned around and walked out. Well, see you tomorrow then, Keitase. Bye, Issei. As Issei followed Kaneko down the hallway, he asked, So, where do we go to meet your king? I've never been to the underworld, so if we go there, it'll have to be quick. I thought you knew, she replied flatly. Knew what? You said that my club president wanted to talk to you. You mean your king is the president of your club? He asked, bewildered. I just made something up. It's not like I can say, I found Kaneko stalking me and discovered she was a devil on orders from her king to decide if I'm a threat, can I? Why would someone from the underworld care about you being a threat if you live in Kuo? Kaneko deadpanned. And I'm not a yandere. Issei opened his mouth to respond but quickly closed it again. Haha, she's got you there. Yahweh roared with laughter. Shut it. So, what club is it and where exactly are we going? The Occult Research Club. The old school building. Not much of a talker, are you? Anyway, sorry for gushing over you so much. If I had known they called you a mascot, I would have been a bit more restrained. I just don't really get a lot of contact with others, he chuckled. Kaneko said nothing. Don't get me wrong, you are adorable, I just figured you might have gotten tired of it. I'm sure there are plenty of things to compliment you about aside from that, though. I just don't know you very well. As Issei continued to fill the silence, they entered the old school building. After a short walk through the hallways, which were decorated to resemble a Victorian-era mansion, they reached a door. Kaneko knocked before stepping inside. The room was also decorated in a Victorian style, with plush red couches and various candles around the room. Occult paraphernalia adorned some of the walls and desks, and there was a large window overlooking the courtyard to one side. So, you're Issei Hyoudou? A woman sitting at the desk asked. Yes, Issei nodded. And you are? I'm Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory pillar and high-class devil. Kaneko's king, she greeted. Please, have a seat, Well, Issei thought while sitting across from Kaneko. Becoming friends with an heiress could be nice, though I really don't know much about devils these days. You don't either, right? Not a clue. The only reason I was able to teach you as much as I did is because, when my host dies, I gain access to his memories, even if I wasn't activated. Some of them were involved with the supernatural through various means, but I don't recall any of them ever getting to decent positions with the devils. I think one was a pawn for a few years before dying. So, you know who I am? Why don't you tell me who exactly you are? Rias asked suspiciously. Come now, Rias, take it easy on our cute underclassman, giggled another young woman who entered with a tray of tea. I'm sure he's harmless. Tea? Sure, thank you. Akino Himejima. I'm Rias Queen, she answered, smiling. So, what is it that you want to know? Issei asked. Kaneko says you're not human. We initially thought you were just a sacred gear user, but it seems you admitted to not being human. So what are you? Rias asked. Couldn't I be both? He grinned. Well, little heiress, how about some information for information? I really want to be friends, don't get me wrong, but trust is a two-way street. I'll tell you as much as I'm allowed to about myself, and you answer some of my questions. Does that work? And what is it that you want to know? Devil politics. I don't really know how it's going down there, and I've never been there. I know about the 72 pillars and I'm aware of what an heiress is, but I must admit, I'm behind the times. My most recent knowledge was about Satan and his generals, Issei chuckled. I wasn't there for that, so don't panic or anything, but I just don't have up-to-date information. Alright, I'll agree to your deal if your answers are satisfactory, Rias nodded. So, as I asked earlier, what are you? Well, I was a human, Issei started. Think you can make my wings white for me? Yeah, give me a second here. Yahweh answered, tinkering around his soul. A loud buzzsaw went off, followed by what sounded like a frightened bird and a yowling cat. And stay out, you dang leck. Alright, you're good to go. I don't want to know. And now? Rias asked. Alright, you win, Issei sighed. He released 2 pairs of white, feathery wings and a halo. Issei Hyoudou, resident angel. A pleasure to meet you, little heiress. And why, pray tell, is an angel in my territory? Rias asked, charging up some of her resident Bale family destruction magic. Across the room, Kaneko had jumped up and gotten into a fighting stance while Akino was gathering energy in her hands. Once again on his way home, Issei was approaching the bridge. This time, before crossing it, he happened to see a girl standing and looking down at the water. He walked up and stood next to her. Hi, Yuma, he greeted softly. Ah, she squeaked, jumping up and turning around. Issei, you scared me. Sorry about that. What's wrong, Yuma? He asked. Nothing's wrong, she smiled brightly at him, though he could tell it was forced. I didn't expect to see you here this late. I had some things at school to take care of, Issei shrugged. Are you sure nothing's the matter? I know we don't know each other very well, but if I'm going to be your boyfriend, I should help you, right? She blushed. Oh, of course. I'm fine, Issei, but she was cut off when Issei pulled her into a comforting hug. It'll be okay, Yuma. You don't have to tell me. You're sweet, you know? If something really is wrong, remember you can come talk to me, okay? Okay, Issei, she replied nervously. Alright, I should get home, Issei said, releasing her. And you should too. Remember what I said, it's dangerous around here at night. I know, she whispered. Bye, Yuma, he said, affectionately rubbing her shoulder as he walked away. Remember that you have many chances before you've fallen too far. She stood there smiling and looking at the ground for a moment before his words caught up to her. Wait, he's gone. Sure enough, when she looked up, he was nowhere to be found. He couldn't know that, right? You're really pushing it with all these hints you're dropping, you know that, Issei? Yahweh commented as Issei worked on his homework at his desk. I can't believe I slept through that. Hey, I fail to see how you falling asleep is my problem. Besides, I have faith in Yuma. No one that adorable could be all that bad, right? You are so naive. God replied. Cute people can have their dark sides too. I refuse to believe that. Now, if you'll excuse me, Michael stopping by with the news today, Issei huffed. Roughly 2 years into Issei's training in heaven, Michael started teaching him about the role of the seraphim and how God's system worked. Michael hoped that Issei would soon become an archangel and take over his position, while Issei simply wanted peace and to help as many people as possible. They decided that Issei would soon be introduced to the seraphim and then the rest of heaven, after which he and Michael would share the responsibilities of God's system. Because of this, Michael frequently brought Issei news about various happenings in heaven and the churches, keeping him informed on important information and the decisions Michael made based on them. Issei occasionally provided input as well, allowing for some basic scenario practice. Today, Michael would stop by the Hyoudou residence to discuss various happenings with Issei. Ding dong. That's him. Good timing, I suppose. That's Michael, Mom. Issei yelled. I'll get it. Okay, dear, she called back. Issei headed downstairs to answer the door. Hey, Uncle Michael. Hello, Issei, he smiled. May I come in? Yeah, come on. Mom's making dinner. Are you staying for that? I'd love to, but we do have things to discuss first. Yeah. Come on, we'll talk upstairs, Issei said, and the two headed back to Issei's room. Once they were settled, they started to chat. So, what's up? Well, there were a few events that were brought to my attention. First and foremost, apparently Excalibur rapidly has gone missing, Michael began. It's what? Issei exclaimed. Didn't I specifically say to keep those things in the hands of strong wielders? Don't tell me you're wasting the Holy Sword project. That was the biggest failure I've ever heard of, and you aren't even trying to use his research. Relax, Issei. We're looking for capable wielders. Few exorcists have proven powerful enough, Michael explained. I'll take one if you'd like, Issei volunteered. Well, we'd have to introduce you to the Seraphim first, and you aren't exactly the best sword user out there, Michael chuckled. I'm not adequate. Issei huffed. Alright, so you messed up keeping another one of the Excalibur fragments from creating a tragedy, and now we can only hope whoever took it isn't planning something disastrous. Actually, that's part of why I came here. Do you have any theories on who took it? You've been second only to Lord Rugel in investigative affairs. Well, you haven't really given me any information to work with. What do you expect me to do here? Let's see. Common enemies of the church, or more specifically the Excaliburs. Issei thought for a moment. Well, the most likely scenario would be that someone just wanted a powerful sword and decided that rapidly was, for whatever reason, the easiest one to take. They're looking for glory or power or something, who knows. Another possibility could be acquaintances of the victims of the Holy Sword Project. It's possible that someone knew one of the children and discovered that Valper was responsible for their deaths, and this is their strange form of justice. A third theory would be that someone seeks to weaken the Heaven faction, which would likely be either a terrorist group, a warmonger, or a combination of the two. That's likely the worst-case scenario. If I had any more information, I could come up with a better theory, but I can't really do much just from the knowledge that someone took rapidly. Sorry, Michael. No, you've done plenty, Issei. You actually came up with more than Lord Rugel did. He only came up with your first theory, Michael praised. I'll be sure to let you know if I get any more information. Alright, any good news? Well then, oh, not really, the Archangel admitted. More bad news. I actually had to come to tell you this in person so you didn't freak out. Oh Lord, what did you do now? Issei groaned. God hummed. Shei shomshing ishii? No, Yahweh, are you eating something? Yeah. You can eat? In my soul. You weren't supposed to know about that. Just ignore me and finish talking to Michael. Did Father say something? Michael chuckled. Apparently he can eat food in my head. Issei deadpanned. Now tell me what you did or failed to do. Alright, calm down, Issei. So, you remember that saint from Italy? The Holy Maiden? Yes, the one that you determined was so special she should be treated like a prisoner? I didn't order that, Michael defended. You also did nothing to stop it, Issei pointed out. Anyway, she's currently in the process of being excommunicated. She's what? Issei yelled. What in God's name could she have done? Well, that's the thing. She healed a devil. That's it? Issei looked down and clenched his fist. You're telling me a dedicated nun and the Holy Maiden is being excommunicated for doing her job? Unfortunately, yes, Michael sighed. And what are you doing to stop it? You know I can't do anything, Issei. Heaven is in turmoil. If we interfere with the trial of someone who has been nearly universally labeled a heretic, we risk losing significant portions of the church. In the worst-case scenario, the Vatican could rebel. That's ridiculous, and you know it. The church was founded on principles of forgiveness, kindness, and love. Not on rules, regulations, and division. Issei protested. Support me here. It's a complicated situation, Issei. Unfortunately, the idealistic beliefs we hold are not universally accepted. What do you mean? Let me finish, Issei, Yahweh interrupted. That's why we have these discussions with Michael. You are absolutely right in your assessment. The church was built on my principles, and I truly believe in forgiveness and love, but that's not always feasible. Idealistic thinking is just that, ideal. The key to being a leader is finding a balance between ideals and reality. Unfortunately, Michael is correct. What is happening to the Holy Maiden is tragic, and if there were anything I could do to help her, I would. But as a leader, you must make difficult choices. Sacrificing one for the good of many is one of the most painful decisions leaders sometimes face. It's a burden only leaders can understand, but it's a pain you must endure to succeed. Issei clenched his fist. That's just not fair. She doesn't deserve this. I understand, Issei. I will do everything I can for her, and if there's anything you can do to help, I'll let you know immediately. Thank you. Now that we've addressed the two biggest issues, there are some other minor matters. Let's see. Church upgrades in Germany. Yes, that's strange prayers coming from the United States about foreigners. Gabriel asking to see my Jack. No, not that one. A Japanese restaurant to be built in heaven. Interesting, but what was that last one? Issei interrupted. Oh, there's a Japanese restaurant that. No, the one before that. That one? Yes, there's been a large increase in prayers from the United States. After that. Come on, Michael. Right. Sorry. Yes, Gabriel has been pestering me about how she hasn't met you in person yet. Something about, it's unreasonable to keep my brave saints hidden for so long, and we're both seraphim and siblings, so I should know better than to keep secrets from her. And? What did you tell her? Issei pressed. I said I'm sure the situation would come up eventually, Michael shrugged. Why were you put in charge again? Issei groaned. Like father, like son, I swear. What's that supposed to mean? Yahweh and Michael yelled in unison. Nothing. Issei said innocently. So, is Gabriel covering for your work in sixth heaven right now? Yes, she usually covers for me when I have to come down. She doesn't have as much paperwork since she's heaven's usual messenger. Why do you? Issei. Michael. Dinner's ready. Mickey shouted. Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll be down in a moment. Michael called back. He turned to Issei. That's of Issei? Where did you go? Issei walked up towards the gates of heaven. Halt. Identify yourself. Hey, Peter. Long time no see. Issei Hyoudou, Lord Michael's Jack. You may enter. Good day to you, Lord Hyoudou. I said not to call me Lord. Issei groaned, walking through the gates. He walked along the path of first heaven towards the elevator. He could have teleported, but taking the elevator was more relaxing, so he preferred it whenever possible. After reaching the sixth level, the elevator stopped, allowing Issei to walk towards Michael's office. After a few minutes, he reached the door and knocked. Knock. You may enter, a feminine voice called from inside. Issei opened the door and was instantly taken aback. Her title of most beautiful woman in heaven didn't do her justice. Not meeting Gabriel before now would remain his greatest oversight for as long as he lived. Even while seated, Issei could tell she was rather petite. She had long blonde hair and a pair of innocent-looking green eyes, with an eternal smile on her face. Hello? Who might you be? Wow, he breathed out. Beautiful. Gabriel giggled, likely accustomed to such compliments. Thank you very much, dear. You're quite charming yourself. Are you looking for Michael? That's my daughter, you know. I'm giving you 100 sin points for even thinking inappropriate thoughts about her. Yahweh complained. No. Michael. Elsewhere. Wow. Wake up. Issei shouted, shaking himself out of his stupor and taking a knee. I'm so sorry. Forgive me, Lady Gabriel. I never intended that. I just didn't. I'm sorry. Gabriel giggled again. You're an interesting one. I like you already. Now, mind giving me your name? Of course. My name is Issei Hyoudou. Michael said you wanted to meet his Jack, so I came over to see you. Oh really? Well, let's go then. Where is he? Gabriel stood. My lady? Yes. That would be me. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Gabriel flushed. He never told me your name. You can get up. You may rise. Thank you, Lady Gabriel. Issei stood. He stopped by to tell me about a few less than pleasant things, and he also mentioned that you wanted to meet me. Yes. I did. I'm Gabriel, Michael's sister and one of the 4 great seraphim, she introduced. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I can't believe Michael's been hiding someone like you for so long. That's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Issei thought to himself as Gabriel pouted. Watch it, brat. Yahweh warned. Ahem. Yes, well, that's partially my fault, Issei admitted. You see. Considering you're now too much of a stuttering and embarrassed mess to come up with a convincing excuse, I might as well greet my daughter, Yahweh said aloud. Hello, Gabriel. It's been a long time. That sounds like... Gabriel gasped. Your father? Why did all 3 of you have that same reaction? No, if I were coming back, I would take a much more appealing form. And I certainly wouldn't have my brain break down at the sight of my daughter. Issei. She shut up. Issei stumbled out. She's known as the most beautiful woman in heaven, not? If you look at her your brain will melt because of how perfect she is. You just said that out loud, you know? God sighed. Half of Gabriel processed what Issei had said, causing her to blush deeply, while the other half was still registering her father's voice. I'll explain, my dear daughter. I'm currently inside the boy. I sealed myself in a Longinus as well, I've just never been awakened before. So you're... she whispered, approaching Issei slowly before embracing him tightly. Father, you're back. I missed you so much. I was so sure you weren't gone. I always knew it. Michael kept saying that you were lost, and Raphael and Uriel too. I wouldn't believe them. I always knew you'd come back. Father. Now dear. It'll be fine, Yahweh reassured. Issei. Comfort my daughter. Did you just call me host? Issei yelled back. Fine. All right, Lady Gabriel. Everything's going to be just fine. So, why don't we have a seat, okay? Father, she muttered, nodding against Issei's chest as he led her over to the couch, and the two sat down. Well, that I did not see that coming. She's always been very emotional. Now you see why Michael wanted to wait. Kind of. But at the same time, I should have told her earlier. She's thought you were gone for millennia, and I could have spared her 9 years of heartbreak. I was too concerned for my own safety. Soon, we're coming clean to all of heaven. If that's what you wish for. You really are too kind for your own good. Listen, Lady Gabriel. I'm really sorry. I've known about Yahweh for 9 years and I've been working with Michael for 4. We just thought we decided to keep it a secret so I would be ready. I should have thought about how everyone else would feel. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for bringing Father back to me. I really didn't do anything, he answered sheepishly. He chose me. I'm just his host. I hate to admit this, but you're more than just a host, brat. You're becoming a fine successor, and I look forward to seeing you run my system someday. That means a lot to me. Thanks, Uncle Yahweh. Gabriel started to giggle, then laughed harder and harder for over a minute before calming down. What is it? It's just really funny, she sighed, wiping the tears from her eyes. You called Father Uncle Yahweh. I can't remember the last time anyone called him anything aside from a title. Well, I was only 8 when we met, he admitted. But it just kind of stuck. Well, if you're on such good terms with my father, you can just call me Gabriel. Are you sure, my lad? Issei was cut off by her finger over his lips. Gabrielle. Not Lady Gabriel or my lady. Gabriel. Got it? Issei nodded. Good. God made several grumbling noises of displeasure in Issei's mind. What is it? My daughter, you're too close to my baby girl, and I don't like it. This time, Issei started to laugh. What are you laughing at, Issei? Gabriel asked. Yahweh's complaining that I'm too close to you, Issei chuckled, causing Gabriel to realize she was still half on top of him. She squeaked, once again overwhelming Issei with her cuteness. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. You broke him again. Yahweh sighed, causing Gabriel to let out another giggle. Well, thank you for introducing yourself, Issei, Gabriel said, regaining her composure. Come visit me lots, okay? Of course, Gabriel, Issei corrected. Much better, she smiled. Gabriel stopped him before he could leave. One more thing, Issei. Yes, what is? Issei was cut off by Gabriel giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Thanks for bringing Father back home. You still there, Gabriel? Yes, Father, what is it? He's totally stopped all mental functions. Hold on. I'll get thee ready. Yahweh yelled. All right, now. Clear. Gabriel giggled. Are you always like this now, Father? I've been around Issei for 9 years now. I picked up a few things, Yahweh shrugged. Before Issei comes back around, I have one more thing to tell you. What is it, father? I approve. Duh. Father. Gabriel whined, blushing deeply. We just met. I know, and you'd better hurry or be willing to share. My host is very popular among women. Oh, he's coming back to us. Gabriel thank you. Issei stuttered out. Good work, Issei. You almost managed to say a full sentence properly around my daughter. Hey, I'm fully capable of speaking full sentences. Issei yelled back. Anyway, goodbye, Gabriel. Bye-bye, Issei, she waved, smiling brightly. Thank you. The rest of the week was fairly uneventful for Issei, or at least that was what he hoped for. Unfortunately, that was not the case. On Friday afternoon, after school, Michael returned to his residence with some rather concerning news. Ding dong. Issei, are you expecting anyone? Mickey called to her son as she walked to the door. No. Issei yelled back. Mickey opened the door to find Michael standing there, looking tense. Hello, Mrs. Hyoudou. May I see Issei? It's rather urgent. Of course, Michael. And please call me Mickey. We've known each other for years now. My apologies, he nodded, entering the house. He's upstairs, I presume? In his room, yes, she confirmed. Just knock first. Unfortunately, that last part didn't quite register with Michael as he hurried upstairs and opened Issei's door. Issei, this isn't what are you doing? Nothing. Issei quickly hid the materials covering his desk. What are you doing here? Also, why didn't you tell me that devils own this territory? That's kind of important for maintaining peace. I knew I forgot something. Don't change the subject. Michael shook his head. Move. No, wait. Issei protested, but Michael pushed him aside to reveal his desk, which was covered in every document, book, passage, and article ever written about Gabriel. I can explain. Is your father all right with this? Michael asked, eyeing him suspiciously. He's asleep. Of course he is. I don't have time to deal with your obsession with my sister, nor do I have time to scold you for visiting her without telling me. Put all of this away and wake your father. This is important. Right. Issei nodded, recognizing the seriousness in Michael's tone. He quickly put away his research and mentally shook Yahweh awake. Uncle Yahweh, quick. Someone is trying to do something inappropriate with Gabriel. They're trying to do what? Yahweh roared from within Issei. Get ready, Issei. We're going beyond balance. Why are we in your room? Sorry, Michael said it was an emergency, and I knew nothing could get you serious quicker than her safety. That was cold, brat. Don't do that again. All right, you two, stop arguing and listen up, Michael insisted. 2 more Excalibur fragments were reported missing, Nightmare and Transparency. We also have more concrete information. This right here is why I said give the sword to exorcists. Issei shouted. All right, continue. Sorry. As I was saying, we have more concrete information on who took them as well. It was a fallen angel, though we don't know which one exactly. What we do know is that he's heading here with them. To Kuo. Okay. Calm down, Issei. Archangel Michael did not just tell you that a fallen angel is coming to your town with 3 stolen fragments of Excalibur, potentially causing great harm to the entire world. Actually, I'm aware, he yelled. Okay, I need to think about this rationally. Start from the beginning. What is it exactly that led you to the conclusion that not only was it a fallen angel in all 3 incidents, but that they're coming here with them? Well, first off, there were multiple eyewitnesses in the latest theft of Transparency, Michael started. Oh, the irony. Yahweh chuckled. This is really not the time. Issei groaned. So that confirms it as a fallen angel. Just one? Issei asked, receiving a nod in response. All right, and we don't know exactly who it was, but I think I can narrow it down. Give me a minute. Well, I suppose I was wrong. Looks like there really was a reason for keeping that old thing, Yahweh mused. What exactly is he looking for? Michael asked. Just an old list of all high-ranking members of the angels and the fallen angels. Where did he? I showed him some of my stuff, Yahweh shrugged. What? Don't look at me or him like that. Of course, I kept records. I was God after all. And you never thought to tell me about that? Wait, is that thing even up to date? In my defense, I did die, and of course it is. Do you think I had time to keep track of everyone by hand? No, it's connected to my system. Every time one of them disappears from the system, their name is crossed out. Every time an angel falls, it switches to the fallen category. From there, they are listed alphabetically by wing count. That seems really convenient, Michael said, still rather surprised. Once again I was God. How do you think I was so good at my job? Magic is a really useful tool, Michael. You should use it more often. Michael actually looked a bit embarrassed by that, but Issei finally found what he was looking for. Here it is. So, how exactly is this going to help? Well, Issei began, opening the book to the fallen angel section. I need you to give me every detail possible about the fallen angel. Nothing would help more than a wing count, but physical description, personality description, or style of attack could help a little bit. Right? He was confirmed to have 5 pairs of wings, but that's all the report said. It gave no other physical descriptions at all. That's why we're not sure. That could be any of the cadre, Michael sighed. Not necessarily, Issei shook his head, flipping to the 5-winged section. Remember, we have Yahweh here. Now there are 10 listed as 5-winged fallen angels here, and too many crossed out to count. Those crossed out are assumed to be deceased and thus not suspects. In order alphabetically, the list is Amaros, Barakiel, Heret, Moloch, Kokabeel, Penemu, Sahariel, Satnal, Shemhazai, and Tamiel. Firstly, Michael, are there any names here you do not recognize? Well, I guess Heret and Moloch? Michael answered. I mean, I know them, but they aren't part of the Grigori. But we can take those away. Issei, don't you think you're jumping to conclusions a bit too fast? Wouldn't them not being aligned with the Grigori make them more suspicious? Yahweh asked. No, you're thinking too small. While yes, it is theoretically possible that one of those two stole the pieces of Excalibur on their own, we need to think rationally and follow a train of logic that would be reasonable. Someone has to go out of their way to steal one Excalibur. They are in high-level seals and relatively well-guarded. It's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to take one, and it certainly comes with risk. This person took 3 of them. Tell me, who is capable of wielding 3 swords at once? Pretty much no one except that one guy from Nardo. That suggests that there is an ulterior motive than what we initially suspected, which was a thief looking for fame, glory, and/or power. I'm following, Michael nodded. Good. Now, we know that someone not aligned with the Grigori is unlikely to be accepted by another faction. Therefore, if it were one of those two, they would likely be associated with a radical group, because, as we've established, it's exceedingly unlikely that this was done by someone acting alone. This could mean they are part of a radical organization, but they tend to operate differently. When such groups make their moves, you either never hear about it or everyone knows. Leaving evidence like this isn't typical of a group strong enough to harbor a 5-winged fallen angel with a plan involving the Excalibur fragments. If a radical group were capable of something like this, they would make a grand statement to ensure everyone knew it was them, not just a subtle hint like this. Now, that leaves us with 8 members. Are all of these aligned with the Grigori? Yes, they're all part of the cadre, which is the governing body of the fallen angels, similar to the 4 great seraphim of heaven, Michael explained. Now, we simply go down the list of who is likely or unlikely to be able to pull something like this off. As we know, Azazel is a peace advocate, so it's likely that his second-in-command is as well. No leader chooses a right hand who disagrees with their main goal. They choose one who either echoes their views in the case of a foolish leader, or one who shares the same goal but has different methods. Michael, who is the second-in-command of the fallen angels? Azazel is the governor-general, seconded by Shemhazai, the vice-governor-general. After that, it would be Barakiel, I believe. So, that leaves us with 7 names: Amaros, Barakiel, Kokabeel, Penemu, Sahariel, Satnal, and Tamiel. What do you know about Amaros? Either of you, Yahweh or Michael? He was a big admirer of Azazel. He practically worshipped him even more than I did, Yahweh said. Perfect. Azazel wants no part in conflict. The Grigori stealing Excalibur would undoubtedly spark another great war, so it's reasonable to say Amaros is off the list. Barakiel? He lost his wife and daughter around 10 years ago, if my memory serves correctly. Since then, he's been distant, according to what Azazel told me. You're in contact with Azazel? Issei asked. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Not really, no. We do speak occasionally, we are siblings after all, but regarding our factions, it's rare. Idiots. Issei mumbled. Alright, just to clarify before I move on, was it or was it not the angels that killed Barakiel's family? Whether by your order or not, is there any possible connection between that incident and the faction of heaven? None. Thank God, Issei sighed, mentally crossing off Barakiel's name as well. Kokabil next. Yet nothing good to say about that guy. He thrived on war, always laughing on the battlefield, eager for stronger opponents. The guy was a bit unhinged. Once again, something you should have mentioned earlier. As of now, he's our main suspect. Next is Penemu. The three continued going down the list until they had exhausted all information on the suspects. So, we have suspicions of Kokabil and Satinel. Kokabil has a motive, given his love for conflict. Nothing says conflict like a war. He has the attitude and the ability to gather followers. As for Satinel, we simply can't clear him of suspicion. I think it's clearly Kokabil. That's great and all, but that doesn't necessarily help us solve the issue, Michael pointed out. I'm not done yet. Now that we know who did it, we need to reason out why he did it. This is a matter of using logical reasoning and risk versus reward analysis to develop hypotheses on his motivations, and we choose the most likely one to proceed with, ensuring it doesn't negatively impact any of our other theories in case one of those happens to be correct. Now think. A fallen angel cadre steals 3 fragments of Excalibur from the church. Why? Issei closed his eyes and thought for several minutes. I think this is lining up nicely. But before I finish that thought, how do you know Kokabil, or rather, our suspect, is heading to Kuo? We were able to track his destination with the swords to Japan. Japan is largely a devil-controlled area, so we used every available resource to locate any other fallen angels in the region, and the only signatures we found were here. That's not surprisingly good deductive reasoning. If he left a note or something, we might have to rethink this whole thing, but I believe I have a solid theory. It's not necessarily a good thing, but I think it's accurate. Well, are you going to tell us, or will you leave us in suspense like those anime you watch? I'm flattered you paid attention for once, Issei said sarcastically. But no. All right. Remember, this is all just conjecture based on probability, logical reasoning, and assumptions from not necessarily reliable sources. That doesn't sound reassuring. Michael pointed out, sounding somewhat worried. It doesn't need to. I think you'll agree with me. Anyway, here it is. Kokabil is a combat-loving warmonger. He craves conflict, right? So, it stands to reason that he and Azazel do not get along. Since Shemhazai agrees with Azazel, Kokabil is stuck in peace. He can't convince the leadership to return to war, so he needs to wait for another faction to initiate conflict. That hasn't happened yet, so now it's up to him to reignite the war. He steals the Excalibur fragments, powerful weapons revered by the church. What does he want to do with them? He wants it known that the fallen angels stole them, so he hinted at their involvement by making himself visible. This makes the angel faction aggressive towards the fallen angels. It was a member of the cadre, so us believing that it wasn't done with the leadership's knowledge isn't something we'd easily accept. It would be different if a low or mid-class fallen angel stole 1 fragment seeking glory, but no. This is a cadre stealing 3. Kokabil knows we couldn't overlook that, so we'd now be forced into conflict with the fallen angels. With that conflict set up, he takes the swords to Kuo, a known devil territory, and home to Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, 2 pure-blooded heiresses of surviving pillar families. What comes next? He eliminates them with the holy swords. Taking out the 2 devil heiresses in devil territory will enrage the devils, forcing them to retaliate against the fallen angels, but not just them, they would also retaliate against us. We failed to protect such powerful weapons, so whether we committed the acts or not, we would be indirectly responsible. Holy weapons of that caliber are extremely effective against devils. Now the devils and the angels are angry at the fallen angels. The fallen angels are forced into combat with the attacking parties, and the angels are defending themselves against the devils while attacking the fallen angels, reigniting the 3-way war and freeing Kokabil from punishment, as Azazel will be unable to remove one of his strongest warriors in a time of war. You know, sometimes I think you're secretly a genius and just act dumb all the time, Michael chuckled. I can fully support your theory. What you might not know is that Surzex Lucifer is Rias Gremory's brother and is known for being overprotective of her. Seraphal Leviathan is Sona Citri's sister and is even more protective. Their deaths would send those 2 on a rampage that could leave this world in ruins. 2 of the 4 demon lords are overly protective of their sisters? Issei deadpanned. You've got to be kidding me. No. Michael shook his head. I disappear for a few thousand years, and this whole world falls apart. Yahweh grumbled. Now comes the next question. What do we do about this? Issei asked. Can't you? No, Issei. Fighting Kokobile is just as dangerous. A seraphim battling a cadre on devil territory is just as likely, if not more likely, to start a war. This is an extremely delicate situation. I'll go back and run your theory by Lord Regel and the rest of the seraphim and get back to you by Sunday. You'd better hurry. I have a bad feeling about all this. Thank you so much for all your help. Just don't forget, Issei said before he left. Once this is all over, I'm making myself known to heaven. I understand, Michael nodded before teleporting away. What kind of a mess have we gotten into now? Issei groaned. It was now Saturday afternoon, and Issei was preparing to leave for his date with Yuma. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Yahweh questioned. Absolutely. Besides, even if I wasn't sure, it's too late now. Not showing up would just give her more reason to be upset with me. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. I know. You really are obsessed with that guy. You're the one who told me to study great leaders. He's my personal favorite. The master of all things war is the favorite leader of peace-loving Issei Hyoudou? I'm aware of the irony. Issei finished dressing and prepared to set off. Off to your date, honey? Mickey asked him. Yep, he nodded. Okay, just be careful, alright? And make sure you stay safe and come back home. Call us when you're on your way back and don't be too late. Make sure you use protection if the two of you. Issei shouted, his face turning red. I'll be fine. Please stop. I might need to get a calculator for all these sin points you're racking up. Running out of room in here. Be quiet. Make sure she's a keeper, Issei. Don't start on those grandchildren too soon, got it? Goro added, ruffling his son's hair. Now go make your dad proud and spread the family name. You are both so inappropriate. Issei groaned. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Bye, Issei, they both waved as he left. Young love, Mickey sighed. Issei and Yuma planned to meet downtown near the shopping area for their date, and Issei had just arrived at the corner. Good, right on time, he thought to himself. He stood there for a few minutes, casually waiting for her arrival, when someone carrying flyers approached him. She was a tall woman dressed in a bat-like outfit with striking makeup. Make your wish come true, she said, handing him a flyer. Issei inspected the flyer, which featured a magic circle and the text, "Make a contract with a devil and make your wish come true." On the back were instructions on how to use the contract, accepted payments, and rules for the wishes, such as no wishing for inappropriate favors or harming innocents. I'll have to ask Rias about this. Issei thought, tucking the flyer into his pocket. Issei, called a cheerful voice running up to him. Issei, I'm here. There you are, Yuma. I was beginning to think you didn't want to see me, he teased. Of course I did, she replied, blushing slightly. You haven't been waiting too long, have you? Not long at all, just a few minutes, he said, extending his hand. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Okay, she smiled, taking his hand and laughing as he pulled her along. Where are we going? Well, what better first date than going shopping? You get to pick out a bunch of stuff, I get to pay for it, and we can talk. Issei grinned, keeping pace with her. Where do you want to go first? Oh, I really don't know. How about over there? She suggested, pointing to a clothing store. Sounds good to me. Issei smiled, holding her hand as they walked toward the store. They chatted amicably as they walked, and it turned out Yuma was quite the fashion enthusiast. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she picked out clothes, and Issei chuckled at her enthusiasm. She even put on a mini fashion show for him, with Issei pretending to be the paparazzi, snapping photos with an imaginary camera while she posed in various outfits. Yuma insisted she would pay for everything, but while she was changing back into her normal clothes from her final outfit, which she decided she didn't like, Issei quickly ran over to the cashier with the keep pile and purchased the items. Issei! Yuma whined when she finally caught up with him just as he finished buying the clothes. I told you I was going to pay for everything. Did you? I don't remember you saying that, Issei replied, pretending to be confused. I'm serious. I wanted to buy those, she complained, but her smile betrayed her. I suppose you can pay for them, Issei mused, thanking the cashier and walking out with the bag. Or we could go get something to eat while I try to change the subject. As long as you let me. Of course, I'll have to buy lunch too, Issei reasoned. It's only natural. I'm just a lowly peasant attempting to court such a lovely angel. There's no way he could know. Yuma thought, feeling a twinge of panic. Why would he go with me if he knew? It has to be a coincidence. All a coincidence. I just have to finish him off and then I'll be safe from him. I think you're going too far with the hints. She's second-guessing herself, Yahweh noted. Yeah, you're probably right, Issei admitted. Well, come on. You picked the store, so do you want to pick the restaurant or should I? Alright. Well, I picked first, so I guess you can pick next, Yuma replied. Alright, let's go, he grinned, grabbing her hand again. They spent the rest of the day enjoying various stores and entertainment areas. Yuma even teased Issei by suggesting they go into a shop that momentarily flustered him, much to her amusement. By the end of the day, Yuma requested to go to the park, which Issei was more than happy to oblige. He had thoroughly enjoyed his time with Yuma, cherishing every moment spent with her, and much to her surprise, Yuma felt the same. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, Yuma told herself repeatedly, mentally preparing for what she knew she had to do. Hey Yuma, Issei said, can you do something for me? I can do wait, that's my line. Yuma thought. What is it, Issei? Sit down and close your eyes, he instructed, patting the edge of the fountain in the park. She hesitated for a moment before complying. Issei reached into his pocket and pulled out a box containing a necklace he had purchased while Yuma was in the restroom. He had told her he forgot something in a different store, but he was actually buying her a gift. It was a silver chain necklace with a small heart ornament adorned with angel wings. As soon as Issei saw it, he knew Yuma needed to have it. All right, open. What did, she gasped, looking at the necklace in his hand. Issei, can I put it on you? She didn't reply, just nodded in shock at the gift. It looks beautiful, Yuma. She looked down at it as Issei sat next to her, gazing up at the night sky. I can do this, I can do this. I can. I can't do this. I can't do this. Yuma, Issei said softly, pulling her into his arms. You don't even realize, do you? You're crying. Crying? She thought in shock, reaching to touch her face. Sure enough, tears were streaming down her cheeks. Yuma, what happened to you? He asked gently as she buried herself into his chest. You don't have to hide from me, you know. I've known the whole time. You're a fallen angel. Yuma is your old name from before you fell, isn't it? She pulled back, a mix of shock and fear in her eyes. How could he? Sure, it'll be okay, Yuma, he insisted, pulling her closer. I know that whatever you're trying to convince yourself you can do, you don't truly want to. You brought me here tonight to end my life, didn't you? Yuma's heart raced, fear gripping her. Issei, she's scared. Poor thing is terrified, Yahweh said with a hint of sadness. I'm not going anywhere, and I promise I won't hurt you, Issei declared firmly. No one is going to harm my Yuma. She felt a rush of warmth in her cheeks but managed to calm down a bit as tears continued to flow. You sound like a dragon, Yahweh remarked dryly. Could you tell me what happened, Yuma? There's a lot I know, and I sense you want no part of it. I'm genuinely worried for you, but I can't help if you won't talk to me, okay? He said softly, gently stroking her back. Do you think you can share with me? Yes. Yuma sniffed as she sat up. It's all true. I was told to end your life. I used to be an angel, but a long time ago, I fell. I always admired Azazel as an angel. So, when he and the rest of the Grigori fell, I was lost. I wanted to follow him, but I didn't want to fall. I wanted to stay in heaven with everyone else. One day, I went to visit him, and another fallen tried to take me, to capture me and use me for their own purposes. So, I defended myself. His partner found me there, and in my panic, I acted out of fear. And I hurt her too. It was a tragic mistake born from my fear. So I fell. Azazel took me in after I told him I chose to fall to follow him, and I never revealed what I did. Yuma, he whispered, pulling her into a tighter embrace. I'm so sorry. I wish you never had to relive that. Before you ask, I couldn't forgive her. Not because her actions weren't forgivable, but because returning an angel to grace is a long process that starts with the fallen one. The war began before she had a chance, if she would have taken it at all. Yuma is a victim of fear and circumstance. I may not have your detective skills, but I would bet that Kokabeel or whoever is behind this is blackmailing her with knowledge of her past actions, and she's terrified of what others would think if they found out. Besides, any cadre member could easily take her down, regardless of her status. I know. It may seem idealistic to hope for such a thing. But I'm different from you. I will be idealistic because Yuma deserves forgiveness, and I will give it to her. No matter what it takes. Yuma? Do you trust me? What? She asked, looking up at him. Do you trust me? He repeated, taking one of her hands in his. I can help you. I just need you to trust me. She hesitated. She hadn't trusted anyone in a long time, but at this moment, what did she have to lose? If he was lying, she could be in danger. If she returned to Kokabeel, the outcome would be the same. She felt utterly lost. Yuma, there's always time before you've fallen too far. I do, she said softly. I do trust you. Heavenly crown, he spoke in a regal tone, releasing his 5 pairs of shimmering golden wings. And his radiant crown that replaced his usual halo, filling the park with a divine light as he reinforced the barrier he'd activated while she had her eyes closed. What? What are you doing? She began to panic but was instantly calmed when Issei pressed his forehead against hers. Shut out, everything's fine. Just trust me, okay? No matter what, I won't ever hurt you, Issei said, somehow making her feel safer than she had ever felt before. Balance breaker, hand of God. An immense holy aura washed over her as Issei shone even brighter than before, his outfit transforming into one reminiscent of Archangel Michael's. He donned golden, armored shoulder plates and flowing holy robes. His shimmering golden wings enveloped her, creating a cocoon of feathers and divine energy around them. His eyes glowed softly, lulling her into a sense of peace and safety, as if, as long as she stayed here with him, nothing could ever go wrong. Nothing would ever hurt her again. Well, this is interesting, God mused. I am the Lord your God, who established righteousness so that the strong should not harm the weak. Issei began to chant as the holy aura started to condense around them. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. By my name as your Lord and Holy Father of Heaven, you, Yuma Amano, are forgiven. A speechless Yuma Amano watched as her wings emerged from her body, and the holy aura flowing from Issei entered her wings, slowly cleansing the dark feathers and transforming them. A feathery, pillowed white. A small halo began to shine above her head, glowing with a divine light. Her plumage shimmered in the moonlight as Issei smiled at her. Soon after, though, the power began to overwhelm her. She felt dizzy, and her body ached as if a battle raged within her soul. Eventually, she collapsed to the ground, her weary body unable to withstand the foreign sensations any longer. Yuma! Yuma! Issei panicked, dropping his sacred gear and shaking her gently, trying to rouse her. What happened? Her pulse. It's slowing down. Yahweh! Help me! I told you, Issei. Forgiving an angel isn't that simple. You managed to bypass the system, which is quite impressive, but you couldn't fully control it. Once you lost control, the system began to resist your aura within her. All of those things, but above all, you possess the kindest and gentlest soul I have ever seen. Everything you do is for the sake of others, and you truly live by your beliefs. Even if I have my doubts, I can't hold you back. Go on, Issei. Save the girl. She deserves it. Thank you, he whispered, tears welling in his eyes. He removed one of the cards and placed it over her chest. Issei, invoke the grace of the Lord, to invite you among the ranks of heaven. Join in singing his praises and guard the land he created. Become a guardian of heaven and serve me as my 10, the 10 of crowns. The card began to glow white before sinking into Yuma's chest, causing her body to shimmer briefly. A tattoo appeared on the back of her hand, showing the number 10 above a sparkling white crown. Her breathing steadied as she slowly opened her eyes, and the tattoo vanished from her skin. Good job, Issei. I'm proud of you. Today you've learned a lesson many fail to grasp. A good man makes mistakes. A great man makes mistakes and fixes them. That is a truth that will never change in the endless expanse of time, Yahweh praised. Issei? Yuma whispered, looking up at him as he sat beside her, holding her hand tightly. What happened? What should have happened long ago? Yuma, what should have happened long ago, he answered, leaning down to gently kiss her forehead. Before you fall asleep, who sent you after me? Kokabeel, she murmured, her eyes beginning to drift closed again. I thought as much, he grimaced. Don't worry, Yuma. I'll take care of everything. You're safe now. As long as I can do something about it, no one will ever hurt my Yuma again. Issei, she whispered before surrendering to exhaustion. Now, Issei said, lifting her like the delicate angel she was. Let's get you home. Where exactly do you plan on taking her? Where do you think? My place, of course. I look forward to you explaining to your parents why you're bringing your unconscious girlfriend back to your house. Yahweh grinned. Whose mind is full of desire now, huh? It was certainly an interesting conversation, to say the least. Issei arrived home to find his mother panicking over how late he was, her worry escalating when she saw the unconscious girl in his arms. His father gave him a thumbs up, which embarrassed Issei to no end and sent Yahweh into fits of laughter, while his mother grilled him for every detail about what had happened with Yuma. He managed to convince her not to pry too much into Yuma's personal life, but after explaining the situation, his mother playfully hit him on the head and then hugged him, saying that even though he was an idiot, she was extremely proud of him. Beep. Beep. Ezra 10, beep. Beep. Arise, for it is your task, and we are with you, be strong and do it. Beep beep. Yuma woke, confused. As she opened her eyes, she realized her surroundings were unfamiliar, and there was an alarm clock that she felt an inexplicable dislike for. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a light spear to silence it, satisfied that at least one problem had been resolved. She set out to figure out where she was, how she had gotten there, and why she felt so different. Come to think of it, why was she in this form? Normally, her fallen angel form would return whenever she was asleep. A soft knock came at the door. Yuma? Are you awake? I'm coming in, okay? My eyes are closed, Issei said as he entered his own room with his eyes shut. Issei? She asked, confused. What was he doing here? Are you dressed? He inquired. Yes, she blushed, wondering if they had crossed any lines. How are you doing? He asked, sitting beside her and gently holding her hand. Where am I? And what am I doing here? She questioned. Try to remember. Think about last night, he encouraged, holding her hand firmly. Last night that they had their date. It was a lot of fun, she recalled. They spent the whole day together, and Issei insisted on paying for everything, no matter how she tried to distract him. Afterward, she took him to the park near the fountain, where she had intended to harm him. The thought alone made her feel ill. Then he gave her that necklace. Issei noticed her absently reaching for her chest as if searching for something. I hope I didn't lose it, she thought. What happened after that? Her eyes widened as memories flooded back. He told her he always knew she was a fallen angel, that it was her mission to bring him there and harm him. Yet he said he didn't care. He believed she was a good person and that he would protect her. She remembered sharing her story how she fell from grace in fear and shame. And then that he did something she couldn't quite comprehend, and her wings transformed, becoming white, and then nothing. I take it you remember now? Issei asked, smiling. Whoa. Slow down. Yuma launched herself at him, burying herself in his embrace as he hugged her protectively, chuckling softly. I don't know what you did or how you did it but thank you. Of course, Yuma, he replied quietly, pulling back slightly. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the necklace, placing it back around her neck and gently pressing the ornament to her chest. I think you were looking for that, weren't you, Yuma? Did you destroy my alarm clock? Her face turned a deep shade of red as she tried to apologize. I did, but I didn't mean to. I swear it was an accident. I'm really sorry, Issei. I truly am. You really are an angel, he exclaimed, picking her up and squeezing her. Finally. I hated that alarm clock so much, but I couldn't get rid of it because of a silly bet. You're the best. I say, she squeaked. He put me down. Oh right. Sorry, he chuckled, setting her back on the bed and scratching his head awkwardly. I just really hated that clock. I'll just make another bet with you so you have to get another one, Yahweh shrugged. Mark my words, Issei, you will have my alarm clock. Who was that? Yuma asked. There's a lot to explain, Issei chuckled sheepishly. And quite a bit I have to apologize for, so let's go have breakfast so I can feed you before you try to harm me again. This was his worst idea yet. A terrible idea. Why did he do this again? He had no idea. He just knew that he shouldn't have done it. His mind had betrayed him. What was the point in continuing if his brain would give him ideas like this? Why did he bring Yuma downstairs? So, this is the girl, his father asked. She's definitely a cute one. I'd say she's a keeper. Dad! Issei groaned, while Yuma turned bright red in embarrassment. Now dear, scolded Mickey. I'm sure Yuma is very nervous right now. I mean, she's meeting her true love's parents after spending the night in his bed. It's understandable that she'd be a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, Yuma dear. Neither of you are helping at all. Issei complained as Yuma tried to stay slightly behind him to hide her flushed face. Yuma is just very confused right now. Could you two please go upstairs so I can talk to her? Now, just because you're going to be in charge of heaven soon doesn't mean you're in charge of us, Mickey chastised. He's what? Yuma thought to herself. We'll go upstairs when Michael gets here. For now, I want to get to know my future daughter-in-law. We just met this week. And she only asked me out so she could eliminate me, Issei defended. She did what now? His mother asked. Did I forget to mention that part? He chuckled awkwardly. I know you have moral standards, but you may want to cast one of those memory adjustment spells if you want to live, Issei, Yahweh suggested. Ding dong. Looks like you two have to go upstairs. That's Michael. Bye-bye. Issei told them, pushing the two toward the stairs. Off you go. Chop chop. We're not done talking about this, Issei. Mickey scolded. We'll be back. That's what they all say, he mumbled to himself, quickly heading to the door. Morning, Michael. You have news for me? Good morning to you as well, Issei. May I come in? Michael smiled. I hope that smile means something good. Sure, come on in, he gestured. Thank you, Issei. I wouldn't say necessarily something good per se, more of oh? Who's this? Michael asked. Michael? Yes, father. When was the last time you checked the system? I believe it was yesterday evening before dinner. I had paperwork to do so I could come to meet with Issei this morning. Why do you ask? You're in the clear, Issei. Quick, come up with something convincing while I distract him. You realize you just said that out loud, right? Issei deadpanned. All right, Michael, this is Yuma. Yuma, this is Archangel Michael. Before either of you flip out, I'd like us all to sit down at the table. Sound good? Good. Yuma followed his lead, which involved him guiding them into the dining room and into seats while she opened and closed her mouth, trying to understand why the Archangel Michael, the second in command of heaven, was currently here and talking with Issei as if they were good friends. All right, Yuma, I'm sure you probably remember Michael, though Michael may not remember Yuma. I'll try to explain. Come on, Michael. You remember Yuma. She was the one that always followed Azazel around, remember? She was so little then. Look how she's grown. Yahweh spoke with pride. That sounds familiar, though I can't say I remember her. I'm truly sorry, I'm not as good as Father is with names, Michael apologized. Father? Yuma asked. Alright, first why don't I explain who, or I guess what I am, to you? Yuma, pay attention, okay? And don't freak out. Ready? Alright. So, you are aware of the system of sacred gears and Longinus. There are 13 known Longinus. However, there are 15 Longinus that God actually made. I'm currently the wielder of one of the 2 undiscovered ones. Are you following? Yuma nodded. Good. Alright, so the sacred gear I possess is known as Heavenly Crown. You've heard of the boosted gear and divine dividing, I'm sure? This is rather similar to those. However, instead of hosting the soul of one of the 2 heavenly dragons, mine hosts the soul of the God from the Bible. Yuma's mouth opened in shock. So Yudin soul, God of Father, she sputtered out. It's been a long time, Yuma, Yahweh greeted. Don't worry, Issei's a great host. Looks like someone's getting soft on me, Issei teased. Quiet, brat. Okay, you with me so far, Yuma? She nodded. Good. So, Michael, on Monday, Yuma invited me out for a date. We went yesterday, and I figured out from our recent discussion as well as her general actions throughout the day that the reason she invited me was to either eliminate me or capture me to get rid of any unknown variables in town for when Kokabeel came by. She was rather upset towards the end, to put it lightly, so I took a guess that it was the former, and it turns out I was right. So, Yuma is a fallen angel whose initial goal was to take you out of the equation for Kokabeel's attack? Michael asked as Issei nodded and Yuma looked down in shame. Now, I guess you'd figure it out eventually, Issei chuckled sheepishly. I kinda sorta got her story of how she fell, and I might have used my balance breaker to bypass God's system, and I kind of forcibly forgave her. Michael stared at him for the longest 30 seconds of Issei's life, a mix of confusion, shock, amazement, pride, anger, and disbelief on his face. Okay, he said slowly. So, you forgave Yuma by ignoring the system we have in place for fallen angels to earn their forgiveness, because you alone decided she deserved it? Yuma's eyes started to water as a worried look crossed her face. She was scared. What was going to happen to him? Would he fall like she did? Were they going to punish him? Would he be warmth? Once again she felt warmth. Issei had noticed her panic and took one of her hands in his, squeezing it reassuringly. I did. And I don't regret it in the least, he said confidently, making Yuma tear up even more. Unfortunately, that's not all. Alright, what did you do? Michael sighed. Oh, this is a big one, Yahweh chuckled. He accidentally hurt her. The idiot thought he was stronger than the system I created to run the world. You what? Yuma asked, looking at him in confusion, while Michael just shook his head. I don't know if I should be surprised or not, but Issei, why don't you finish the story though I think I know where this is heading? Yeah, he answered sheepishly. So, apparently bypassing God's system is really difficult. None of what I did should have been possible. After I forgave Yuma, I sort of lost control I guess. And the power I used to forgive her and the system rejecting it started to tear apart her soul a little bit. My soul? She shivered slightly, lightly grabbing her head in various places as if to make sure nothing was trying to escape. Don't worry, Yuma. You're perfectly alright. I just kind of broke a major rule to make sure that you didn't accidentally die, he admitted. So, I realized you were endangered and sort of used my brave saint card to bind your service to me and heaven until one of us should die. Idiot. Michael rubbed his face in annoyance. I'm really sorry. I just thought I couldn't live with myself if you died after I promised not to hurt you. If you want to hate me, I understand. I essentially forced you to become my servant, so, if you want, I won't ever order you to do anything. Even if I lose my deck because of it, you can do whatever you like and hit me or hate me or do anything you want. I'm really sorry. Issei was cut off by giggles from Yuma. She kept giggling until she broke out into laughter. Oh no, I did so much damage to her brain she's broken. What am I going to do? He's an idiot, Yahweh confirmed. Issei, you dummy, she giggled more. How could I possibly hate you? You saved my life. You made my dream come true. I'm an angel again. I've wanted to go back to heaven for as long as I can remember. What is there to be even slightly angry about? What do you mean? I forced you into this situation. That's one of the worst things I could have possibly done. So? I would be dead if you hadn't saved me, Issei. Even if I was bound to you, I owe you everything. Besides, why wouldn't I want to serve you? I get to spend my life helping heaven and the person who did so much more for me than anyone else has ever done? That's the best gift I could have ever asked for, she smiled. I guess you could say you bound me, but I don't really care. I haven't known you very long, but just from what I've seen, and from what you've said, I don't have anything to worry about. For whatever reason I feel safe when I'm with you. Safer than I've ever felt before. I'll stay with you, say, forever. Or at least as long as you'll have me by your side. Yuma, he said, eyes wide. Hopefully she can teach you more about women. You struggle with talking to them, Yahweh said. No, I don't. Issei snapped back. So, your God? Yuma asked. How exactly are you inside of Issei? I don't mean any disrespect, my lord, I'm just just ignore me. I'm probably just. Now, my child. All will be explained in due time. And for all intents and purposes, I'm not God anymore. I'm just the soul of the heavenly crown. That title fell from me long ago. You may call me Yahweh or Father if you wish. Yes, my low father, she said, slightly uncomfortably. I like this one, Issei. You'd better be good to her. Especially if you plan on getting one of those harems you seem to talk about so much. I do not talk about harems all the time. Issei shouted, blushing. You talk about them all the time. You and my parents. I've never given my opinion one way or the other. You do realize that I'm in your soul, right? And you've allowed me to view your mind more than once. That's just .no comment. Alright, I think we should move on, Michael interrupted. I'll come up with a suitable punishment for you later, Issei, but for now, let me tell you what I came here for. Right. Sorry. Yuma, just so you know, please don't share anything we talk about outside of this room unless explicitly given permission by myself or Issei, who is now, essentially, your direct superior for all matters in relation to heaven. Understood? Yuma nodded quickly, straightening herself up to what she hoped was a more presentable position. But now, under your theory, which is the assumption that Kokabeel is coming to Kuo to reignite the war. Hold on a second, Michael. We have Yuma here. We can just confirm everything with her. Will you answer some questions about what your group is doing here, Yuma? Issei asked. Of course, she nodded. Anything I can do to help. Alright, so, you already confirmed that Kokabeel is in charge. The theory I came up with is that Kokabeel stole Excalibur's rapidly, nightmare, and transparency in order to provoke the Heaven faction. He plans to bring them to Kuo to eliminate the two devil heiresses with the swords in order to reignite the war. Is that all correct? You figured out all of that? How? Yuma asked, bewildered. That's most of it, that I just don't understand how you. Detective work is kind of his only real talent, Yahweh shrugged, earning a giggle from Yuma. JRK. Issei grumbled. Anyway, is there anything else that I missed? And can you confirm my theory? That's almost all they told me. The only other thing I know is that we're supposed to have a sacred gear delivered here soon. I think it was a nun that was excommunicated. I guess Kokubile arranged for her to be transported to Kuo so we could extract her sacred gear to strengthen our forces, she admitted. But I don't really know anything else. Excommunicated nun, he muttered. That's too coincidental to ignore. The Holy Maiden had twilight healing, right, Michael? Yes, she did. And yes, they did excommunicate her. In all likelihood, Kokubile used a fallen angel to come to her aid in her time of need. In reality, he's just tricking her so he can eliminate her for her sacred gear. Wait, we have to eliminate her to take the sacred gear? They just said it was a ritual. Yuma asked in shock. Well, it is a ritual, but the ritual kills the host, Michael explained. So, that I'm part of a conspiracy to harm even more people, huh? She looked down in further shame. Close, but not quite, Issei said. You were a part of a conspiracy to harm more people. And when you were part of that conspiracy, it was unwilling participation. Besides, you're with me now, so none of that matters, right? How can you say none of that matters? She snapped, surprising him that the timid girl seemed to be gone. I tried to kill you. The only reason I asked you out was so I could kill you and bring your body to Kokubile. Then I would have harmed a nun to steal her sacred gear for myself. Then I thought I would have used it to hurt even more people. To kill even more. Yuma, he said softly, embracing her tightly as she once again started to cry without realizing it. With every decision you make, there are consequences. There are results and changes to everything around you. Choosing to have coffee instead of tea could end up saving the world, theoretically. I'm not completely lost. Yahweh admitted. So yes, if you had gone through with harming me, maybe all of that would have happened. Maybe you would have become cold and heartless. But you know what? You didn't. You couldn't. No matter how hard you tried to convince yourself to harm me, you couldn't do it. To me, that means that none of those other things matter. You made the choice to allow me to live, and in turn, I made the choice to forgive you. And I will always choose to forgive you, Yuma, he reassured. That part of you capable of causing harm to innocence? It's not there. It will never be there. I'll always keep it at bay. You already said you'd stay with me. Something that didn't happen doesn't change that fact, okay? So, don't make such a big deal out of it. You're safe, I'm safe, and you can help us protect all those people who could be in danger, and that's all that matters. Yuma continued to cry into Issei as he rubbed her back. Is that everything, Michael? Almost. Firstly, you can't go to heaven until we resolve this whole situation with your deck. I don't really want to explain her return without the forgiveness process. Also, I was going to tell you that the Holy Maiden will be in Kuo at some point this week. I'd like you to keep her safe. Do whatever you need to ensure she trusts you and feels welcome with you. I also want you to fully coordinate with the devils here. Between you and their peerages, I'm sure this threat can be averted. I'll contact Azazel again and tell him what we know. In addition, I'm sending you some reinforcements. They'll arrive sometime this upcoming week, Michael explained. What aren't you telling me? Issei asked suspiciously. Well, that's all I have time for. I'll leave you two alone. Looks like you have some work to do, he said as Yuma whimpered slightly. You're lucky Yuma's more important than whatever it is you're hiding. Issei grumbled. I'll see you later, Issei. Don't forget, you aren't off the hook for anything, so don't expect it to go unpunished. With a wave, Michael left, returning to heaven. Crafty angel. Issei said mostly to himself. All right, Yuma. Why don't we get some breakfast? Yuma shook her head and hugged him tighter as he tried to gently pry her off him. I don't think she wants you to let go just yet, Yahweh chuckled. How am I supposed to get breakfast for us like this? He whined, standing up and carrying her with him. Warm. Yuma thought, burying her face into him again. Sit. Ahem. She cleared her throat lightly as he began to stir. Proverbs 12. Whoever works his land will have plenty of bread, but he who follows worthless pursuits lacks sense. Oh, what was that for? Yuma pouted, rubbing her head. Yuma, he exclaimed, startled as he scrambled to sit up. Why are you in my bed? Why did you hit me? I didn't. My alarm clock was destroyed. Why did you wake me up with a proverb? He asked, bewildered. Father told me that's how you like to be woken up, she said shyly. He didn't want to sleep by myself, so I came in here, and he told me you liked being woken up with his proverbs, so he gave me one to read to you. Ha! I told you. You will always wake up to my wisdom. Yahweh cackled mischievously. But this is just the beginning. Soon, everyone will wake up to denounce the sin of sloth. Mwaha. Why can't there be a mute button for my soul? Issei grumbled, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Just don't listen to Yahweh, okay? I do not like waking up to his proverbs. It was the worst bet I ever made. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again, okay? Please forgive me, she begged, holding her hands together. Relax, would you? He sighed, affectionately ruffling her hair as he moved to get up. Yahweh was just pranking me, and you happen to be the easiest way to go about it. I have to help you build your confidence, you know? You don't have to worry about disappointing me. I'm sorry. You're so cute, he gushed, hugging her warmly. Don't apologize so much, okay? You didn't do anything wrong. Okay, she squeaked. Now, he sighed, you have to go back to your own room. Why? Because I need to get dressed, you need to get dressed, and then we need to eat breakfast so I can go to school. What am I supposed to do? Well, you can stay here and get bombarded with questions from my mom. That's not a great idea. Unfortunately, it's our only option, he rubbed his face in annoyance. I love my mom to death, but she can be difficult with these sorts of things. Sorry about what you're about to go through. Wait a second, why can't I go with you? She asked, flailing slightly as he started to carry her to the door. Because you aren't enrolled at the school. If you really want to, I'll talk with Sona about getting you enrolled, but for now, you have to stay here. Now go get changed, he told her, gently nudging her toward her room. Okay, she said sadly, walking to her room. Issei shut the door and sighed for what felt like the 100th time. She really is adorable, but we have to work on her self-confidence and independence. Yes, you do. I enjoy spending time with her, but she needs to be able to do things without me too. It took 10 minutes to convince her to stay in the guest room until we could find her a more permanent living situation instead of sleeping with me, and she came in while I was asleep anyway. She's just so irritating? I thought you liked her? Yahweh asked, suspiciously. Sweet and adorable, he mentally groaned, finishing up putting on his uniform. That's the problem. She's just the sweetest thing. It breaks my heart to see her even a little sad or disappointed. But I can't feel like that just for stepping away long enough to shower. I see. Well, I'm sure you'll think of something. Hold on a minute. You don't have any suggestions for me? You're the worst, he deadpanned, leaving the room to find a smiling Yuma outside his door. Ready for breakfast? She asked. Sure, let's go, he smiled back. Issei was on his way to school, reflecting on everything that had happened over the past week. He had started attending public school, made a few friends, discovered his home was devil territory, uncovered a plan to reignite a devastating war, gone on a date with someone who had intended to harm him, saved that same person from a terrible fate, and broken several universal rules. Truly, fate had it out for him. Either that or he was in some sort of poorly written anime with questionable choices for main characters. It was probably just fate. Fate had always been a cruel mistress. He was expected to go to school and leave Yuma behind? With that terrifying creature known as a curious and protective mother? While she looked at him with those sad eyes and adorable pout that. No. The more you think about it, the more of a hold it has on you, he reminded himself as he crossed the bridge toward school. His special bridge where he had met Yuma for the first time. So, I see the girl failed to kill you, came a male voice from above. I was so distracted thinking about everything that happened, I didn't even notice. Damn it. Issei thought, jumping slightly before putting his guard up. Who are you? I take it you killed Rainier? You must be pretty tough to take down that girl, but you stand no chance against me. She may have had more power, but she was inexperienced and foolish, the fallen angel above him said, wearing a trench coat and black fedora that shaded his piercing gaze. I'm sorry to interrupt, but who's Rainier? Issei asked. You must have memory loss, boy. You can't even remember the name of the woman who tried to kill you, he sneered. Though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Humans always were lowly creatures. Oh dear, you mean Yuma, don't you? I suppose I would change my name too if I had to work with someone like you. He shook his head. Poor old man, didn't even know the real name of the woman he worked with. What was that? He barked. Listen here, Crow, Issei snapped. You're going to leave. You're going to go back to the Grigori and confess your crimes and accept any punishment they give you. In exchange, I won't harm you. Say, be careful, Yahweh warned. Yuma. I don't care. Cocky brat, aren't you? Just because you can extract information from some pathetic person like Rainier doesn't mean you can do anything about me. Says a lot about her that she failed though, doesn't it? Calawarner had no trouble with her target. He spoke with a mixture of cockiness and pride. What did you do? Issei roared. Did you harm another innocent? In case they were some sort of variable in your sick plan for war? I don't know who it was, brat, not that it matters. Some pink-haired individual who thinks she's impressive with a sword. Oh no. Yahweh groaned. You shouldn't have said that. Who was that? He asked, scanning the area. Show yourself. Your name, Issei spoke with a cold, emotionless tone. Give me the name of the first man I'll confront. Cheeky brat. It's the last name you'll ever learn. Donasik. Now, prepare yourself to face justice. Issei yelled, releasing his 5 shimmering golden wings and unleashing his holy aura. As repentance for your sins and crimes, I sentence you to face the consequences. May mercy find you. 5 wings. Donasik exclaimed in shock, stumbling in the air. I need to get out of here. Heavenly crown, Issei announced, replacing his halo with his holy crown. Chains of God. I can't move. Donasik thought in fear as he struggled to escape. No matter how hard he tried, he was trapped. Out of thin air, chains made of the brightest light he'd ever seen wrapped around his entire body, pinning his legs together and his arms to his sides. What did you do? What sort of holy magic is this? I have judged you, Donasik, for your sins. Your sentence is to be carried out. Now, I shall become your executioner, Issei declared in a regal tone, holding out his palm as he approached the frantically struggling Donasik. You can't do this. What on earth are you? Donasik yelled. I am the Lord thy God. Disappear, he said simply, pressing his palm to Donasik's forehead. The fallen angel began to scream and writhe as holy magic filled his being. His body slowly began to fail, its basic functions ceasing until he gave one final twitch and passed on. The ultimate divine punishment of angels, will of the executioner, taught to me by the Lord himself. Good riddance to a forgotten soul. Don't you think that was a bit too far? Yahweh asked as Issei rid himself of his wings and sacred gear. It was a quick resolution developed by you, to provide satisfaction to the wronged and mercy to the instigator. He was only in pain for a brief PRD, Issei answered, disregarding the question entirely. I need to get to the school. Don't lose yourself to wrath, child. Not because it's a sin, but because those who fall to wrath rarely come back the same as they once were. Issei ignored him and ran the rest of the way to school, avoiding passers-by without even a glance in their direction. All he cared about was finding out if she was safe. He arrived shortly after, one of the first there. Usually he got to school about 15 minutes early, which was when most students arrived. They had time to see friends, enjoy the schoolyard, or do other things they couldn't do during class. Since he sprinted most of the way, he was over 30 minutes early, so he resigned himself to wait. 5 minutes went by, and students started to file in at a slow pace. 10 minutes later, most of the students were there. 20 minutes passed, and no one else was entering as practically everyone was already present. 30 minutes in, the bell rang, but Issei wasn't ready to leave yet. 40 minutes later, he knew it was really true. He'd waited too long that he was too afraid of the consequences of acting. As a result, someone died. Because he was too scared, one of his friends died. The first person to talk to him, to be openly friendly to him, was gone because he was too concerned with politics. How would he tell Murayama? Should he tell her it was his fault? What about her family? The family that lost. Issei. Hey, Issei, came a voice running through the courtyard. What are you doing out here? Class started. Issei. Issei immediately sprinted over and wrapped his arms around her tightly. You're alive. What's gotten into you? Put me down, she squeaked, trying to wriggle out of his grasp. Are you hurt? You're okay? You are Kates, right? Turn around. No, wait, stay still. I need to make sure you're fine. Moving could make things worse. What are you talking about, Issei? Stuff. What are you doing? This is inappropriate, she exclaimed as he tried to check her for injuries. You don't appear to have any. Wait a second, inappropriate? I'm not being inappropriate. Then why are you grabbing and inspecting me? Do you have some sort of a lower back fascination? Is that why you tried lifting my shirt? Or were you looking at my backside? I was not, he defended. I'm trying to make sure you don't have any injuries. Why would I have injuries, Issei? Think with your brain and not the inappropriate side. And to think, I thought you were better than this. You're a Catholic, I think. Act like it, she scolded. Hold on a minute, let me wait a second. He paused, narrowing his eyes and looking closer. Come with me. Issei. I just told you to oomph. She was silenced as he covered her mouth with his hand. I'm gonna need you to trust me and not say anything, okay? Can you do that? She nodded. But, follow me. After he took his hand off of her, he led her quietly up to the roof, avoiding anyone in the school. Now will you tell me why you're acting like this? Do I need to tell Murayama that you really are acting strangely? Dragging an innocent girl up to the roof? That is not what's happening right now. Issei defended. Sure seems like it, Yahweh said, crunching on what sounded like popcorn. What have I told you about eating in there? You better not get crumbs on my soul. What a strange sentence. God muttered to himself but was ignored. Okay. Deep breath, Issei. He told himself aloud. Kates is still alive. That's my question. Why are you alive? Are you saying you'd rather me not be alive? No, not at all. Have you met anyone suspicious lately? Have you had strange gaps in your memory? Have you had strange dreams of seeing yourself in danger? Have you sworn to yourself that something happened only to find out that no one else remembers it? Slow down, Issei. Kates sighed. One question at a time. No, I haven't met anyone suspicious, and I haven't had any gaps in my memory. I guess I did have a dream that felt real, though. Tell me everything that happened, every detail, he insisted. If I tell you, will you tell me why you're acting so whatever this is today? She asked angrily, putting her hands on her hips. Girls don't like being touched and inspected without their permission, you know. I apologize, but I was worried you were in danger, all right? Now, please tell me what the dream was about. All right, fine. I'm not some helpless damsel in distress, you know, she huffed. So, let me explain. I was coming home from the store when a woman approached me for help. She was quite tall and had striking blue hair. Her outfit was red and quite eye-catching. Anyway, she asked if I could assist her with something she needed to move in her car. She said it wasn't particularly heavy, just too large for one person to handle. Being the helpful person I am, I decided to follow her and lend a hand, she declared proudly. But once we were out of sight of others, she seemed different. I can't quite put it into words. Then, these enormous black wings appeared from her back, and she turned around with an unsettling grin. It was like something out of a movie. Then she said something to me and unleashed a burst of light that seemed to come from nowhere. Did anything else happen? Issei pressed, growing increasingly concerned. No, not that I remember. After that, I woke up. It felt like a very real dream, but that's all it was. My mom yelled at me for not going to the store, so I had to go out this morning. That's why I was so late, she admitted. But have another question that may seem inappropriate, so I apologize in advance, he said, taking a deep breath. When you woke up from this dream, were you without clothes? What? Were you without clothes? Did you not remember going to sleep or have memories of wearing anything before waking up? Were you spying on me? How do you know where I live? She yelled, covering herself with her hands. You really are a pervert. I was just joking before, but you oomph. Would you stop wriggling and yelling? Issei said, trying to hold her still. W. Don't lick me. What are you doing? Let me go, Issei. She backed away slowly. Please, Kates. Just listen to me. No. Were you really expecting me to just let you do inappropriate things to me just because I thought you were cute? I have class to get to. Please this is important. Please, just hear me out. Why should I? Because I care about your safety, he snapped before sighing. Listen, Kates, the world isn't what it seems. There are things out there that you would think only exist in nightmares. For every piece of this reality, made up of our individual knowledge and awareness, there is an endless expanse of what you've never seen. Issei, what are you talking about? She asked, backing away more, her voice trembling. You're scaring me. I'm not human, Kates, and you aren't either, he admitted. That dream you had? It wasn't a dream at all. It was real. Painfully real. Terrifyingly real. I'm sorry I couldn't stop it from happening. I had every chance to prevent it, but I didn't. So, for that, I apologize. If there's any part of you that can still trust me, just keep this quiet for today. Please. I'll explain everything to you after school and answer any questions you have if you'll just trust me one last time. I don't know what any of that means, Issei, she warned. But you'd better have a good explanation for doing these things to me. You don't get to use my trust to start crossing boundaries under the pretext of caring about my safety. Please. Fine, she yelled. Fine. This last time. I'll trust you. I expect a solid explanation. Like you said, I'm just really upset right now. I have to go to class. With that, she walked off. Wow, you handled that really poorly, Yahweh commented. Don't you think I know that? He snapped. I was just scared, okay? The description he gave. It was undeniably her. It couldn't have been anyone else. When she didn't show, I was certain. But then she came. She was alive. I couldn't think about anything other than making sure she was safe. She was my first friend my age since Irina. I didn't want. I couldn't lose her. Especially if I could have done something to stop it. I understand, Issei. Fear is a powerful force. Fear of losing something important to you. Fear of not being able to protect someone and fear that they'll resent you for failing them. As a leader, as a person, as an angel, and as a man, Issei, you will experience fear of all kinds. You will grow stronger because of that fear, but you must face it head-on with a clear mind and unwavering conviction. Your conviction, Issei, is your blade. If you keep it sharp and strike strongly and precisely, you can cut through anything, but if you let it dull, it will break, leaving you alone and defenseless. Remember this, Issei, and next time, you won't need to beg to regain the trust you nearly lost. Thank you, Yahweh. Thank you. Issei breathed out in relief as he collapsed to his knees. My skipping class? Such a naughty underclassman, Akino teased as she poured another cup of tea. Thanks, Akino, he said, taking the cup from her and sipping it slowly. So, what can I do for you, Issei? Rias asked from her desk. Over the past week, the two had developed a friendship. Issei had spent time in her clubroom, interacting and getting to know them. They still seemed wary as he was an angel, but they managed to get along amicably. Rias seemed the most willing to accept him as a comrade, while Kiba and Kaneko were more difficult. I'll ask straightforwardly, I guess. Are you the reason K-Tase is still alive, or is it Sona? He asked. How do you know about that? She asked, narrowing her eyes. It's a bit of a story, so get comfortable, he sighed. Issei recounted his meeting with Yuma and how she decided to come with him, bending the truth to say she just agreed to go with him instead of admitting that he used divine power to forgive her and then made her a brave saint. He explained discovering and confirming Kokobeel's plans with the Excaliburs and the danger they were in, as well as his confrontation with Donasek. I know it's a lot to ask, but K-Tase is my friend. The first one I've had in years. I just want to know what happened to her. That's a lot to take in, Rias admitted. To answer your question, yes. I've had my eye on K-Tase for a while now but haven't approached her. She's well known in the Kendo group and rarely alone, making it difficult to find an opportunity to ask her. Kaneko was following her the other day when a fallen angel attacked. I managed to bring her back as my second knight. So, she's in your peerage now? Issei asked. Yes. Thank you, he said, kneeling. Thank you so much for saving her. I owe you more than words can express. That's not necessary. I was happy to rescue her. In fact, Kiba should be bringing her here shortly. Rias waved him off, a small smirk forming as she thought about being owed a favor. But I will keep that in mind for the future. Before she arrives, I have 2 more things to say. Issei stood and faced her. Yahweh! On it. More sounds of hammers, crashing planks, and buzzsaws filled the air. Good to go. If you ever do anything to hurt her, Issei began, his tone serious and deliberate. As he spoke, his wings began to emerge, white and feathery like clouds. This time, they appeared one at a time, emphasizing his strength and making it clear that he was far beyond their reach. I will not stand by and let it happen. She may be your servant, but she did not ask for it. It is my fault that you were forced to intervene. If she is treated well, you have my loyalty. As muscle, as a diplomat, anything you could request that I can provide is yours. But should you harm her? Should you dare to hurt someone under my protection? You will understand why angels are feared by those who stray from the righteous path. Rias felt a chill run down her spine. What had once been a casual, friendly angel was now a formidable force. 5 pairs of shimmering white wings, radiating holy power, illuminated the room. His gaze pierced through her. Do we understand each other? Rias could only nod. Having an angel with my power on your side is not something to take lightly, Rias. President? I brought her, a male voice called from outside as the door swung open. President? Ah. Kate screamed. What is that? Everything's fine, Kiba. Rias stammered as Issei moved aside, still not facing the door. I'm perfectly safe. Don't forget that I'd like nothing more than to be friends, Rias, but those under my wings will be shielded from the storm. Issei spoke in a calmer tone as his wings receded and his halo faded. Issei? Kate yelled. What just happened? How did where? Now, Case, calm down, Issei said, walking past the stunned Akino. Remember you said you'd trust me one last time? That's why you're here. I just made. Let's call it a deal. To ensure nothing happens. If you want to talk when Rias is done, come find me. I sent you my address earlier. What did you do to our president? Kiba demanded, still trembling slightly. I offered her a choice. Her greatest wish or her greatest fear. I will stand by my beliefs, whether surrounded by devils or gods. Someday, Kiba, we will all celebrate the peace we've built by acknowledging the past we've left behind. With that, Issei walked out. Don't you think that was a bit too much? Yahweh asked. I understand the whole, treat her well, or else, idea, but really? We'll all celebrate peace by acknowledging each other's pasts. That's what you say? Not the best way to appear friendly. Don't give me vague, unrelated quotes. Say, Issei. Yuma exclaimed excitedly, jumping onto Issei's prone form and trying to snuggle him playfully. Oof. Issei grunted as her weight landed on him. What did I do to deserve all of this? It was now Wednesday, and Issei was having a less than pleasant week. He had to skip school yesterday because Yuma didn't want to let him leave, and Michael had come by with a mountain of work that would serve as his first round of punishment. Between those two things, he decided it wasn't worth going, so he stayed home. Unfortunately, that meant texting Kate to explain he was skipping due to the overwhelming workload and begging her not to be upset. He received the most terrifying reply he'd ever gotten, a simple K, from Kate, complete with a PRD. If you asked him what the most frightening experience of his life was, it wouldn't be the child-eating bugbear he had to face or the time he caught 2 chimeras in the act of causing chaos at a church when he was just 15. None of those compared to that chilling text. Maybe being with the devils wasn't such a bad thing for her after all. Today wasn't any better. After waking up to his new alarm clock reciting, the way of a sluggard is like a hedge of thorns, but the path of the upright is a level highway, which was apparently Proverbs 15 verse 19, he went to ask Sona about getting Yuma transferred into the school. Surprisingly, she agreed in exchange for Issei joining Rias on a stray devil hunt and owing Sona an unspecified favor. Not that she understood how much better off she was in this deal, but Sona essentially accepted a student into her school in exchange for a favor from him. She really was a devil. After that, he met with Murayama at lunch and asked her in front of a crowd to come with him alone, which did nothing to help the rumors about him seducing various people in the school. In his brilliant mind, he decided the best place to go was the Kendo clubroom, which gave Murayama access to various weaponry to express her frustrations when he tried to explain the supernatural happenings and the fact that he was indirectly responsible for Kate's death, resurrection as a devil, and her departure from the Kendo club. Murayama was more than happy to vent her frustrations on him, especially when he offered to train her. Apparently, he was now a patronizing best friend stealer, and she would be angry at him for all eternity, or something along those lines. Returning to classes with some fresh new bruises earned him little sympathy from Kate, who was still upset about him skipping school and training yesterday, and he faced some wonderful rumors about being beaten up by Murayama for various reasons. After all that, Kate decided they were going to train. Not after a brief moment of sweet respite with tea from Akino in the Occult Research Club, not after a snack from Yuma, who had been learning to cook from his mother, but right now. After giving him a determined look, Issei quickly complied and led her to his training grounds in the middle of an isolated forest, which did nothing for his reputation. Really, Issei? This is where we're training? Didn't you learn your lesson last time you dragged me to an isolated location? Kate complained. You're the one who asked me to train you. This is where I trained all my life, except for my time with Michael in Sixth Heaven, Issei informed her. Speaking of which, apparently Gabriel's been pestering him to convince me to visit her again or to tell her where I live so she can come visit me herself. That would not go over well right now. I have more than enough on my plate as it is. Watch it, Brett. That's my daughter you're talking about, Yahweh warned. Okay, Sensei, I'm ready to begin, Kate bowed. Sensei? Issei asked, surprised. Where did that come from? You're training me. Here, you're my sensei. Everywhere else, you're Issei. My idiot friend. I'm not an idiot. So many points. She'll pass you soon. Yahweh exclaimed. Do you have a new point counter or something? Issei asked. I'm used to points being bad. Of course, all these women in your life get points. The more points they have, the more I approve of them entering your harem, Yahweh explained as if it were obvious. You have a harem, sensei? Pervert. I do not have a harem. I fail to see how it's my fault that a comical number of extremely attractive women display affection towards me. Plus sin points for pride. I give up. Issei groaned as Kate started to giggle. If you do start a harem, sensei, will I have to join? Whatever shall I do? I'm just a poor, innocent schoolgirl being forced to join her sensei's harem. Kate wailed. You're both horrible people, he complained as they laughed at him. Before we start, why do you want this training? What is your goal? Why do you want to become stronger? Well, I'm not sure really, Kate answered honestly, rubbing her arm. I guess so I don't have to worry about being killed again and to thank Rias for saving my life. And so you don't have to go threatening people on my behalf again. Those are some good starter goals, but you should come up with something that you really want. An ultimate goal in life. Remember, devils and angels don't exactly have short lifespans. You have millennia to accomplish anything you want. When we're training, think about what you want to do. Why did you choose to get stronger? She asked him. I want peace. I don't want to live my life fearing where I can go and what I can do without risking sending the world into chaos. I don't want my friendships to be limited to my faction. I want everyone I love and care about to not have to worry about me going to battle and not coming back. That's my wish. For this foolish, uptight world of ours to be stripped bare of its idiocracies, hypocrisies, and discrimination, and to be reborn as an era of righteousness. Is that even possible? And that just sounds like you want everyone to be Catholic. Not righteous in the way of the original God, but righteous as in good. I believe we are capable of both great good and great evil, and that everyone can look past our idiosyncrasies and shortcomings to find understanding about one another and bring about peace. I'm an idealist, a fool, and a naive child, but my beliefs are unwavering. After all, I have an eternity to prove that I'm right. I taught him well, didn't I? Yahweh bragged. You didn't teach me any of that. Don't claim the rights to my speech. Issei yelled. I'm impressed, Issei. Don't worry, I know it wasn't the old man that came up with all that, she winked. Very bold of you, girl, he grumbled. No one's foolish enough to really believe in all of that except you. I'll ignore that for now, he said, narrowing his eyes at her before taking a deep breath. Okay, if we're going to do this, we should do it right. From here on, I will be as objective and cynical as possible. My goal is not to go easy on you or be your friend, but to train you to your utmost limits and potential. This is your last chance to back out. There will be no safe words, no half-hearted efforts, and no breaks until I determine you've earned one. This is training for me too, as I will need to learn to resist the urge to help you when you start to struggle with my rigorous regimen. Are you 100% committed to this, Kate? If this is your way of trying to scare me off, you're not doing a very good job, she smirked. I can handle whatever you throw at me. Well then, let's begin. For a human, you're in remarkable shape, and your figure is quite adequate. We're supposed to be training Issei. Stop teasing me. However, if you let me finish, for a devil, you're rather lacking. Hey! Give me your arm, he said, grabbing her limb. For a human, this is fine. You have some muscle and tone with little fat. For a devil, this is not enough. There is far too much softness, and the muscles you do have are not as strong as they should be. If I were to strike your calf, it wouldn't hold up well. For a devil, you're easier to bruise than a ripe fruit. Are you following? Human standards and supernatural standards are night and day. Be grateful you're not a high-end delicate girl or a couch potato, or this would be much worse. You really weren't kidding about any of that stuff you said earlier, were you? No. Just like when I said that was your last chance to back out. You better be ready, Kate. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be able to break a training sword with 2 fingers, and others will envy your figure. But to get there, you're going to wish Rias had let that little fallen finish the job. Are you ready for this? Just so you're aware, I've never seen this side of Issei before. I'm no less afraid than you are, and I'm inside a sacred gear. You there? Stay focused or you're doing laps. Yes, sir. Yahweh shouted, rushing off to find something productive to do. Scary. All right, strawberry shortcake. Time to get going. How do you know about that name? She yelled in embarrassment. I hypnotized your parents so they could give me a list of all the most embarrassing nicknames you've ever had. Now defend yourself or prepare for a lot of pain. Issei shouted back, and thus began her training. Please make it stop. Kate panted. I'm so exhausted. This is nothing, Starburst, Issei said, sitting on her back as she collapsed in exhaustion, watching as Kate flushed even more. I did more than this when I was 10. You've been throwing light spears to me for over an hour, she groaned. And why are you sitting on me? I'm forcing your body to adapt to better ways of taking in oxygen. Is it working? No. Better try harder then. You're enjoying this, aren't you? There is a good chance that I don't mind sitting on you after I completely exhausted you. That's not what I meant, he yelped, losing focus long enough for her to shove him off and sit up. Everything hurts, she groaned. Well, we're done with your resistance and endurance training for now. That will continue for a long time before we start working on those weak muscles of yours, so don't think this was a one-time thing. Why me? Kate wailed into her palms. All right, here's a bottle of water and a cup of water, Issei said, filling the cup and handing her the bottle. What's the cup for? She asked before greedily drinking from the bottle. I'm going to pour it on your head, he replied simply. Kate coughed and sputtered on the water. Issei patted her back a few times. Don't pass out yet, we have more training to do. Gee, thanks. No, forget that, you are not pouring that water on my head, she protested. The water in this cup will be poured on your head whether you like it or not, Issei informed her. Now go sit under that tree. Why? So I can pour this water on your head. And how is pouring water on my head supposed to help me? You'll see when you sit under the tree. Or would you rather I throw more light spears at you? Those were only low-class level light spears. Hitting you with one directly wouldn't be lethal. Probably. I can use ultimate class ones. Maybe I should up the difficulty. I'll go sit under the tree, sensei. Good idea. Issei, what exactly are you planning on doing? Yahweh asked. I don't remember Michael pouring water on your head while training. Are you doing some sort of miniature version of the waterfall thing, or do you just want to see her with her shirt wet? I don't recall giving you permission to ask questions. When we're here, you refer to me as sensei. Is that understood? Yes, sensei. Now, I want 10 laps around my soul. Move it. Understood, sensei. Yahweh saluted as he started to run laps around Issei's soul. What a SLV driver. What was that? Nothing, sensei. That's what I thought. Issei approached Murayama, who was sitting under a tree and seemed to be catching her breath. How's the tree? Dry for the moment, she grumbled under her breath. Will you at least explain to me why you're going to pour a cup of water on my head? Maybe. Now, pay attention. Issei barked. Straighten your back against the bark of the tree. Your posture's all wrong. Straighten your spine. There, that's better. This is really uncomfortable, she whined. Now close your eyes, he instructed. I want you to clear your head entirely. Every bit of your mind should be completely empty. Think of absolutely nothing. Nothing? Absolutely nothing. Not the word nothing or the meaning of it. Your mind should be as empty as the dimensional gap when Great Red is on vacation. Nothing. Nothing at all, she mumbled. Now, that vast nothingness slowly morphs into a landscape. As the nothingness condenses, the land becomes vast. You start to picture yourself in the middle of the empty landscape. Kate made no reply. All right, now let's see if it worked, Issei said to himself, before splashing water over Kate's head. Ike, she squealed, startled back into reality. Issei, what was that for? You didn't succeed, so now you're wet. Your nothingness wasn't nothing enough. What does that mean? She yelled again, water dripping from her face. Here, Issei replied simply, tossing a towel at her. Dry off and try again. But why are you? Dry off and try again. You'll understand afterward. You asked me to train you, Kate. I may not be experienced, but I do know what I'm doing. Trust me. You won't improve this fast with anyone else. Kate whined a little but sat back down as Issei adjusted her posture once more. Alright, back to the beginning. Close your eyes. 3 cups of water and 3 outbursts later, Issei was trying for the final time. This better work, Issei. My shirt is completely ruined. Then take it off. Pervert. I told you. While we're out here, I am your trainer. My job is to be objective and efficient. If I told you to change and start doing cartwheels, I expect you to do it. If it's distracting you, take your shirt off. You are wearing a bra, right? Yes, I'm wearing a bra, she blushed. I just don't particularly want to change in front of you. Do as you wish, but this is our last try for the day. I have to get home soon, but every day until we activate your sacred gear will involve exactly what we're doing now. Ugh, fine. You win, pervert. If I catch you staring at me, she threatened but removed her shirt, revealing a pink sports bra. Happy now? I'll be satisfied when you unlock your sacred gear. Now sit. Posture. There, much faster than the last time. Now let's imagine absolutely nothing. Kate's mindscape. There was nothing. She couldn't see anything. Well, that was pretty obvious, considering there was nothing to see. How could she see something if the only something was nothing? Slowly, Issei's voice started to fade away, and she could no longer hear him as the nothingness began to condense. It slowly started to create some sort of form. It was a vast landscape, but other than that, it was difficult to describe. It was as if nothingness formed something. Her head hurt just trying to put whatever it was she was seeing into words, but she remembered what Issei had told her. Enter that landscape. So she tried. She imagined herself on the grayish ground, looking up at the strange endless void of blacks, blues, and purples. Soon she was successful. It was as if she wasn't imagining it anymore. She was really there in this landscape made from condensed nothing. Unfortunately, she didn't know what to do next. As far as she could see, there wasn't anything there. It just seemed to be an endless void. Kate, however, was determined and frustrated. She was determined to prove to Issei she had what it takes and determined to impress him. She was frustrated at failing so many times and having water dumped on her head for whatever reason he came up with. Whatever reason he wanted her to be here, she'd figure out, and she would prove herself to him. Hello, child, a disembodied voice spoke. Is that Yahweh? What are you doing in my head? Kate asked. I thought you were Issei's sacred gear. Do you wish for power, child? You know my name, why are you calling me child? And yes, I want power. State why you wish for power, child. Summon your conviction. Should your soul accept your desires as true, it shall reveal the power within. Why I wish for power? Kate muttered, thinking to herself. What would Issei say? That was the issue. She was thankful to Rias for saving her, thankful to Issei for standing up for her and protecting her. She was thankful for her friends for keeping her happy and her parents for raising her. But what did she want? Did she want power for the sake of having power? He'd probably say some sort of idealistic speech about world peace and the duality of man as it relates to the supernatural. She chuckled. But that's not me. So she thought even more. About her life so far. About what she wanted in the future. Her ambitions, her goals, and her desires. And then she realized. The one thing she wanted more than anything else. It's what she was known for, it's why she got up every day. It was simple now that she realized it. Why hadn't she thought of it before? I know why I want it, she declared confidently. I want power to make sure my friends stay happy. Everyone I consider my friend should smile as often as they can, and I want to be strong enough to protect their smiles. Your soul has accepted your desire, child. Step forth and take the gift I have given you. I am the Lord thy God. I bless you with this power so you may pursue what you consider to be righteous. The voice faded out and stopped altogether. When she turned, there it was. Finally, something. It was shining, a brilliant light within the expanse of darkness. She started to walk towards it. Closer and closer she got until she could barely see because of the blinding light. Step forth and take the gift, huh? She thought. To herself. All right then, here goes nothing. Deciding to take the plunge, she reached into the source of the brilliant light and felt something. It was cool and rough, not rough like sandpaper, but like leather straps. She gripped the object and pulled it from the light. As the object exited the light, she saw it. She had drawn a blade that remained in its sheath, which was black with traditional Japanese designs on it in red. She gripped the leather handle, which felt perfect, and pulled the blade from its sheath. It was a katana, but not an ordinary one. This one had 2 razor-sharp edges and revealed itself to be around 63 centimeters in length. As she swung the sword around, it shimmered in the vast landscape. The silver blade called to her as if it was always meant for her, as if she was born for this sword. Slowly, she put the blade back in its sheath. She closed her eyes almost instinctively and began to return to the realm of the living. Reality. Looks like she's back, Issei said aloud. Issei. Kate started. Why am I drenched? I'm going to catch a cold, you moron. Oh, relax. It was just 3 cups of water, he waved her off. And that whole thing about catching colds if you get too cold or too wet is just a myth. You'll be fine. Why did you feel the need to splash water on my head again, Issei? You're lucky our training's over, or I'd have you running laps. Now come here. Hurry up, he said, holding up a towel with his arms open for her. Or you could stay soaked if you'd like your choice. You're the worst, she grumbled as he wrapped the towel around her tightly. I brought you a change of clothes too, he said, smiling and holding up a small cardboard box. Don't freak out and think I'm a pervert, your parents got it for you. I didn't go through your things or anything. I should really be upset that you went and hypnotized my parents, you know, Kate sighed, enjoying the towel's warmth. It wasn't much. If it helps, I don't do that very often. I have moral standards about that sort of thing, but I had a feeling you'd need a new outfit, and I've only known you for a week and a half. Seems a bit early for me to be going through your things, don't you think? I can't believe I'm going to ask this, but I half expect you to have an answer. How long would you have to know me until that isn't weird? I just keep digging these holes for myself, don't I? Issei chuckled as Kate giggled. So, are you going to tell me why you kept splashing water on my head? She asked as he sat on the ground. Yeah, but sit down first, he said, patting the spot next to him. She sat, and he wrapped an arm around her. You seem cold. Gee, I wonder why. She rolled her eyes but accepted the gesture of warmth. It was to help your focus. If you noticed the water, you did it wrong? And you couldn't think of anything else? She deadpanned. Nothing else is as fun, he grinned. What did you see in your vision? It was strange. It was like nothing became a landscape, if that makes any sense. Then Yahweh was there, but he wouldn't really acknowledge me. That's just a preset. Essentially just a recording set up with the system. To activate it, your soul and desire have to accept one another. Whether your goal is to protect your family, create a harem of pink-haired swordswomen, or something else entirely doesn't matter. If your soul accepts it, you can unlock the gear. You're kind of an idiot, Yahweh. Issei sighed. Anyway, what was it you found? It was a katana of some kind. A beautiful, double-sided one, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, hold your arm out and make your hand like you're about to grab something, Issei instructed. Like this? She asked, following his instructions. Yep. Now, imagine that sword is real. Summon it to this plane. Should be easy now. That's it. Kate closed her eyes and envisioned the sword from her vision in her hand. Suddenly, she felt a strange sensation and closed her hand, only to find that the sword was now in her grasp. Well, there we have it. A beauty, that one, Issei nodded in approval. Yay, any idea what this is? Oh, I definitely remember that one, Yahweh nodded. That's probably the closest to being a Longinus without actually making the list. This is the Kagurasu Maru, a legendary sword of the Shinto gods. A man named Tsuneyoshi Murata once led an army against the first leader of Japan to seize power. In retaliation, the god Hachiman descended and challenged him to a duel. If he won, Hachiman and the Shinto gods would elevate him to the imperial throne and serve him until his death, but if he lost, he was to disband his armies and exile himself. Tsuneyoshi accepted Hachiman's challenge, and their fight became one of the most legendary bouts in history. In the end, Hachiman defeated him, but Tsuneyoshi fought so valiantly that he was offered a gift for his departure, a sword crafted in the heavens called Kagurasu Maru, known as the Sword of the Little Crow. Tales of Tsuneyoshi's might spread throughout the world, and warriors sought him out to challenge the one who nearly defeated a god. Tsuneyoshi fended off each challenger, sometimes facing scores of them at once, but he never lost. After years of defending himself, he returned to Japan to challenge Hachiman once more, not for the throne, but for the right to return to his homeland honorably. Hachiman accepted the duel, but this time, Tsuneyoshi emerged victorious. He achieved victory over a god and was allowed to return home. He may have been the greatest warrior of all time, perhaps rivaling even King Arthur himself. His blade wasn't a holy sword like Excalibur or Caliban. It was simply forged by the Shinto gods and received their blessing, making his accomplishments even more impressive. Upon his death, Tsuneyoshi offered the sword back to Hachiman, expressing his wish to find a worthy wielder to continue his legacy. Hachiman accepted his wish and entrusted the sword to me to place into a sacred gear. Wow! Keitase whispered, admiring the blade. That really is amazing, Issei agreed. Though it does mean I won't be able to train you for very long. Are you trying to get out of it again, Issei? If you really don't want to train me, I guess you don't have to. I just thought it would be nice to spend some time together, she said quietly. No, Kates. I actually really enjoyed training you. It was a lot of fun, he smiled. I wouldn't call that fun. I'm just not good with swords. I also can't teach you demonic magic. Can get you into great shape, work on your reactions, your pain tolerance, your awareness, and your instincts, as well as general information about the supernatural, but I can't teach you devil magic or sword combat. I'll help you find someone to teach you, and I'll even come to all your sessions if you want, but if I teach you sword combat, you'd probably end up worse off. You beat Murayama, she pointed out. I did, but she's a human. The standards are nowhere near the same. In a week of my training, I guarantee you could beat me in sword combat. I'm stronger, faster, and have better instincts than you when it comes to fighting, but you're already better with a sword. Once I get you into shape, I won't stand a chance in a direct sword fight. Alright, fine, she pouted. But don't rush to finish my training so you can get out of it, okay? Wouldn't dream of it, he grinned, pulling her closer. Now, get changed. I'll head over there, just yell when you're decent. You'd better not look, Keitase threatened, sticking her tongue out at him. Considering you still have the energy to tease me, I'll have to go even harder next time. You shouldn't have the energy to talk, let alone stick your tongue out like that. I was joking. Haha, she waved her hands in front of her quickly. Please. Stay and watch. I don't care, just don't make it any worse. Issei just laughed. XHBTNST. I'll head over there, thanks. Let me know when you're ready. Issei. She muttered, slightly embarrassed. I can't really stand up. Issei laughed even harder. Alright, fine. You win. Climb on. What are you doing? Just help me up. If you can't stand, I'll just carry you home. I have places to be. Chop chop, he instructed, turning his head from his spot kneeling in front of her. She nervously shuffled over and got on his back. Thanks for helping me, she said softly, letting out a sigh as he started to walk towards her house. Don't sweat it. I was going to offer to carry you anyway. I may not care about any rational sense of discomfort you might experience during training, but afterward, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Don't worry your tail there, Starburst. Stop calling me that. She blushed, making a half-hearted attempt to playfully push him away, finding no other effective ways to express her embarrassment while she was on his back. It's embarrassing. That's the whole point, he chuckled. The two continued to chat and tease each other as Issei carried her home. Thanks again, Sei. She smiled as he set her down. I have a debt to work off, don't I? No problem at all. You do, so don't you forget about it, she scolded. See you tomorrow? Tomorrow, he nodded before waving and walking off, with Keitase watching him until his figure disappeared against the early evening sky. Issei was walking through the park on his way home when he heard a feminine squeak from the other side of the fountain. He walked over to discover a girl with golden blonde hair and green eyes, the picture of innocence. She looked to be about his age and was wearing a nun's outfit with a veil and had been carrying a suitcase, which had fallen over alongside her. Needless to say, she's so adorable. Oh my God. Here he goes again, Yahweh groaned. Excuse me, are you all right? He asked her, kneeling down to get closer. Oh, you speak Italian? She asked, looking up at him with the most adorable look of hope he'd ever seen. Praise the Lord. He sent someone to guide me. Just look at her. You sound like a schoolgirl looking at a puppy. Yahweh deadpanned. And you're so enamored you're not even paying any attention. I do, yes, he smiled as he helped her up and retrieved her suitcase. And you're from the church? She gasped, noticing his rosary. He really does watch me. Thank you, Lord, it's as if an angel has come to guide me. Accurate, Issei nodded to himself. I'm Issei Hyoudou. What's your name? Oh, I'm Asia Argento, pleased to meet you, she bowed and smiled at him. That's you? He exclaimed. Well, this could not have gone better. I'm sorry, do you know of me? She seemed a little scared by that notion. You're the Holy Maiden, he smiled. Oh, she said softly, looking at the ground. That used to be. Yes. I'm sorry, could you give me directions to the church? But they're not very smart, are they? Issei hummed. Who lets their cargo walk around alone? You're an idiot. Cargo? I'm sorry, I should really get going, she smiled nervously. Could I have my suitcase, please? I did it again, didn't I? Sorry about freaking you out. I tend to get overexcited, Issei chuckled. Anyway, I can't take you to the church. Oh, that's fine. I'm sure I can find my way there myself, she said, still rather nervous. What's the best way to do this without making a scene? Issei pondered aloud. Why don't you just take her with you? Might as well go all the way, Yahweh drawled sarcastically. That's a great idea. A rescue in the name of justice. Issei exclaimed mentally, completely missing the sarcasm. All right, Asia. I'm taking you with me. Please follow me. I'll take your bag for you so you don't get tired from carrying it. It's official. I failed. You're taking me with you? She gasped, her face a mix of shock and uncertainty. Yes, now let's get going. Here, stay with me so you don't get lost, okay? Yes, Mr. Issei. Just please don't hurt me, she pleaded, following him. You're so adorable, he gushed. Thank you, Mr. Rescuer, sir, she blushed slightly. Could I ask where we're going? I'm taking you back to my house. Unfortunately, you'll have to share a room, but she's rather pleasant. I'm sure you'll get along great. A roommate? She asked curiously. At least I'll have some company. Thank you, Lord, for providing me some light in my time of darkness. Yes, and she's just as cute as you are. Now, let's go, he cheered, confident in his plan's success. You did what? Mickey yelled. I took Asia with me. Issei smiled, gently nudging the nun forward. Asia, this is my mother. Go on, don't be shy. Introduce yourself. Yes, Mr. Issei. My name's Asia Argento, she bowed nervously. It's lovely to meet you too, Asia. I'm sorry for my son being a complete idiot. You aren't being taken against your will, dear, she sighed. I'm not. Asia asked hopefully. No, Issei's just an idiot. I-S-ing, exclaimed another feminine voice, jumping at Issei and tackling him into a hug. You're back. Nice to see you too, Yuma, Issei greeted, patting her head. I want you to meet someone. This is Asia. She's going to be your roommate for a little while. I thought I wasn't being taken against my will, Asia spoke up meekly. Issei, why does she think she's being taken against her will? Yuma asked curiously. Because I failed as a mother and raised this idiot of a child, Mickey wept. Issei, explain to this lovely young girl what's going on before I send you to the next level. Yes, mother, he quickly replied, taking Asia and racing upstairs. It was now Friday. Kate had taken 2 days off from school, one due to illness, which was really just extreme soreness from Issei's training, and the second for her final kendo club match before she officially transferred to the occult research club. She and Issei were now eating lunch together in the courtyard while Issei recounted his meeting with Asia after he had left for the evening. Haha. Kate laughed, almost doubling over. I can't breathe. You really took her away, It seemed like a good idea at the time. Issei defended, turning away in clear embarrassment. How is taking someone away ever a good idea? She managed to say through her laughter. Oh sure, laugh it up. You won't be laughing tomorrow. Issei grumbled. Flashback. So, Mr. Issei, Asia asked meekly. Could you explain what's happening? Yeah, I probably should, shouldn't I? He chuckled sheepishly. I want to know too, Issei. Yuma exclaimed, running into the room and jumping on top of him again. Why did you take someone away? Oof, he grunted, being tackled onto his bed by Yuma. I'll explain once you're not on top of me. Sorry, she said quickly, climbing off and sitting next to him. Anyway, so, depending on how you define taking someone away, I suppose we did sort of take you, Issei explained, sitting up. Though not in the way you'd think of. I'm not explaining this very well, am I? No, not at all. So many sin points right now. All of the sin points. You would not believe how many sin points this gives you. So, first of all, you're completely safe here, Asia, he smiled. That seemed to relax her a little bit, so her face shifted from confused and a little nervous to mostly just confused. Man, she believes everyone, doesn't she? Good thing we found her first. So, what am I doing here? I'm supposed to be going to the church, Asia explained. Right, so, you have twilight healing, right? The sacred gear. How did you know that? She gasped. I get updates from Michael all the time, he shrugged. And I've been very upset with him for the past few years about your situation, by the way. I'll have some more words with him about everything again soon, okay? You're not Mr. Issei? Who is Michael? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Right. I should probably start a little bit earlier, shouldn't I? Also, just call me Issei. Mr. Issei makes me feel old. Now you know how I feel, Yahweh pointed out. That's different. You are old. Brat. So, you are a nun and a devout follower of the church. At the age of 6, while living as an orphan with the church in Italy, you discovered that you possessed a magical healing power. The church discovered this and told you it was a gift from the Lord himself and proclaimed you as a saint, the legendary Holy Maiden. From then on, they kept you extremely sheltered, limiting all contact with the outside world, and you were frequently required to heal anyone and everyone they brought to you, even if they were begging you not to. Is that all right? How did, she stuttered, her face contorted in fear and sadness. Maybe I really am terrible at talking to girls. Issei murmured dejectedly, seeing her expression. I'm sorry about all that, Asia. That must have been really lonely, huh? That's terrible. Yuma agreed. It was. Asia sniffled. I've never really had any friends or gotten to experience the world. They said that since I was a holy maiden that I didn't need anything else. That the love of the Lord who blessed me was more than enough. Well, I can tell you that that's not at all the case. On the off chance that God just so happened to be in this room, I would say that he would agree with me in telling you that everyone needs friends and you can never be given enough love, Issei said proudly. Cheeky brat. Yahweh chuckled. I bet he would, Yuma giggled too. We'll be your friends, Asia. I was getting to that part, but yeah, that's kinda my thing, you know? I'd like to be friends with everyone, if that's alright with you, of course, Issei added. You'd really be friends with a heretic like me? Asia sniffed. I was excommunicated. Someone from the church like you would never want to be with someone like me. Don't be ridiculous, Issei waved off. I've known you were excommunicated since before you got here. I really got into it with Michael about that, believe me. Mr. Issei, are you a stalker? She asked. Yuma burst into a fit of giggles. No. What makes you make a good point. I do sound like a stalker, don't I? Issei said dejectedly, falling on the floor in embarrassment, slowly drawing circles on the ground. A pervert and now a stalker, what else could possibly go wrong? Did I say something wrong? No, Yuma kept giggling. Finish the story, Issei. You haven't even gotten to why you took her yet. Right? Issei nodded, sitting back next to Yuma as if he hadn't just been in the depths of self-loathing for accidentally making himself seem like a perverted stalker. Anyway, so your question was who is Michael? Archangel Michael of the Heaven faction. He's a good friend of mine. You mean? Asia's mouth dropped open. The Archangel Michael? From the Bible? The very same. He told me you were coming to Kuo and that I should take you in. Keep you comfortable, make sure you stay happy, and do anything you want. Issei Hyoudou is at your service. BB, but I'm just a heretic. Asia shook her hands in front of her face in denial. I don't deserve any of that. No, you're right. You deserve way more than that, Issei said sternly, before kneeling in front of her. Asia Argento, on behalf of the Heaven faction, I would like to offer a personal apology for your mistreatment as well as your excommunication. If you could find it in your heart to forgive us, I'd be grateful. Please. I'm not angry. They don't Asia stuttered. I mean, of course I accept your apology, but I don't think I deserve one. Asia, he looked directly into her eyes. You do deserve. What? I'm sorry I couldn't convince Michael to help you more, but from here on, you're in my care, alright? Oh, it would probably help if you knew what I was, wouldn't it? Gold or white? Yahweh asked. Leave gold. She'll be with us for a while and I don't want to have you keep taking your essence out of my wings if you don't have to, he mentally shrugged. Issei Hyoudou. Ultimate class angel at your service. Asia's eyes widened even more, and her jaw seemed to drop as she looked at Issei's 5 pairs of glittering golden wings and shining halo. What about me, Issei? Yuma asked, tilting her head cutely. I'm her friend too, you know. Well then, introduce yourself to our esteemed guest, he grinned. Fun. I'm Yuma Amano. High-class angel and Issei Hyoudou's 10 of crowns, at your service, she smiled, revealing her 3 pairs of fluffy white wings and leaning against Issei. Nice to meet you. And with that, Asia fainted. I was afraid that would happen. What do we do now? Yuma asked. Well, she'll be staying with you for a bit, so please stay in your own room, okay? At least until she's comfortable here, Issei sighed, knowing Yuma had a habit of finding her way into his bedroom every night. Oh, she whined. Fine. Just for tonight though. I really need to get my own place. Issei grumbled. And she just passed out. Keitase laughed so hard she nearly fell onto Issei. Go laugh over there. He pretended to be angry, but his grin gave him away. Yeah, I terrified an adorable sheltered nun. My bad. You really need lessons on girls, Issei, she giggled. Every day, you're dragging innocent maidens like me into isolated locations to corrupt them. Don't say it like that. His sin score this week is through the roof, Yahweh added. You be quiet. We're at school. Oh, lighten up. So, did anything else happen after she passed out? Did she wake up again? Not until morning, no. At least she keeps Yuma out of my bed. She sleeps with you? Keitase's jaw dropped. I knew you were a pervert. You are building a harem, aren't you? Not Issei. I spend 10 minutes trying to get her to sleep in her own room, and then once I fall asleep, she uses me as a body pillow. That's not my fault. He held his hands up. It's hard to keep a grip on that girl. She just doesn't stop moving. You should carry around a tape recorder and listen to some of the things you say, Keitase giggled. Whatever, he scoffed. Anyway, when we got up, she started treating us like we were royalty. What is Well, technically. Yeah, technically I am, but she doesn't need to know that yet, he waved her off. I nearly had to hold her down in her chair just so she wouldn't insist on doing every single chore in the house. She even offered to be my personal helper for school. Is that even a thing? I've heard of people bringing butlers to school, Keitase pondered. But only inanimate. Never in real life. Maybe they'd let you have your own personal maid? As if I need more attention. Issei deadpanned. I'm already going to be overwhelmed on Monday. What's happening Monday? Yuma and Asia are joining the school, he sighed. Already? That was fast, she looked shocked. Yeah, well, Sona runs the school, so I had to make a deal with the devil, he shrugged. And the deal you made was? I have to meet with Lady Leviathan and Sirzex Lucifer. You say that like you're not terrified of meeting two of the four great Satans. Keitase said flatly. I'm not really. They could probably eliminate me if they wanted to, but it would restart the war and destroy the entire town. I'm not worried, he shrugged. Besides, I'm a big peace guy. I'm sure I'll be fine. If you're sure, she shrugged. So, you're coming on the stray hunt with us tonight, right? Ah, that's tonight? Yep, and don't think you're getting out of it. Rias told me it was part of your deal with Sona, Keitase scolded. I've got to get to class. See you tonight? Yeah, see you then, Issei waved. I wonder why she wants me there in the first place? Maybe she wanted to show off her power, Yahweh suggested. Wanted? Say, you threatened her whole group with all your wings out. She's fully aware that they don't stand a chance. Fair point. You don't think she'll be mad if I bring Yuma and Asia, do you? I think they'll mind, but I also think you won't be able to pry Yuma off of you in time to leave her at the house, and I know for a fact that you won't leave Asia alone. Even the finest sword when plunged into salt water will begin to rust. Issei sighed to himself. Rias is gonna kill me. Stop ambiguously quoting Sun Tzu. I'm home, Issei called, setting down his things in preparation for impact. Issei! Yuma exclaimed, jumping on top of him. You're back. Nice to see you too, Yuma, Issei sighed, returning the gesture. How was Asia today? Did you get along? Yuma, where did you go? Asia protested, running through the house before seeing the two. Lord Issei, you've returned. Could you please stop calling me Lord? Of course, Lord Issei. Issei slapped his forehead in exasperation. Yuma, please, share with me your secret. My underwear is pink today, she said happily. That is not what I meant, he groaned. My life really is a shonen anime. Lord, I mean Issei, what is anime? Asia asked. You poor child. Issei wept, running to her and comically crying as he tried to provide her with the warmth that was missing from her life. You poor sheltered child. This injustice will not go unpunished. Don't worry, Asia, I'll fix this terrible situation at once. Come, fairy tale awaits. I say, she squeaked. What are you talking about? Come, Yuma, we must fix this adorable sheltered child. Issei ordered, picking up Asia and heading upstairs. Yes. Yuma saluted and giggled as she followed Issei and the blushing, wriggling nun up the stairs. Fine, you can come. Thanks, Issei. She smiled, her earlier tears vanishing instantly. You did that on purpose, he said flatly. She remained silent, her bright smile saying it all. Am I coming as well, Issei? Asia asked. Unless you really don't want to. The house should be safe enough, but I don't like the idea of leaving you alone right now. That's why you're starting school with us on Monday. What? She asked, surprised. Really? I get to go to school? Yeah, as long as you. Thank you, Issei, she squealed, jumping up to give him a hug. Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to school. They never let me when I was with the church. Hey now, of course. If you wanted to go, you could have asked, you know? I didn't want to give you any trouble, she fidgeted slightly. Hey, look at me, he said softly. It's not trouble, okay? Are you afraid that if you ask for anything, I won't want to be your friend anymore? And not that I just. She buried her face deeper into his chest, unable to say more. Asia, it may be my job to look after you, but I've been fighting to get you out of that church for years. I meant what I said. I really want to be your friend, Asia. So don't worry about stuff like that, okay? Be proud of who you are and speak up for yourself, alright? Thanks, Issei, she smiled. I'm glad you brought me here. Was that sarcasm? He smirked. From innocent little Asia? It only took 3 days, but my innocent little Asia has been corrupted. Oh, woe is me. I'm not corrupted, she giggled. Good, he sighed. Now, go with Yuma and get dressed. What's wrong with this? She asked him, looking down at her outfit. Asia, that you're wearing a nun outfit. Do you know where we're going? Asia blushed and looked away. Of course you don't. Go ask Yuma to borrow one of her outfits. We're going on a stray devil hunt. Deed devils? Asia trembled slightly. Don't worry, Asia. Devils are usually nice. We're going out with some friends of mine to take down one of the bad ones. Besides, Yuma and I will be with you the whole time. No devil will hurt my adorable little Asia. Okay, she squeaked. No, go change. Yes, Issei. Stop calling me Lord. Are you sure you want to try again? We're going on the hunt soon, Rias asked. Yes, President. I've been trying all week and I've only been able to get one contract. Kates complained. Everyone that summons me is a weirdo. Alright, I suppose you can go. I'll draw the circle for you. Just be back soon, okay? Thank you, President. With a flash of crimson magic, Kates arrived in front of a creepy-looking single-story home. That's strange that I've always been summoned inside a house before, she thought, walking towards it. Noticing the door was slightly ajar, she decided to call out, Hello? Is anyone home? She slowly pushed the door open more, peeking her head inside. Instantly, a foul smell hit her nose. Something was wrong. But as scared as she was, she needed to keep moving forward. Someone summoned her, and she wasn't going to back down now. Kates stepped into the house, deeper into the front room. The smell grew stronger, overwhelming her senses. It was disgusting. The scent of iron and something burnt filled the air. She fought the urge to GG but pressed on. Slowly walking into the next room, she stepped in something warm and wet. Oh no! Kates whispered, realizing what she had stepped in. She covered her mouth in shock. On the wall was a man, not someone she knew, but a human being who had once been alive. He could have had family or friends. Maybe even a wife or children. He was bound to the wall, his body marked with deep wounds. She had never felt so utterly horrified by a sight before. Ooh, this devil looks interesting, came a vile voice from around the corner. A nice ripe one. A bit on the small side, but to tell you a secret, I prefer them that way. Who's there? Come out. Kates demanded, summoning all her courage to stand her ground. Ooh, a feisty one too, he cackled. The figure that emerged from the shadows had shoulder-length white hair and menacing red eyes. He wore a priestly garb, and if it weren't so terrifying, she might have found the irony amusing. Who are you? Did you do this? One question at a time, little devil, he sneered, drawing what looked like a glowing sword. I'm Fried Selzen, exorcist extraordinaire. What did you do this for? She demanded again, taking a step back that she hoped he didn't notice. Ah, did the little devil see my work and get scared? He laughed again, sounding like a crazed hyena. Don't worry, devil, I'll be sure to put you to good use before you meet your end. And what does that mean? The fear began to creep in, and she trembled. What do you think it means, devil? He grinned darkly. It means you're my new little plaything. If you do a good job, maybe I'll let you live long enough to do it again. After all, what else are devil girls good for? Don't touch me, she yelled. I won't let you. That mouth of yours is getting annoying. Time to put it to better use, he roared, charging at her with his sword. Kagurasu Maru, she screamed, summoning her sacred gear. She blocked his sword with the sheath just before it made contact. So, the little devil can do more than just bark, he cackled again. Perfect. An easy conquest is no fun. They're always so confident. Until I get to them, then they beg for mercy. It's delightful. You're a sick freak, she shouted, drawing her blade. Stay away from me. Not a chance, devil girl. I was promised a nun as part of my payment, but she disappeared. I haven't had any fun all week. Fried liked his lips. I'm sure you'll do. Kate yelled and struck at him. Their swords clashed as she fought to push him back. This wasn't just a match, it was a fight for her life, her innocence. Strike, blocked, swipe, parried, sidestepped and countered with a glancing blow. Over and over, but it was hopeless. Her sword was legendary. She had a sacred gear, and he didn't. She was a devil, and he was a human. But none of that mattered. She felt too weak to stand a chance. Every nick from his blade was agonizing. That's right. Issei had told her that devils were weak to light. His sword was a holy sword. Mass-produced or not, against a low-class devil like herself, it felt like torment. But Kate wouldn't give in. She kept swinging, striking, and fighting for as long as she could. She couldn't pray anymore, and something told her it didn't matter if she screamed. This fight was her own. No one would resurrect her if she fell this time. The only thing she could think about was survival. And him. Conviction, determination, and a strong will often make a difference in battle. That may be true, but if the difference in skill is too great, they become insignificant. Fried was too strong. With one final swing, she was disarmed. Her sword clattered across the floor as Fried held the light sword to her throat, pushing her against the wall. He slowly licked a drop of blood from his sword, grinning at her injured and trembling form. Finally! I've been waiting for so long! Fried exclaimed, moving dangerously close to her. You look so pure. I can't wait to break you. Kate trembled in fear. She felt her heart race. This was it. He sliced open her shirt down the middle as she squeezed her eyes shut. Maybe if she could distract herself, she could pretend this wasn't happening. He reached out to her. She gasped. Keep screaming, devil. It makes it so much more fun, he taunted. Issei, please that I need you. She thought, whimpering. Let the fun begin, he whispered. Just as she felt his weight on her, a loud crash echoed throughout the room, and the pressure pinning her to the wall disappeared. She collapsed on the ground, trembling, hugging her knees to her chest. You, a voice roared, gripping Fried by the throat. D'med be the soul that lusts for death, spoke a second voice. Arduj kc. Fried struggled to choke out, scratching desperately at the hands squeezing his neck. How dare you? How dare you try to take from me, the voice boomed. You dare wield my power, my strength, the weapon with which I bless to take innocence? To end lives? To break wills and torture pure souls? D'med be the soul who preys on the weak. Fried's vision danced with darkness. He had only moments left before he lost consciousness. What was happening? Everything had gone perfectly according to his plan. He had shown up just in time for that man to summon a devil and had some fun torturing him. After killing him, he simply waited for the devil to arrive. And, as luck would have it, it was a perfect little devil. He was going through withdrawal, damn it. The nun he was promised never showed up, and he hadn't taken anyone's innocence in ages. And he had it. It was in the palm of his hands. Until this showed up. You will see the darkness that resides within the light you foolishly claim to fight for, he roared again. Heavenly crown. And D'med be the soul who forgets that all I give, I may take away. This power. It was overwhelming. 10 golden wings flickered at the edges of his darkening vision as the hands squeezed tighter around his neck. The clothes of this strange creature changed too, he noticed. Funny the things you notice in your last moments. They were definitely from the church, and this was definitely an angel. But who? I am the Lord thy God. You who have wielded my power of light for darkness, you who have taken from those who held nothing, you who have threatened the weak, and you who have stolen from God. I judge you by your sins and strike you down in my name, He spoke in a regal tone that echoed off the walls. Will of the executioner. May Cositus weep upon your withered soul. It was done. Fried Selzen the exorcist was dead. His lifeless body collapsed on the ground, as empty as all the victims he had preyed upon. His killer slowly walked towards the still horrified and trembling Kates, who was blind with fear. He knelt in front of her and slowly reached his hand out. "No," she screamed, slapping it away. "Don't touch me." "Kates," he said softly. "It's okay now. Everything's okay now. You're perfectly safe." "Issei," she stuttered nervously, unsure if he was real. She reached a hand out and he slowly took it in his, as if proving it really was him. "It's me, Case. You're okay now. Everything's fine," he murmured gently. "Issei," she sobbed, throwing herself at him and breaking down as he hugged her fiercely. He tried to dash. He touched dash. He dash. Issei hushed her, gently lifting her up like an angel and carrying her as she continued to tremble. "He's gone now. He'll never hurt you again. Never ever. And if anyone else tries to come for you, I'll be right here. Okay? You did well, Issei. Very well. Issei." She continued to cry as he carried her into the street, slowly conceding to her exhaustion. I think I'm in love with you." "Kates?" he asked, surprised, but she was asleep. He smiled and gave her forehead a small kiss as he carried her the rest of the way into the street. "Better than I'd thought," he thought to himself. "Issei, are you okay?" Yuma ran up to him in panic. "You just kicked me off of you and disappeared. What happened?" Asia gasped as she saw the prone and injured figure in his arms. "Could you heal her, Asia?" "Yuma, take down the barrier. Rias needs to see what happened," Issei ordered. "Yes." Asia quickly responded, immediately approaching and healing the sleeping girl's wounds, who was still clinging to Issei like a lifeline and trembling in fear. Right away, Yuma nodded, quickly locating a weak point in the barrier and destroying it. Within seconds, a crimson teleportation circle appeared. "Issei? What are you doing here?" Rias asked in shock. She and her entire peerage appeared from the circle, weapons and magic fully prepared for a fight. "Kates," he said simply, turning with Asia to show her the trembling, sleeping girl. What happened?" she gasped, approaching and slowly reaching her hand out for her. Everyone in the Gremory peerage looked worried. Even the ever-stoic Kaneko seemed more than a little troubled. "Luckily, nothing that can't be fixed with a little time," Issei sighed. "I got there in time to prevent anything from happening to her that couldn't be fixed, but I was still too late." She wasn't. "No. I got there in time." Fried Selzen, a rogue exorcist, was notorious for his unstable and violent nature. He had a chilling obsession with devils, particularly targeting female ones. His methods were brutal, and he had a specific type he favored: innocence, short hair, youth, and a cheerful demeanor. He was a dangerous individual who had been excommunicated from the church due to his extreme methods. Many believed he should have been stopped long before now. I had voiced my frustrations to Michael for weeks about it. "Kates," she whispered, gently touching her cheek as Asia finished healing her. I'm so sorry. Lisa. I promised I would protect her." "This isn't your fault, Rias," he reassured her. "I know you well enough to see that. You were scared and disappointed when you saw her. That's all I need to know. You've earned my respect and trust to take care of Kates." "Thanks, Issei. I don't think she should be left alone. Can you come up with something to tell her parents? I'm keeping her with me tonight." "Are you sure that's wise?" "She's staying with me." "Right." Rias nodded, beginning to trust him despite his intimidating power. One look at Kates kept her from arguing further. "I'll figure something out." "Thank you, Rias. I'll look after her. For a little while, but when she comes back, just be gentle with her. Fried did some serious damage to her. She didn't recognize me at first." "Of course," she nodded. "Thanks for what you did, Issei." "It was no problem. I just wish I could have arrived sooner," he replied. "Yuma, I want you to assist Rias with the stray devil." "You don't have to," Rias began, but he interrupted. "I made a deal to come with you, but if something comes up, I'm sending Yuma in my place," he explained. "Yuma, you can show them." "Yes, Issei," she said, bowing slightly and revealing her wings and tattooed hand. "Yuma Mano, high-class angel and Issei Hyoudou's companion." Everyone in Rias' peerage gasped in shock. "Why, you have. Please keep this quiet for now, Rias. I could get in a lot of trouble for sharing this," he requested. "I'm already in debt to you, But I can't leave Kates or you to handle the stray hunt without my help. I would have Asia assist you too, but she's not part of my team. Issei, what does Yuma mean by she's your companion? And what team? Asia asked. I'll explain it another time. I do plan for you to join eventually after all. Okay, she replied nervously. Remember as much as you can about the hunt, Yuma. I'm curious. Make sure they're all safe, alright? Issei requested. Of course, Issei, Yuma smiled. Anything you need. Don't say it like that, he blushed. And keep yourself safe too, okay? I already almost lost one girl tonight. I don't want anything to happen to you either. She'll be safe with us, Issei. Take Kates back, Rias assured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. We won't be outdone by any angels, Akino teased. We'll be fine, Kaneko said flatly. Thank you, Issei smiled at them, releasing his shimmering golden wings and adjusting Kates so she settled comfortably in his arm. Asia. All right, she stuttered, standing in front of him, her face bright red as he lifted her with his other arm and took off into the night. Did anyone else? Rias began. Gold, Kaneko nodded, having dropped her lollipop. The shock from that was almost as great as Issei's golden wings. Kaneko never dropped candy. Well, we have a stray devil to hunt, and I want to get back to snuggling with my Issei. Yuma announced. Let's get going. Aren't you going to tell us? Nope. I have a stray to hunt. You're welcome to join me if you can keep up, she giggled before soaring off into the night. Issei slowly descended onto his front steps, Kates asleep in one arm and Asia in the other. Moments like these made magic so much easier, as he didn't need a hand to open the door. He quietly entered his peaceful home, careful not to wake the troubled girls. He carried them to their rooms, starting with Asia, gently placing her on the mattress and kissing her forehead goodnight, leaving a smile on her face. After using some soft holy magic to tuck her in, he brought Kates to his room and sat down, the pinkette still clinging to him. He looked at her with a heavy heart. Not in disappointment of her, she could never disappoint him, but in frustration at the situation. Fried was a dangerous and ruthless individual, and despite Kate's strength and potential, she was vulnerable. Even with her holy sword, she stood little chance against someone like Fried, who thrived on fear and chaos. He had a knack for instilling terror in his victims, leaving even the strongest trembling in his wake. Issei took solace in the fact that he had arrived in time. He would never forgive himself if he had been any later. If Fried had gone any further. No matter what anyone said, he would carry that burden for eternity. But you did make it in time, a voice echoed in his mind. Who said that a simple choice can lead to monumental changes? Who said that events that never happened shouldn't matter in the grand scheme? And who kept his promise to protect those he cares about? Issei remained silent, a single tear falling from his cheek and landing on Kates. That's right, Issei. It was you. Don't forget that. What you preach unto others, you must be willing to endure twice over, whether that be rules, lessons, or orders. Thank you, Yahweh. Again. Anytime, Issei. Anytime. Now, lay down and go to sleep. I won't add any sin points for staying with the girl at this time. Issei chuckled softly before lying down, positioning Kates next to him. She immediately nestled close, leaving little space between them. Issei smiled and gently kissed her forehead as he, too, drifted off into the dream world. He's dead too? You disappoint me, Kokobile, hummed a tall man with long brown hair, his bangs covering most of his right eye. We made an agreement, and you don't seem to be holding up your end of the bargain. Who cares about him? He was just insurance in case those filthy devils found out early, Kokobile grunted back. I would have dealt with him myself. It's his fault we lost Twilight Healing. Heaven's got their disgusting claws on her now. You seem to know much more than you let on, Kokobile, mused a third man. He had dark green hair and piercing amber eyes. Tell me, did you promise my nun to him as well? I remember agreeing to help with this plan of yours in exchange for her. I don't recall agreeing to it for a used nun. He wasn't going to use your nun, devil, Kokobile snapped. I just wanted an extra foot soldier, and he was willing to listen to anything I said if I promised her to him. And why should I believe you? Because if I wanted to eliminate you here and now, I could. Now, why don't you gentlemen calm down? We do have an alliance, remember? Suggested the fourth man. He was mostly bald, with tufts of gray hair on the sides of his head, and was noticeably overweight. I'm sure you'll all get what's promised to you. Remind me again why he's here? The first man asked rather aggressively. The holy swords. We can't do anything with them without those little crystals of his, Kokobile grunted. I still don't understand why you need Shalba in the first place, the green-haired man mused. Aren't you Kokobile? The legendary warrior of the fallen angels? I thought you wanted to usurp Azazel? How can you do that if you can't even handle two little heiresses by themselves? It's not them I'd have a problem with. I'd be able to take them down and their filthy followers with ease, Kokobile shot back, narrowing his eyes. Something else is at play. Fried was killed, Donaseek was killed, and Rainier was likely killed, but her body was never found. Someone is slowly picking off my underlings. Besides, while they were all weak by my standards, none of them would lose that easily to any of those stinking devils or humans. Someone or something knows about what I'm planning, and now Azazel knows too. So, the little crow got discovered, did he? Mused the brown-haired man. So, you came begging your enemies for pity, is that right? Watch your mouth, filthy devil scum. I could take you down where you stand, Kokobile snarled. Don't act like you want this just as much as I do. Eliminating those two devil brats will send the underworld into chaos. You want to take over, don't you? What better time to launch a rebellion than against a country plagued by war? I suppose you make as good a point as you did when you asked for my help in the first place, he hummed. Very well. I'll help you deal with those two heiresses and this mystery figure of yours, and in exchange, I want nightmare and transparency, in addition to a temporary alliance against the Heaven faction when we both take power. Do we have a deal? You're pushing your luck, Shalba. I suppose I could always leave you to your own problems. After all, whether you succeed or fail won't change my cause at all, will it? I'm a patient man. I can wait for another opportunity if… Fine. I accept your terms, devil, he relented, glaring at Shalba. I'm glad we're in agreement. Very well done, gentlemen. A perfect alliance. You get the war you've always wanted, you get that little nun, and you get 2 swords and the opportunity to take down a mutual ally, the pudgy old man smiled. And why are you a part of this? Wondered the devil. Research. Since I was excommunicated from the church, I've had a distinct lack of test subjects to work with, not to mention I no longer had access to the Excalibur fragments. Soon, I'll be able to create artificial wielders capable of using even greater swords. Ascalon, Drendel, Graham. My legacy will be legendary, and those fools at the church will regret treating me like garbage and then using my work for their own petty missions. I suppose that's as good a reason as anyone else. All of you really are deranged, you know that? I just want another little nun to add to my collection. She'll be one of my favorites, I can already tell. And we're deranged, mused the brown-haired man. I'll see you on the battlefield, Kokobile. Oh, you have my word. To the victor go the spoils, as they say, the fallen sneered. Beep, beep. Colossians 3, beep beep. Whatever you do, work heartily, as for the Lord and not for men. Beep, beep. Why do I feel so heavy this morning? Issei grumbled, trying and failing to move his arm to turn off his alarm clock. Come to think of it. Issei, not there, Yuma lightly. Why are you all in my bed? Issei asked loudly, waking up the various sleeping females around him. Issei, Yuma complained, yawning cutely as she woke up. Why are you being so loud? Issei's eye twitched. As he distinctly remembered when he went to bed, it was just him and a mentally scarred Kates. Now, one of his arms was trapped by Kates, one was claimed by Asia, and Yuma had taken a position directly on top of him. Asia hummed, waking up as well before she blushed in embarrassment. Good morning, Issei. Issei just sighed in defeat, using a bit of light magic to destroy the alarm clock. Good morning. You realize that means you'll need to buy. I bought multiple. Good to know you finally accepted it, Yahweh said smugly. Issei? Kates asked, waking up herself. Why am I in your bed? And why are there 2 other girls here too? All right, get off, Issei grunted, extracting his arms and picking up Asia and Yuma, earning a yelp from both of them. You are both wonderful, treasured friends of mine, and I could not ask for better people to spend time with. That being said, go back to your own room. If you want to sleep in here, you can at least ask first. But Asia was already here when I got back, whined Yuma, accepting the fact that he was carrying her out of his room. Why should I be left out? I'm sorry, Issei. Asia sputtered, seemingly rather embarrassed. I just got scared, so I decided to come sleep with you. Look, I'm not angry or anything, just please ask next time, okay? He sighed. Can I sleep with you from now on? Yuma smiled playfully. And what about Asia? He asked. She can join us. Wait a second. Asia protested. Now, either go back to your room and get ready for breakfast or go back to your room and get some more sleep. It's pretty early. I need to talk to K-Tace. Oh, Yuma pouted. Fine. Come on, Asia. Coming. So, Issei? K-Tace asked, sitting up from his bed. Why exactly am I in your bed? Just come here. He sat down next to her and hugged her. I'm really sorry I got there so late. Got there so late. Her eyes widened as it caught up to her. The client. The incident. That was real. I'm so sorry, K-Tace. I'm so sorry. He hugged her tighter. He didn't. No. I stopped him from even trying, Issei said solemnly. Oh, she whispered, her eyes starting to water slightly. So, you remember everything? I do. He tried to. But then you came, she recalled. She seems to be holding it together well, Yahweh pointed out, relieved. Good thing to. Sometimes people's subconscious will fully erase traumatic memories like that. They enter full-scale denial. All things considered, I think she should be functioning normally after a few days. Just being around friends and loved ones, and she'll be right as rain. And then you carried me out. And kept talking to me. And then, her eyes widened as her face flushed. Issei chuckled. And then you were safe. That I was in love with you, she whispered. You did, Issei nodded. And what? Are you really going to make me say it, Issei? Listen, Kates, he sighed, still holding her close. I've only known you for 2 weeks. So, you're. Hush. Let me finish, he scolded lightly. I didn't say anything yet. You're not in love with me. Issei, she said angrily, trying to escape his grip. That's not your choice to decide. I know that. You're not in love with me. You're in love with what I did, he explained softly, not letting her escape. You like me, sure. Maybe had a bit of a crush on me for whatever your reasons were. But you only said that because of what I did for you. That's not true, Issei. And even if it is, what does it matter, she protested, finally breaking free and looking at him with tears in her eyes. You could at least say something about it that's not this. Accept it or reject it, but don't make me feel like I'm lying to myself or to you. I care about you too much for that, he gently cupped her cheek. I do like you. A lot. But I'm not going to let this get out of control because I stopped someone who deserved it. So, what does that mean? K-Tace asked nervously. It means that, in a few weeks, when the feeling of me being your hero fades, he told her, delicately resting his forehead against hers. If you're still in love with me, I'd be really happy about that. I may not be able to say it now, and I may not be able to say it then, but I do care about you a lot, K-Tace. I like you a lot. Too much for you to throw away your chance at happiness because of me. I don't have a hero complex, she denied. I love you because. Now you know what I mean, he pulled back. I'll always be here for you, K-Tace. Boys. And I do really like you, I said that already. But if you're jumping from a schoolyard crush to love in one night just because I did something that should have been done ages ago, I can't accept that. You deserve better than that. So, what does that mean for us? K-Tace asked, rubbing her arm. I mean, even if what you're saying makes sense, it doesn't change how I feel right now. And it won't change overnight. That's why I said, take the next week or two. Sort out how you feel in here, he said, placing a hand on her heart. If I hadn't saved you, if that whole event never happened, I should say, would you still feel like that? And if you can't figure it out, I'd be happy to spend as much time with you as you want until you can. Issei, she whispered, a few tears dripping from her eyes. Thank you. No, Emily. K-Tace pulled away from his surprised expression, smiling gently. So, it looks like I have work to do to make you love me back. That's what you got out of that speech? He asked, bewildered and embarrassed by her sudden kiss. Did you hear anything I said? And it's because of what you said that I have my answer, she winked. Now, I intend to spend the entire day with you, and I expect you to help distract me from. I don't even want to think about it. I was planning on it, but I don't see what that has to do with. It's about time for breakfast. Shouldn't we be getting ready? K-Tace interrupted. Well, yes, but I don't think. So, are you going to give me something to wear, or do I have to walk around your house like this? She asked, gesturing to her outfit of shorts and a sports bra, still showing signs of her earlier ordeal. Luckily, thanks to Asia, she was fully healed, but she never got the chance to clean herself up. Right. I'll need a shower too. In the hall, first door on the right, he said, tossing her a towel, a t-shirt, and a pair of exercise shorts. Thanks, Issei. No peeking, you perv, she teased and left for the bathroom. I'm not a what just happened, he complained. That, my dear Issei, would be a woman, Yahweh explained. I may have created them, but they evolved beyond my comprehension. No amount of power or knowledge will help you understand these creatures, Issei. Only experience, luck, and a lot of asking for forgiveness. I wish you well in establishing your harem, my child. I'm sorry, you agreed to what exactly? Michael asked in exasperation. He agreed to meet with Satan Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan, Kates said simply. And that was after threatening Rias and her peerage. Are you trying to get me into more trouble? Issei groaned. I didn't tell him that. It was now Sunday. Saturday had been, thankfully, uneventful. Kates did exactly as she told him and spent the entire day practically attached to his side. Fortunately, Yuma didn't seem to mind as he had two sides after all. Asia seemed a little uncomfortable, but Issei made sure she was included in their activities, which involved some light training with Kates Kagurasu Maru, and Yuma, who was surprisingly skilled with a light sword. They enjoyed lunch out, spent time at the park to relax, and watched a movie together. The film wasn't particularly great, but Issei thought it was decent enough. The day seemed to help keep Kate's mind off what had happened, and she, Yuma, and Asia enjoyed each other's company. Yuma and Asia were already extremely close, almost like sisters, and they quickly found common ground with Kates. When Sunday morning rolled around, Issei once again found his bed filled to the brim, despite distinctly remembering putting all three in the guest room. After a teasing remark from Kates about him being a pervert for charming three innocent maidens, and a breakfast featuring his parents joyfully discussing how many grandchildren they might have, Michael showed up. You've certainly been more than a little busy, Michael said, rubbing his face in frustration. I asked you to look after Asia and work with the devils. I did not ask you to threaten the younger sister of a super devil, deal with freed Selzen and a fallen angel, enroll Yuma and Asia into your school, and train a devil. I'm so sorry, Lord Michael. Asia apologized profusely, bowing her head. I'll make sure to unenroll right away. I won't cause any more trouble for MMBH. Hush, Asia. Remember what I said. Issei asked, covering her mouth with his hand as she nodded. You want to go to school, so you are going to school. Michael couldn't do anything for you before because of your situation, but now that you're not with the church anymore, he wouldn't deny you something that you desperately want and deserve. Right, Michael? Your guilt-tripping skills have improved, Michael huffed. Fine. Asia can stay and live with you and go to school as long as she likes. However, I still haven't finished your punishment for what you did to Yuma. Come on, that's in the past, Issei waved him off. What's done is done, right? No harm done. Issei, the harm is not what's important here, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. What's important is that you learn that if you act without thinking, there will be consequences. You'd better be on your best behavior during that meeting. Got it? Of course. I'm always on my best behavior. Issei smiled. Is that why you took Asia away? Kates asked innocently. Kates, he hissed. I didn't tell him that either. Considering Asia seems more than happy to live and stay with you, I don't even want to know. Michael shook his head. All that aside, Gabriel wants to see you again. I was going to make an exception so you could go see her. Come on, Michael. Issei protested. But instead, I think I'll just tell her where you live. You don't mind having another girl stay with you for a while, do you? Michael, Issei said seriously. You're getting me my own place. Why would I do that? Because if you don't get me my own place, I'll be sure to tell Surzex all about you during our meeting. Everything. So? Surzex and I aren't exactly enemies, you know. I don't have anything to hide. Issei leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Michael froze for a moment before sitting up. So, would you like a place similar to this one or a mansion? How about we rush the construction on your brave saint building? And how will Kate stay there? She is a devil after all? Issei asked. I'll make an exception for her to visit sometimes. But we're in agreement. Very well then, Issei. I have to head back to heaven now. Gabriel will probably visit you sometime this week. Michael stood to leave. Take care and have a blessed day, all of you. Tell father of my visit when he awakens as well. Oh, I'm awake. The boy's good. Very good, Yahweh laughed. Right? Michael said, actually looking embarrassed for once. Goodbye. Issei? Keites asked as Michael disappeared. Did you just stop blackmail the ruler of heaven? If it wasn't so funny, it would be a sin, Yahweh laughed. I'll make an exception this time. I would say the chances that happened are very high, Issei nodded. Does that mean I'll really get to meet Gabriel? Asia questioned hopefully, sparkles in her eyes. She's supposed to be the most beautiful woman in heaven. I read all about her from the papers in your room. What papers? Keites asked slyly. I have no idea what she's talking about. Issei quickly denied. Now, we should really have some lunch. How about we go out? My treat. You're not getting away that easily, Issei. Keites laughed and ran up the stairs. I need to know my competition. She's not prettier than me, is she, Issei? Yuma asked, tears welling in her eyes. Well, you see. Issei stumbled. Issei thinks I'm ugly. Yuma cried, running upstairs as well. Did I do something wrong? Asia wondered aloud as Issei chased after the two of them, trying to rectify the situation. I wonder if Issei will let me watch more of that show. Issei was at home by himself. It felt strange to be alone in the house. Between his training in heaven and his private sessions, he usually kept busy. When he was home, he spent time with his parents. His father worked a regular job and returned in the evenings, while his mother was typically there when he got back. Today, however, she had gone out shopping with Yuma. At least she left him a note, but it sent a shiver down his spine and made him silently pray to Michael for Yuma's safety. Issei, I've gone out with Yuma. She only brought the clothes you two picked out on Saturday, which isn't nearly enough for a lady, so we'll be out for quite a while. I've talked to her about her intentions, and if you're happy, I approve of this one. There's food in the fridge, and you're 17, so I'm sure you can figure out how to survive. I'll see you when we get back. Love, Mom. That note was truly terrifying. Poor Yuma, he thought, shivering at the idea of a shopping trip with his mother for everything, not just an outfit or food, but everything. So, Issei was left alone in the house, with only a sleeping Yahweh to keep him company. Until, that is. Knock knock. Issei walked over to the door. He wasn't naive. He knew who it was and that he wasn't going to enjoy this conversation. Hell. I'm coming in, Keites said simply after giving him a well-deserved slap and walking into his house. Hello, Keites. Of course, you can come into my lovely home. No, thank you for coming, he mumbled sarcastically as he closed the door and followed her into the family room. It didn't take her long to get used to that devil's strength. That hurt. Haha, I like this one too. Yahweh laughed. You need someone to keep you in line. Not every girl I know is going to be part of my harem, assuming I even get one. Look what you've got me into. Wait, I thought you were asleep. So, she began once they were seated. Do you have anything to say to me? Issei fell silent for a moment, staring down in shame. I'm sorry. For what? Everything. I need some specifics here, Issei. How about overstepping boundaries in an attempt to show you care about my well-being? How about lying to me about who you really are? What about not telling me that I'm a devil? Or maybe for scaring me by dragging me to a secluded location and making me think you were someone dangerous? I can't even express how much I hate that you did that, Issei. Do you know how terrifying that was? That someone I trusted would do that to me. I would never, he tried to explain. I know you wouldn't, Issei, but I didn't know that then. You seemed excited to see me, then you grabbed me and dragged me away. If I told you that someone did all of that to me, what would you assume was going to happen? It's absolutely terrifying. I'm sorry, he said, looking down. I never meant to scare you. I was just worried about what, Issei? Losing you, he snapped. All right? I haven't had a friend my age since Irina left 9 years ago. I have my trainers in heaven, Archangel Michael, and my parents. That's it. You were so friendly to me, I was just glad to have a friend. And after that, you believed in someone who was trying to harm you instead of the friend you were worried about? She asked. Yes, he whispered. I asked Rias about what happened. She filled me in. She told me that what happened was real, that I was killed by a fallen angel, and that she brought me back to life as one of her servants, specifically her knight. Now I have to do a bunch of devil work. I learned some of the basics of the supernatural world you mentioned, by the way, and then I asked her about you. If I understood correctly, you were an angel and everyone else there was a devil. She said you were trying to bring peace and make friends, but that today you were different. She said you threatened her, say. I did it. For me, she said softly. I know. But why did you do that for me? What would you have done if I hadn't been resurrected? What if I had never been killed in the first place? What then? Nothing would have made me happier. You'd have been safe. I wouldn't have to worry about you, about being on opposite sides and being forced to hurt you. And if that did happen? I would die, he answered honestly. I don't think I could do it. Even if I was ordered to, I couldn't hurt someone I consider a friend. You think I would kill you? I'd rather you kill me than someone else. Or worse, you being killed for letting a five-winged angel live when he allowed himself to die. You're not some martyr, Issei. We're not at war, and I don't plan on participating in one anytime soon. Keites yelled. You're treating this like we're in some forbidden love on opposite sides of a battlefield. That's not the case. I don't have to be in love to care about a friend. You're missing the point, Issei, she sighed. I'm not a helpless maiden. I'm the second best in the kendo club, and our school is one of the best in the country for kendo. But this is different? I know it is, but you have to have a little faith in me, she smiled and moved closer to him. I really appreciate you doing all that for my sake. It means a lot to know you do that for me. So, are you not angry? He asked hopefully. Oh no, I'm still very upset. I'm adding various things to my list of things you're going to have to do to make it up to me, she said, narrowing her eyes. Including answering all of my questions. I've only known you for a week, but you're a terrible liar. She's right. You really do SCK at that. Would you rather me be a good liar? That's what I thought. Stay quiet. Issei relented. All right, fine. But I just want you to know that I never lied to you about who I am. I lied to you about who I am, and I will continue to do so if it means keeping those around me safe. Do your parents know that you're some incredibly powerful angel in the service of Archangel Michael? Keites asked. Yes. They've known the whole time, he admitted. I didn't have much of a choice. I was 13 when I met Michael. And he's been training you since then? Yeah. I don't believe you, she told him. You're lying to me. Yahweh hummed, surprised by her assessment. No, I'm not. He has been. Why would he train you, specifically you, for all this time? This is Archangel Michael, who, according to Rias, is second in command of heaven. Why would he take the time to train a 13-year-old boy? Why isn't really the issue he did train me? Issei defended. Why, Issei? That's the part you're lying to me about. If you want me to forgive you, I expect you to start telling me the truth. Well done, girl. I knew I liked you for a reason, Yahweh praised. Who was that? Keites jumped up, putting her guard up. Good job, Yahweh. You freaked her out, Issei rolled his eyes. Sorry, Kates. Very few people know about why I'm special. And it has something to do with whatever that was? She asked, lowering her guard and slowly sitting back down. Yeah, he sighed. Yahweh, this is Keites. Keites, meet the soul of my sacred gear, Yahweh, better known as the God from the Bible. Don't feel the need to impress me, child. You've already done so, Yahweh told her. He's a terrible liar, but no one's thought that Michael training some kid was weird yet. You're telling me? Keites said slowly. That God himself is your sacred gear? Yep. Did Rias tell you about the war between the three main factions? Keites nodded. Well, in the last battle, God sealed away the two heavenly dragons Draig and Albion. God would have perished in that battle had he not sealed himself away. In fact, the heaven faction believed he did die and simply covered it up. If people knew God had died, heaven could collapse. So, they kept it a secret. I was the first to awaken his sacred gear, so I am the first wielder of the heavenly crown. True story, Yahweh confirmed. I sense a sacred gear in you too, child. Have you awakened it yet? I have one too, she asked. Wait, why didn't you tell me that sooner? Issei questioned. I've known Keites for a week. You never thought to mention that? You'd be surprised how many humans have sacred gears. Wait, if so many humans have them, why did the fallen angels only target the two of us? Issei asked. You were targeted too? Yeah, I'll tell you about it later. Well, that doesn't make them super common. I'd estimate about, 0.05% of the population has one. That's about 1 in every 2,000 people. Remember that the planet has over 7 billion people on it, so that actually adds up to quite a few. Granted, barely any are actually awakened. Anyway, my point is, if I told you every time someone near you had a sacred gear, you'd get tired of it. Besides, where's the drama, action, and suspense if I spoil it for you? This is really the God from the Bible? Keitase asked. Yet they forgot to mention how annoyingly sarcastic he is. Issei deadpanned. You're just upset that I'm cooler than you are. First of all, I'm way cooler than you. Secondly, that doesn't relate to what we're talking about at all, Issei said flatly. See if I help you with your girl problems with that attitude. Maybe I should tell everyone about your little obsession with. I was just thinking I should go buy a new alarm clock. Issei suddenly exclaimed. So there's no real need to finish that sentence. Wise words, child. Wise words. Are you done, Issei? Keitase asked impatiently. Right, sorry. So, does Rias know you're God? I'm not really. You can call yourself God if you want to. The hosts of Drag are called the Red Dragon Emperor and the hosts of Albion are called the White Dragon Emperor. As far as I'm concerned, you are what your soul contains. Since your soul contains me, you are technically God. I actually don't have a counter-argument for that. You'd better not get a big head or expect me to worship you. Worship me? Please don't do that. That sounds terrible. Anyway, my parents, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, and Yuma know. Nobody else except you. And who is Yuma? Haha, good luck with this one. Yahweh laughed as Issei resigned himself to fate. After a long conversation about various topics such as the supernatural faction interactions, Issei's objective as God, Yuma and Donasik's murder attempts, and what it means to be in a peerage, an hour quickly went by. All right, Issei. I should really get home, Keitase sighed, standing and heading for the door. Thanks for not trusting me, he said, walking her to the door. You'd better, mister. Have you? First 2 tasks for you to start earning my forgiveness too, Keitase informed him. What? You were serious? Of course I was. You lied to me, invaded my personal space, made me think I was in danger, and then dropped me off in a room full of devils that you had just threatened on my behalf. How do you think that went for first impressions? Right. So, first of all, you are going to train me. You are responsible for helping me discover whatever sacred gear I supposedly have and unleashing it, as well as training me in supernatural combat and basic knowledge. What? I'm not a teacher, Kates. Besides, I'm an angel. Our magics are practically polar opposites. Shouldn't you ask Rias? She is your king after all. No. I'm assigning it to you. At least 3 times a week, you are to train me to become stronger. Did I forget to mention that I have to join the occult research club too? So I now lose my ability to be in the kendo club. Rias, he growled. I'll go over there and do absolutely nothing. Yes, I'd rather be in the kendo club, but not enough for me to come asking you to make her let me stay in it. Besides, it's more helpful for me to be in her club anyway. Fine. Issei grumbled. And the second thing? You are explaining to Murayama why I'm leaving the kendo club, and you'll offer to train her as well if you're worried about her getting caught up in the supernatural. And there's the knockout punch. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Yahweh yelled as a bell rang inside Issei's head. KO. Yes, you have to before you ask, Keitase insisted before he opened his mouth. If you do those, I might consider forgiving you. Okay. I'll train you. And I'll tell Murayama that you're a devil. And I'll offer to train her if she wants to. Good, she smiled. So, I'll see you tomorrow, I guess? Yep. One more thing before I leave, she said, turning around and gently pulling him in for a brief kiss. She held him there for a moment before letting him go and stepping back. Thank you for standing up for me. Also, what happened with the fallen angel girl was not your fault, okay? So don't think it is. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Issei. Merciless. She really knows how to take down a foe. God announced. Is anyone else willing to fight the legendary pink beast in the ring? Find out next week. I'm your host, ya, and this has been Teenage Part Wrestling. That just happened. Issei said slowly, still processing everything as he closed the door and collapsed in a daze on the couch. Yeah, getting your first official kiss at 17 can be really daunting. Whatever will you do? Yahweh drawled sarcastically. So, I'm assuming you had your first kiss earlier? Well, you see that ER. That's right, you're God. You've never kissed anyone before because you made the world to give yourself some company. So shut up. Monday morning had arrived, and thankfully Keitase had returned to her own house. Issei was now taking Yuma and Asia to school with him. They both looked adorable in their school uniforms, and he had to admit it was hard not to smile. Yuma wasted no time in hopping onto his back while Asia walked alongside them, eagerly asking all sorts of questions about what school would be like. Hey Issei? Why does it seem like everyone is speaking Italian? She asked, puzzled. Over the past week, she had noticed that everyone seemed to be communicating in that language. When she first arrived, no one could understand her, but now that she had been staying with Issei, everything felt clearer. They're not. Just stick out your tongue, he said playfully. Like this? She replied, sticking her tongue out at him. Exactly. Here look. Issei gently touched her tongue with a finger, and she felt a curious tingle. He carefully lifted something off her tongue and showed it to her. It's an angel tool. They aren't very common these days, but I had Michael bring me one. Angels have something called universal tongue, which allows us to understand all languages. Devils have it too. This is a temporary version of that. It should last about a month. That's amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But when did you give it to me? The first night you stayed at my place, he shrugged. You passed out and I gave it to you. Now open up. There you go. Good as new, he said, patting her head affectionately. Now let's go. Come on, Issei. Yuma chimed in, leaning over his head to look at him. If you don't hurry, we're going to be late. We might already be there if you would walk on your own 2 feet. Issei grumbled, but Yuma just giggled at him. All right, everyone. We have 2 new students today. Ms. Hatcher, the ever-bubbly teacher, announced to the class. Why don't you 2 introduce yourselves? Hello. Yuma smiled brightly. I'm Yuma Amano. I'm Issei's first girlfriend. What? The class exclaimed, turning to Issei, who looked equally shocked. You're kidding. You already claimed the new girl? The boys protested. I told you he was charming everyone. Maybe I can be his next girlfriend? The girls whispered among themselves. All right, you can gossip about who's dating who later. Next up. Ms. Hatcher instructed. Hello. Asia nervously greeted. My name's Asia Argento. I'm Issei's girlfriend too. Please take care of me. Issei's jaw dropped, unable to process what was clearly a well-orchestrated surprise. Yuma stood there giggling, clearly the mastermind behind this little plan. You took both of them? And you, the boy shouted. How many girlfriends does he have? Are we sure he's not a player? The girls murmured. Kate, however, had her own agenda. Hi, Asia. Hi, Yuma, the Pinkette greeted cheerfully. Kate, you know them? Marayama asked suspiciously. Of course. I'm Issei's 3rd girlfriend after all, she announced proudly. Right, Issei? 3 strikes and he's out. Another brilliant move by the legendary Pink Beast. Yahweh exclaimed as Issei comically slumped over. Can anyone defeat her? Find out next week on Teenage Wrestling. Not another one. Stop him before he takes all of them. Share with the rest of you, the boys cried. All right, everyone. Quiet down. Ms. Hatcher clapped loudly, unfazed by one of her students fainting after 3 others declared their affection for him. We have to start class now. The students grumbled but settled down as Asia and Yuma took seats near Issei. So, to start our lesson today, we'll be discussing why gravity in Australia is actually backward. Before she could finish, there was a knock at the door. Good grief, who could that be now? She wondered aloud, opening the door. Hello, may I help you? Hello, came a soft, feminine voice from the other side of the door. Oh no, not now. Issei groaned from the floor. Asia, hide me. What are you talking about, Issei? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Ha ha ha. Yahweh laughed. You're looking for Issei? I suppose. How long do you need him for? Ms. Hatcher asked. Not too long. Just for the day, the woman replied. Now, hold on a second. You can't just take, Ms. Hatcher began to protest but quickly grew distant. Of course, Miss. Issei's sitting just over there. I'm sure he'd love to go with you. Really? Thanks so much, the woman smiled, entering the classroom. Instantly, the buzz of gossip ceased as the entire class turned to the radiant woman in front of them. She practically glowed with beauty as she scanned the room for her target. Wow! She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, the boys murmured in a daze. Even the girls couldn't help but admire the stunning blonde-haired, green-eyed woman. There you are, Issei, she exclaimed, walking to the back where he was hiding behind Asia. You're not hiding from me, are you? No. I would never do that, Gabriel. Issei denied, quickly standing. I just didn't expect you to be here. In my school during class. In front of everyone. Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you doing, father? She greeted, unintentionally causing a stir among the students. Gabriel quickly covered her mouth, realizing she shouldn't mention anything supernatural in front of humans. Whoops. They don't know about that, do they? Why would you say that? Issei shouted. Father. She's pregnant? Issei, how dare you? You got her too. He is a player. Get him. Various members of the class shouted in outrage. Why your Lady Gabriel? Asia asked in awe. Yes, dear. Gabriel smiled back. I'll introduce you two later. I need to run or I'm going to be in trouble. Issei complained, grabbing Gabriel and making a hasty exit. Get back here, Issei. How dare you take her too? My dreams are ruined. Why did you show up at my school? Issei asked loudly, having sprinted out of the building and into town. I thought you were going to visit my house or something. I did, silly. Gabriel replied with her beautiful, innocent smile. But you weren't there, so I had to come get you. Right, because that's what I meant. Issei grumbled. What's done is done, I guess. Not like rumors weren't going to spread anyway. I'm not sure what you mean. Gabriel tilted her head cutely. Did you not want to see me? No, of course I wanted to see you, he quickly corrected. Okay, people take things the wrong way, especially human teenagers. Their lives are so empty and boring that they find enjoyment in spreading rumors and gossip. You came up to me and asked about father, so they immediately thought you were talking to me. I'm 17, so they assumed that I had gotten you pregnant. What? She asked, her face turning a deep shade of red. But to do that we would have to. Is she okay? Issei thought, noticing Seraphim's flustered state. That I don't like this conversation. Yahweh grumbled. Anyway, Issei continued, eager to change the subject. What are you doing here? I mean, why did you want to see me? Aren't you, like, a super busy Seraphim or something? Not really, she admitted, her blush fading slightly. I'm mostly just a helper. Outside of the work I do with my brave saints, I'm a messenger. Unless Michael asks for my help, of course. Really? So, what does the most beautiful woman in heaven do all day? Issei teased as they walked through town. Gabriel giggled. A little bit of everything, I suppose. I normally help Griselda with morning training, visit Raphael and his patients, run messages to the human world, and sometimes do a little scouting on the exorcists. Whenever Michael leaves, I do paperwork for him, too. Don't you get bored? Issei asked, leading her toward a cafe where they could sit down. I guess so, she admitted shyly. It gets kind of lonely. They found a table and ordered drinks. Really? I was surprised you wanted to meet me in the first place. I figured you'd always have people fawning over you. Me? No. Don't be silly, she waved her hands. I rarely get visitors. I have a few brave saints, but since they're my subordinates, they don't really feel comfortable being casual with me. I guess that makes sense, he nodded. But come on. You're Gabriel. The Gabriel. One of the 4 great seraphim. And the most beautiful woman in existence. Don't men fawn over you? Not so much anymore, she sighed. I mean, I don't exactly miss it, but some attention would be nice, I guess. Listen to me, I must sound like a spoiled brat, huh? You don't sound that way at all, Issei assured her as their drinks arrived. He thanked the waitress before continuing. You sound like someone who's tired of being alone. Someone who's happy to be at the top but finds that people are too intimidated by her notoriety to interact with her. Someone who just needs a friend. I guess so, she said softly. Well, that's easy enough to fix, Issei grinned. Just find a friend. Someone who can spend time with you, will talk to you like a person, maybe someone with several other friends who would love to be friends with the Gabriel of heaven. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Gabriel smiled sadly. But where would I find someone like that? Issei, resident friend of Gabriel, at your service, he said playfully. I was talking about me. I mean, assuming you want to be friends with me. You'd really be okay with that? She asked, a hint of surprise in her eyes. I mean being friends with me? I've wanted to meet and be friends with you since I was 13. Issei replied earnestly. This is kind of a childhood dream of mine, you know. Really? She giggled. Don't you think there are better dreams to have? What's wrong with that one? You're sweet, friendly, super powerful, totally adorable. Receptive to joining your ever-growing harem. Yahweh interjected. Receptive to joining my hey, wait a second. Issei protested, blushing. That's not what I was going to say. And I don't have a harem. That's not what your 3 girlfriends would say, Yahweh teased. 3 girlfriends? Gabriel asked, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. Just ignore him. Issei sighed. Asia and Yuma introduced themselves as my girlfriends, and Kate joined in. After that, you walked in and basically convinced everyone that you were my 4th and were going to have my child, and, well, my reputation is now distorted beyond repair. Oh, she replied, blushing again at the misunderstanding. So, you're not dating any of them? Not exactly, no. It's kind of complicated, he admitted. Let's talk about something else. Okay. Gabriel seemed eager to shift the topic away from his current situation with 3 women vying for his attention. The rest of his Monday was simple yet enjoyable. He spent the day with Gabriel, who hadn't had this much fun in ages. They explored new activities, engaged in conversations, and experienced things she had never tried before. Surprisingly, Gabriel discovered a love for the arcade. It turned out she had never played video games before and enjoyed every moment, impressing Issei with her skills. As evening approached, Gabriel felt sad to leave, but Issei reassured her that she could visit anytime, as long as he was home. He politely asked her to refrain from taking him out of class, which she giggled at, promising to think about it, translating to, "I'll take you from class whenever I want." After Gabriel returned to heaven, Issei started his walk home, reflecting on their earlier conversation. Hey Yahweh? Did you ever have any relationships? I'm God, Issei. No. Didn't think so. Issei sighed. I know Kate said she loved me. I still think she's caught in a hero complex. And I think you're in denial, but continue. But what about the others? I mean, Yuma only asked me out so she could kill me. Following which you gave her the only thing she'd ever wanted, showed her the kindness she'd never had, and promised to always stand by her side. Yahweh finished for him. I mean, I met Asia by accident and then abducted her. Which was more of a bad joke than anything else. Following which, you offered her a personal apology on behalf of everyone who had isolated her, not that she held a grudge, offered anything in your power to make it up to her, became her first friend, helped her understand the outside world, showed her care and love she'd never experienced, and protected her from a threat she didn't know was after her. But, do you think they actually have feelings for me like that? So, you know how you constantly compare your life to one of the anime shows you always watch? Yeah? Are you finally admitting that I'm totally similar to an anime protagonist? Yes. In the fact that you're dense and oblivious. What's that supposed to mean? I shouldn't even need to tell you, but I will anyway. Issei, they do. It could not be any more painfully obvious than it already is. Gabriel is developing a little crush on you too, you know. Gabriel? He mentally exclaimed in shock. But that's Gabriel. The most beautiful woman in heaven. People have been vying for her for millennia. And? She's been treated like a goddess, a goal on a pedestal that they could never reach. You treated her like a friend. I mean, today we did, sure, but as long as I can remember, Gabriel has never had a friend. She had me and she had her brothers. That's why I said, show her kindness and show her love. She needs it. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But what about everyone else? What makes you think they like me too? Did you not hear the speeches I gave about what you did for them? Do they all have hero complexes? Issei asked. No, not everything is a hero complex. Yahweh exclaimed, before sighing in exasperation. Listen, Issei. With Kate in the beginning, you were probably right. She hasn't known you very long, and as far as you knew, you were just friends. Jumping 3 leaps and 7 hurdles to love is definitely a hero complex. But that's not the case for everyone. Yuma likes you because of what you did for her, sure, but it's also because of who you are. Can't you see that by now? All she wants is your attention, as often as you're willing to give it to her. Not because you're her hero, but because she genuinely likes you. Asia likes you because you're her first friend. I see a lot of Gabriel in her. She was placed on a pedestal, out of reach above everyone else. Asia was sheltered and kept away from the world, chained to her life with no way to spread her wings. You took those chains away and changed her life. You didn't come flying in and fighting off a deadly dragon to save the princess, Issei. You were just a good person. She saw that and appreciates it about you. So, what does all of that mean exactly? I think it's pretty obvious what that means, Issei. You need to decide on something. You can do what all of the characters in those anime do, where they sit there, completely oblivious to the obvious affection from all the females until they get upset and force you to make a decision after leading them on for a long time. You could choose one now and hopefully avoid hurting them in the future. You could tell them all you aren't interested, which would hurt them now but save them from heartbreak later, plus it's a painfully obvious lie, or you could do what I've been telling you and hope they go along with it. Your advice. The advice from the literal God from the Bible. Where chastity is celebrated, monogamy is required, and lust is a cardinal sin. Is telling me to build a harem that includes his daughter. I don't see your confusion. Mind telling me how your mind flips from an aversion to relationships to telling me to build myself a harem? Wait a minute. No, Issei, it's not. Didn't you say earlier? Not listening. I knew it. You only said all those things because you were single. You made an entire religion forcing people to stay pure until marriage and insisting that relationships were sinful just because you're the world's oldest version. No way. I've heard of jealousy before, but this takes that to a whole nother level. You have got to be kidding me. That I'm not proud of it. One of my first works said, "You shall not bow yourself down to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahweh your God, am a jealous God." They knew who they were following. You're the universe's biggest hypocrite. Listen, Brett. I made the world. I can choose to do whatever I want with it. Now, are you gonna go start your harem, or are you gonna keep going on about the morality behind creating a religion that's forced 31% of the global population into believing that relationships are a cardinal sin? One question first. Don't angels fall when they engage in relationships? Isn't that like a pillar thing for heaven? You're kidding me? That doesn't happen. It does too happen, he shouted back. But it only happens when you do it for the sake of mere pleasure. If you do it for love or to create life, you'll be fine. I'm gonna be holding this over your head for a really long time. You know that, right? If you do that, I'll revoke your permission to date my daughter, Yahweh threatened. You can't interact in this plane. But I can loudly sing, "Never gonna give you up," every time you try to talk to her so you can't focus on anything. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Well done, old man. Well done. Your permission in exchange for my silence. The deal is made. But now I need a nap. Content with his deal about keeping God's secret in exchange for permission to eventually add the most beautiful woman in heaven to the harem that he would apparently create, Issei finished his walk home. I'm home. Issei called, entering his home once again. Issei. Yuma cheered, running and tackling him into a hug. You're back. You left me all alone on my first day, you know? I'm really sorry about that, Yuma, he apologized. You can make it up to me, she hummed. By letting me sleep with you. Issei just chuckled, having expected that. Fine. If that's what you really want, you can sleep with me. Thanks, Issei, she smiled, hugging him again. All right, yes, he laughed, getting her off of him. Where's Asia? I have to say hello to her too. Asia said she had to get ready to go somewhere tonight, Yuma shrugged. Go somewhere? Issei asked, heading up the stairs to find Asia. She didn't say, she shrugged. Asia? Issei called. Where are you? Issei? You're back, she exclaimed, smiling at him from the door to her room. Welcome home, Issei. Nice to see you too. Don't I get a hug? He asked, holding his arms open as she darted into them. Where are you going? I think I made friends today, she smiled. Already? That's great, Asia, he grinned. Yeah. I met a girl named Kiryu and two boys named Matsuda and Motohoma, she explained. They invited me to something called a three-way. Do you know what that is? I have some people to go talk to, Asia, so I'll be back later. Issei happily waved from the other side of the house. Wait, Issei, where are you going? Asia called. Hey, Issei. Please don't do anything rash, Issei. Yuma called. We'll see, he answered, exiting the house. Where is Issei going? He just got back. Asia pouted. Maybe I should tell you what you agreed to go to before anything else happens, Yuma grinned, beckoning her over. What do you, Yuma started whispering. Eek. Just another average night for Issei, Yuma, and Asia. Two girls were walking side by side down the streets of Kuo. They each wore white church robes that covered their entire bodies and exuded a holy aura. One of them had chestnut-colored hair tied into twin tails, while the other had blue hair with a green fringe and carried a large object on her back, wrapped in white cloth. Are you sure this is a good idea? The girl with twin tails asked. Of course it is, her companion replied confidently. It's been 9 years. Do you really think he still remembers you? Look, see? Here we are. He gave it to me before I left. That still doesn't mean he'll remember you. Oh, don't worry so much, Zenobia. I'm sure he'll remember. Irina said cheerfully as she approached the door to the Hyoudou home. Why are we stopping here first anyway? I thought we were supposed to meet up with a contact from the church. Shouldn't we go to the church? Zenobia questioned. No, remember? They specifically said not to go to the church. That's why we're starting with Issei's house, Irina explained, ringing the doorbell. You just want to see him. That's beside the point, she waved her off. Katis, you're early, came a tired feminine voice as the door opened. Issei's still in bed with Asia, so you'll have to wait, eh? Who are you two? Issei's what? Irina yelled. Interesting. Does that mean they are close? Zenobia asked curiously. It better not mean anything inappropriate. Where's Issei? Irina demanded. I'm sorry, would you mind telling me who you are? Yuma asked. I haven't seen you before. Yuma, what's with all the shouting? Issei yawned, approaching the door. There are 2 girls here to see you, Yuma said, opening the door wider. Issei. Irina glared. Mind telling me what you're up to? Oh, that's just Irina, he waved dismissively. Now, if you don't mind, I'm not going that back, Irina? Yes, it's me. Now, what were you she squeaked as Issei rushed over and enveloped her in a warm hug. Irina, he exclaimed happily, giving her a tight squeeze. It's you. I can hardly believe it. Look at you. It's nice to see you too, Issei, but put me down. Or at least put on some clothes. Irina blushed, feeling overwhelmed by the affection from her childhood best friend. Oh right. Sorry, I just woke up, he chuckled sheepishly, wearing only boxer shorts and a sleeveless undershirt. I'd like you to tell me if you were being inappropriate, Zenobia requested bluntly. What? Issei asked. No. When did you? Who are you? Unfortunately we weren't, Yuma chimed in as Issei continued to protest dramatically. Can I please close the door now, master? Master? Irina yelled. Is that something inappropriate too? Zenobia wondered. All right, Yuma, you've done enough damage for one day, Issei sighed, lifting her over his shoulder playfully. Issei, she giggled. Put me down. No. Irina and that friend that go ahead and come in. I'll deal with her and get changed, and then we can do introductions. Is that okay? That's sure? Irina said slowly, stepping into the house. Very well. Thank you for allowing us in, Zenobia added, not seeing anything unusual about Issei carrying the giggling girl away. Yeah, no problem, just sit at the table, Issei called back as he headed up the stairs. 15 awkward minutes later, Issei, Asia, Yuma, Irina, and Zenobia were all sitting at the table together. Alright, first things first, Issei began. I'm Issei Hyoudou, Irina's childhood friend. This is Yuma Amano. Hello, she smiled. And Asia Argento. Hello. Asia greeted as well, mirroring Yuma's smile. Asia Argento? As in the former holy maiden? Zenobia asked, narrowing her eyes. And heretic? Yes. Asia admitted, looking down sadly. Asia is a wonderful person and was wrongfully excommunicated, Issei said firmly, gently rubbing Asia's back. I won't have you making her feel unwelcome in my home. Issei. Asia smiled softly. Anyway, Irina quickly changed the topic. Why are you living with all these girls, Issei? And where are your parents? Issei chuckled awkwardly. I kind of asked a friend to help me get a place in the next town over so I could live here by myself. Yuma and Asia started giggling while Irina's jaw dropped open. Issei, how did what you did what? Your friend is a sinner and is friends with a heretic, Zenobia said simply. I don't see why we need his help. I think I know you, Issei narrowed his eyes. But I think it would be good for you to introduce yourself. Go ahead, wielder of Excalibur destruction. How did you know that? Zenobia demanded, standing up defensively. Listen, would you lighten up a bit? Issei sighed. It's taking every fiber of my being not to ask you to leave for saying things like that to my dear, sweet Asia here. Before you judge others, you must look past the surface to see the true picture. Issei. Asia whined, blushing. You don't have to do that. I'm fine that it doesn't bother me. I have you and I have Yuma. What everyone else thinks about me doesn't matter anymore. You were sent to me by the Lord, so I know he still believes in me too. You have no idea. Yuma giggled. Oh, Issei. Hush you, Issei scolded lightly, tapping her on the head. Anyway, if Asia says it doesn't bother her, that's fine, but please be respectful in my home. You two are my guests. Zenobia grumbled but sat back down. Sorry, Issei, Irina apologized. You did nothing wrong, he waved her off. Are you going to introduce yourselves? Right. I'm Irina Hyoudou, Issei's childhood friend. Nice to meet you. Irina bowed and smiled. And this is Zenobia Korda, my partner. Hello, Zenobia nodded quietly. You're Griselda's ward, aren't you? Wielder of Durandal and the strongest youth exorcist of the church, Issei said. How do you know so much about her, Issei? Irina asked while Zenobia continued to glare at him suspiciously. I know about all the church prospects and hotshots. You're second only to her or I. I'm very proud of you, he smiled. And that's Excalibur mimic with you, right? Little Iri is all grown up and wielding such a powerful sword. Issei. Irina blushed. Are you part of the church too? You could say that, Issei shrugged while Yuma giggled next to him. You two have a lot to talk about. Asia and I will make breakfast, Yuma said. Let's go, Asia. Okay. Asia smiled, standing up with her and heading to the kitchen. Have fun, Issei, Yuma teased, kissing his cheek before walking out. Yuma. Issei shouted, blushing. She just kept giggling as she walked away. Issei. Irina started. What was that? That was called a kiss, Irina, Zenobia informed her seriously. Griselda told me about them. Apparently, they're shown as a sign of affection between close friends. I believe they're similar to being NTMT. Okay. First of all. Issei rubbed his face in annoyance. You are way too sheltered. Secondly, I don't think that's what Ari was asking. And finally, not everything has to do with intimacy. What, this one's different, a voice commented from the background. Glad I'm not around to take the fall for this one, Issei said with a smirk. Get back to the point, Issei. Why are you living with two girls? Irina demanded. I thought the point was how I knew about your situation with the church? Issei replied, still smirking. I believe he's living with girls so he can have more interactions, Zenobia theorized. What did I just say about not everything having to do with that? Irina exclaimed. Just answer the question, Issei. Irina huffed. All right, fine. They both have a bit of a situation, so they're living with me. I'm under orders from Michael to protect Asia until things are resolved, after which I'll get to formally ask her to move in permanently. Yuma is staying with me for the foreseeable future. That's as specific as I'd like to be for now. And your parents are okay with you living alone with two girls? You could say that. Issei shivered. Flashback. So, after all of that, I convinced Michael to get you a new place. Issei finished, having spun a tale of half-truths about why his parents' belongings were packed in a car that was preparing to depart. Goru? Miki asked. Yes, dear. This means Issei will live here by himself with those two girls, doesn't it? I think it does, dear, Goru nodded. Does that mean we'll have grandchildren soon? She asked hopefully. With any luck, we'll have some within the next few years. Goru smiled proudly. Goodbye, son. Call us if you need anything. Issei just stood there in shock as the two happily drove away. Now we get Issei all to ourselves. Yuma cheered, throwing herself on top of him. Flashback and I still think they're way too accepting of this whole letting me live on my own thing. Don't think about it too much, Yahweh waved him off. Just be glad that you have the room now. And be especially glad that your angel magic allowed you to clean their bedroom with extra strength acid before using it. Yeah. Good call on that one, Yahweh. No problem. And why exactly did she kiss you? Irina asked again. That sounds like a question for her. Issei replied flatly. Now, as much as I find your jealousy amusing and adorable, I'm not jealous. Irina blushed heavily. Shouldn't we be getting to the point? Exactly, Zenobia nodded. How do you know so much about me? Who gave you your mission? Do you really not know why you're here? Issei asked. Wait, how did you know we're on a mission, Issei? Irina wondered. Okay, I see the problem here. You two are looking for a contact to help deal with the problem with Excalibur, but you weren't told who the contact was or where he was going to be because the church is full of idiots. How dare you? Zenobia demanded. So, Irina decided to visit me because she thought her childhood friend was more important than the mission. Did I get that right? No, I didn't. Yes. Irina admitted meekly. Well, I am happy to see you, Ri, but the mission is important too, you know. You could have stopped by after or given me a note. Make sure you keep your priorities in order, yeah? Seeing you was my priority too, Issei. Irina whined. Besides, the odds of this mission's success aren't very high. There is an approximate 60% chance of survival and 20% chance of success, Zinovia said emotionlessly. What kind of idiots gave you those figures? Issei asked, bewildered. Okay, listen you two, you'll both be fine. Yeah, it's dangerous, but you have nothing to worry about. If you haven't figured it out by now, I'm your contact. You're our contact? Irina shouted, her jaw dropping open. I don't believe you, Zinovia said simply. Very well, Issei hummed for a moment. How about now? I say. Irina stuttered, holding a single hand up and pointing at him. Why you have wings. You're. Zinovia breathed out, eyes wide. Yep. Issei replied cheerily. He was still sitting in his chair, 10 sparkling, golden wings released from his back and a halo radiating holy light above his head. Issei Hyoudou, ultimate class angel and your direct superior for this assignment. A pleasure to see you again, and a pleasure to meet you, Zinovia. As the shock slowly wore off, the two had vastly different reactions. Zinovia instantly took a knee and bowed her head, while Irina, say, You're an angel, she squealed, running up to him with childlike excitement. Just look at these. They're so soft. So beautiful. There's so many of them. Just look at them all. You're amazing, Issei. Irina. Zinovia hissed. Are you crazy? What's wrong, Zinovia? I'm just. I am so sorry, she apologized loudly, running back to Zinovia and kneeling next to her with a bright red blush. Please forgive me, my lord. I never meant to do that. Forgive me as well. I should not have spoken to someone such as yourself with such disrespect. I'll accept any punishment you wish, Zinovia said sternly. Very well, Issei nodded sagely. As punishment for your breach of protocol and for your rudeness, your punishment shall be as follows. Issei, breakfast is ready. Yuma called. Do you need another minute to finish playing with them? Just a second, Yuma, he called back in his normal voice before switching back to his regal tone. As punishment, you shall both be required to treat me completely normally. You are to ignore all this hierarchy, title, master and his underlings nonsense that the church teaches, and just treat me like you would anyone else. I'll give you the respect that I give my friends, and that's all that should be required for you to respect me in turn. If you respect me simply because I'm an angel, then your respect is misplaced. My lord. Zinovia tried to come up with something to say. And please call me Issei, he sighed. I really hate being called lord. Also, I want another hug from IRI. Wait, what? Irina squealed as Issei picked her up and squeezed her. I missed you so much, Harai, he gushed. Yuma, you can bring the food now. Coming, Issei, she called back, bringing their breakfast in. Now both of you, let's eat. Issei announced cheerily. Both hesitated for a moment, Zinovia used to ignoring protocol, and Irina trying to recover from all the affection she was getting from someone who was definitely not her childhood crush. Hurry up you two or there won't be any left. Yuma told them as she, Issei, and Asia began to eat. Right. The thought of missing breakfast seemed to snap them out of their stupor as they joined them at the table for food. So, how did this happen? She asked, gesturing to his angel features. Oh, left those out. My bad. Issei chuckled, putting his wings away. Kind of a long story. No, it isn't, Yahweh deadpanned. You just don't feel like telling them about me yet. That is entirely true, but also entirely beside the point. Wouldn't it be more dramatic to tell them on a big stage or something? Maybe when I offer them spots in my Brave Saints deck? Good point, Yahweh agreed. Right. My lord, Zinovia started. Issei, he corrected. Sorry, Lord Issei, she apologized. Could you please give us the details about our mission? Well, it's a step, but please omit the Lord part, he groaned. Anyway, here it is. As you know, 3 fragments of Excalibur were stolen. Transparency, Nightmare, and Rapidly. They are currently en route to Kuro, which is the town we're in now. I've been able to deduce from some information from Michael, as well as my lovely Yuma, that Kokabeel was the one who stole them. He intends to use them to eliminate the 2 devil heiresses that govern this town in order to restart the war. Now, any questions? What? Irina yelled. That's not what we were told at all. We were informed that we were to locate and retrieve the holy swords, Zenobia relayed. They told us that they could be found in this town, where a contact from the church would meet with us to aid in our search. So, Michael wasn't the one who told you guys? Or Gabriel? Issei asked. You know Michael and Gabriel? Irina's jaw dropped in shock. I should have known. Michael isn't very good at seeing things through or giving very specific instructions. I'll talk to him about giving you 2 better directions, he sighed. I swear, you'd think Michael would be better at this by now, but no, he's still the same goofy-faced, grinning child he's always been. Say, you can't talk about Lord Michael like that. Irina protested. Uncle Michael? I can talk to him however I want. He totally does have a goofy face. Here, look, I'll show you a picture. Issei paused, pulling a picture up on his phone. See? Doesn't he have the silliest grin ever? It's always there. Always. I feel like I should be insulted because we look almost exactly alike. Yahweh deadpanned. I can see it in your face, Zenobia. You agree with me. Come on, say it. Say Michael has a goofy grin. Zenobia blushed slightly and turned away. I will not say such things of Lord Michael. Insulting someone of his stature is heretical at best. Oh, lighten up. Who do you think got my parents their house? Issei winked. You blackmailed Lord Michael? Both of them yelled. Naughty Issei. Yuma giggled. Back on topic. Issei ignored them. Yes, Michael is a very close friend of mine. Gabriel is too. As per the mission, your details weren't too far off. However, they weren't entirely accurate. The holy swords aren't here yet, they're on their way. You do have to retrieve them, but to do that, we'll have to confront Kokabil and whatever underlings he brings with him. Yuma, do you know if there were more than just you 4 in that church? I don't think so, but Kokabil is very strong, she thought aloud, putting a finger on her chin. Maybe he got someone to replace Donasik and me? They probably think I'm dead. Well, I'm very glad that you're not. Issei, I'm glad I didn't harm you too. I really want to ask, but I feel like I'll regret it. Irina sighed. Also, isn't Kokabil part of the cadre? How can you say we have to fight Kokabil like it's nothing? He's a fallen angel, Issei smirked. Does not the potter have power over the clay, to make one vessel for honor and another for dishonor? I remember that one. Yahweh exclaimed. Manned the Romans. Good times, I tell ya, good times. Why are you quoting the Bible at us, Issei? Irina asked. That doesn't answer my question at all. Oh, it does. You just haven't realized it yet. We have to get to school or we'll be late, Issei stood. You two can. You can do whatever, I guess. I have 2 rules, don't destroy my house and don't go to the church. That's where the other 2 fallen are. I'll make sure to let the devils know you're here so. You're friends with devils? Irina yelled. How are you an angel if you're friends with those creatures? Zenobia demanded. Listen, both of you, Issei sighed. I'm sure you're both very smart, so you should be able to figure this out. The teachings from God should leave you understanding the simple things. Kindness, forgiveness, love, and charity. Show me where it says that race or species should decide how much love one should receive. Show me where it tells you to judge others before you meet them. Show me who taught you that you should only show kindness to those who share your beliefs. Are we not meant to be the guiding light of the world? Nature itself has imprinted on the minds of all the idea of God, that is to say, everyone in this world has, at their core, some essence of love. Well, I created nature too, so... Shut it. Issei smiled at the 2. Do you understand? Judging others is not for you to decide. It is through one's actions that we come to see them as friends or foes. Until then, give them not your blade, but your hand so that they may stand alongside you. My student is so wise. Yahweh cried. I'm so proud of you. You finally said something that wasn't from Sun Tzu. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity, my dear uncle. You just had to ruin it, didn't you? Irina was at a loss for words. Don't worry, Irina. Think on what I've said. After all, it is for you to decide what you believe in. Only follow those worthy of following. We have to get going, so I'll see you. Let's go, Issei. Yuma giggled from on top of his back. Must you do this every day? You're comfy. And this way, I get to hug you the whole way. Yuma smiled. Issei just sighed and smiled back. All right, Asia? You ready? Oh, please. Coming, say. Asia seemed startled as if she were deep in thought. Who knows, Yaoi yawned. I just wish that old war-crazed crow would come attack already so you can beat him and get it over with. All this waiting is getting boring. What, does he think ending the world on a Saturday would be funny or something? So help me if he attacks us on Saturday. Well, it's only Wednesday. Don't think about it too much. So, let me get this straight. Rias rubbed the bridge of her nose as she looked past her desk at a rather unusual sight. You've invited the Holy Maiden and an angel who works under you to come to the meeting with Surzex and Seraphal? And you invited 2 exorcists to stay with you? In our territory? Close, Issei corrected. I didn't invite them. Michael wanted me to have some backup. One is a childhood friend of mine, so they're staying with me for the time being. They won't bother you as long as you don't do anything to hurt them. Okay. This? Rias gestured to him as he sat on the couch. Yuma was draped over one side, Kates claimed the other, while Asia timidly sat nearby, clearly wanting more attention. I gave up trying to get them off me a long time ago, Issei sighed. Oh, don't act like you don't enjoy it, Issei, pouted Yuma, snuggling closer to him. Such is the life of the angel with a harem. Such a tragedy. Kates added. Right. Rias sighed. So, Issei, what are the exorcists doing here? I could have sworn we had this discussion. Issei scratched his head. Yuma, didn't I tell Rias already? No, Issei. Not that you told me at least, she shook her head. Right. So, essentially, both you and Sona are targets to serve as potential sparks for the next great war, Issei explained simply. What? She shouted. You didn't think to tell me this sooner? Well, I did imply the possibility, he pointed out. But no, I never confirmed it with you. My bad. My bad? That's it? The war could have restarted. Not like telling you would have prevented it. I've been keeping an eye out. So long as you don't go wandering into dark alleyways at night outside of Kuo, you'll be totally fine. That is not exactly reassuring, Issei, Akino mentioned. Why exactly did you keep this a secret from us? It wasn't a secret. Kates knew about it, he shrugged. Say, way to throw me under the bus. Kates pouted. You did the same thing to me with Michael, you don't get to complain. But I. Fine. Before we point any fingers at which some people may or may not have forgotten to tell you about an imminent threat to their livelihood, Issei defended. Need I remind you that you did exactly the same thing with Kates? They did what? Kates asked curiously. How did you? Rias dropped her jaw open in shock. Look, not that I expected you to know this, but I do have a knack for detective work. Michael usually drops cases off to Lord Regel and then comes to me. I find it more than a little suspicious that you just so happened to resurrect Kates within 10 minutes of her death to a fallen angel. Besides that, you said Kaneko had informed you of the fallen's existence previously, and that you'd been keeping an eye on Kates for some time, but hadn't had a real ability to go after her. My belief is that once you discovered there were fallen in the area, who you figured out were targeting suspicious humans that may possess sacred gears by tailing me, you kept a closer watch on Kates. After she was killed, you swooped in and forced her to become a devil. Did I get all of that right? What are I? Is that true? Kates demanded. Why? Rias stuttered. Kates? Issei asked. I already told you. It's not their fault. But you just said . I know what I said. It's still not her fault. It's mine. I allowed the fallen angels to continue living in this town, posing a threat to the citizens, and I did nothing about it. I was aware of their intentions and chose to ignore it. I should have recognized you as a potential sacred gear holder, but I subconsciously overlooked it because you were my friend, and I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have. Rias was under no obligation to risk her life to save yours. No. Kates is right. Rias admitted, looking down in shame. It's my territory. And I knew she was in danger. And I had time to save her. Rias. Kates yelled. I should have intervened. I was desperate, she said softly. Desperate for what, Rias? Issei asked. You're a strong, beautiful young devil. Why do you need your peerage members so badly? What makes Kates so special? You had no way of knowing what she possessed. For all you knew, it could have been something as simple as flicker. What's that? Kates tried to ask. It's a utility class sacred gear. It allows for instantaneous short-range teleports at a very fast speed. Sounds useful, but most high-ranking devils, angels, and fallen can do that anyway. It's not exactly difficult. Being forced into a marriage. Rias admitted. Ah, I see. Issei closed his eyes and nodded. So, you're going to fight for your freedom? Is that it? Sort of. There's a clause that says if I defeat him in a raiding game, I can get the marriage cancelled. It's something my brother added to give me a chance. My parents think that because it's so hard to produce a pure-blood devil, I should accept my fate. I need to be married off to the Phoenix clan, and it's my duty as a Gremmery heiress to comply. I was supposed to have until I finished college, but Riser is pushing harder than ever. At most, I have until the end of the year. At worst, I have a month. Rias, Kate said with a hint of sadness in her voice. I'm sorry. I'm still upset with you for what happened to me, but if you had told me this, I would have helped you. I know. Rias admitted, her voice heavy with regret. I don't want to marry Riser. He's a terrible person. Rias. Aquino said sympathetically. He's really not a good guy, Kaneko added. Well, before the Satans arrive, I believe I have something that will help all of us, Issei said with a confident grin. What are the rules regarding outside participants in the games? Rias asked, intrigued. Riser was very opposed to it on paper, Issei replied, his expression turning serious. With my own money and resources, I can only really afford 1 or 2 low-class options at most, he stated. Not bad on Riser's part, Issei mused. But not good enough. If you'll allow me to share my thoughts, I have something to say. First, I want to ask you this seriously. It might come off as insulting, so I apologize in advance. Oh no, Yuma sighed. Here he goes making girls cry again. But you understand where your parents are coming from. The Devils, like the other major factions, are facing a serious population decline. That's why systems like the Brave Saints and the Evil Pieces exist. As a pure-blooded devil and an heiress, it's crucial for your culture and existence that you marry and have children. Have you considered the repercussions of not marrying him? The consequences of placing yourself above your clan and your people? I have, she said firmly. I'm not against marrying and having children, but I will marry for love. I will choose who I want to marry and when I find the right person. That decision is mine to make, not my family's. I refuse to accept someone I do not love as my husband. Right answer, Issei grinned. I believe in the principles of love, forgiveness, kindness, and charity. Marriage should be based on love. Love is the strongest force in our world, and it's my duty to help spread it. I also believe that one's destiny should be in their own hands. So, I have a proposal for you. Really? Rias looked hopeful for the first time in a long while. Yep. You can borrow my little Yuma and my dear Asia, he said, placing a hand on each of their heads. As your helpers. I will personally train you and your peerage, as well as enhance the abilities of these two, for as long as they allow me to. Wait, Issei. Asia protested. I don't know how to fight. That's okay, you don't need to, he assured her. You have the power of twilight healing. I'll teach you to defend yourself and help you train your sacred gear. Will you please do this for me, Asia? She hesitated. If you really want me to, then I'll do it. I knew you'd come around. Thank you, I really appreciate it, Issei smiled. So, how about that? But why are you? Rias tried to ask. 2 reasons. As I said, I believe in love and the freedom of choice. Knowing about your situation and being able to help, I can't just stand by. Secondly, I owe you. You saved Kate. She may be upset now, but she'll get over it. Hey, Issei. Kate complained. And I believe it's my fault that she was in danger, regardless of what anyone else says. From my perspective, you are her savior. Thus, I am in your debt. To repay part of that debt, I will help you avoid this marriage you want no part in. You don't really do that for me? Rias asked. Of course, just please keep quiet about well that you know. Right? If it means you'll help me, I will. That said, you wouldn't mind explaining to me. Rias was interrupted by a large, crimson-colored teleportation circle appearing in the middle of the clubroom. Out of it came 3 people. One was a very tall man with crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes, wearing large black and gold shoulder guards over white and blue royal attire. Next to him was a woman with long silver hair and a stoic expression, dressed in a maid outfit. Finally, there was a short young woman with black hair styled in twin tails, oddly dressed in a pink magical girl costume, something Issei noticed immediately. Oh my god! It's Milky, he exclaimed, standing up quickly. This is amazing. Greetings, my Naha? The crimson-haired man began before realizing. You're a fan, the black-haired woman asked excitedly. A fan? That's an understatement. He ran over to her and kneeled. Magical girl Milky Spiral 7, please allow me to be your knight in shining armor. The evil Lord Caramelicus may try to harm you, but I, the knight Andromeda, shall be at your side and protect you at all costs. Sir Andromeda, she spoke, regally, holding her wand in the air. I accept your offer and hereby dub thee as my knight. Sir Andromeda. You truly are such a kind magical girl, Lady Milky. Issei proclaimed. Come, let us fight Lord Caramelicus' evil minions together. Rise, my knight. Let us go, she announced, and the two dramatically stood, striking a heroic pose, as the air conditioning blew their hair and the sound of waves filled the room from Asia accidentally dropping her glass of water. But it was dramatic nonetheless. You're amazing. Not nearly as amazing as you. Your costume is perfect. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're the real one from the show. Wait, don't tell me it is you, isn't it? Can I please get your autograph? Anything for a fan of the great magical girl Milky, she smiled. What just happened? Rias asked. I'd have no idea, Surzex admitted blankly. Issei, Yuma called. We have a meeting, you know. Stop gushing over her and come gush over me instead. Wait a second, how is that any better? Kates protested. I would like Issei to gush over me too. Asia whispered. So, you're the infamous Issei Hyoudou, is that right? Surzex asked. Hold on a second, Issei waved him off non-committally. Magical girl Milky is signing something for me. This is a dream come true. Yuma started giggling as the rest of the devils watched in shock. Did he? Aquino started. Issei, that's the Satan Lucifer. Yuma giggled. You can't just ignore him like that. Milky is more important. Yuma laughed harder as Surzex stood there with a bewildered look on his face. All done, the woman declared, smiling at him. Now, my name is Seraphal Leviathan. But you can call me Levi. I'll get the AED ready. Cuteness overload may be an imminent threat, Yahweh said, walking off elsewhere. Nice to meet you, Levi. I'm Issei Hyoudou, he greeted, shaking her hand. If the rest of the devils are anything like you, then I really need to visit the underworld. If all of heaven is a fan of Milky, I will strongly consider peace, Seraphal declared sagely. This meeting has really gotten away from me, Surzex admitted. To heck with formalities. I'm Surzex Lucifer, Ria's older brother. This is my wife, Graphia Lucifuge, Surzex introduced. Greetings, she nodded politely. You look a lot like Rias, Issei observed. Hey, Issei, do you think she's dressed like a maid because that's his thing? Yuma teased. Yuma. Issei exclaimed, but Surzex chuckled. She's our family's head maid, he clarified. That didn't answer my question, Yuma said playfully. Naughty Satan. What's your thing, Issei? That's none of your business. Come on, Issei. Tell us. Kates urged. This has really gotten out of hand. Issei sighed. Sorry about them. Considering how this has gone so far, I don't think you have anything to worry about, Graphia reassured him. Magical girl Levi agrees that maids are Surzek's thing, Seraphal nodded. Can we please change the subject? Rias asked, clearly embarrassed about discussing her older brother's preferences. Anything my darling Rias wants. Surzex declared. He really is a siscon. A true tragedy. So, what did you guys want to meet with me for? Issei asked, settling onto the couch as Yuma took a seat on his lap. Well, a powerful angel showed up in my sister's territory. I was rather worried, of course, Surzex explained, sitting across from him alongside Graphia and Seraphal. Yeah, the whole opposing forces thing, he nodded noncommittally. Well, who cares about all that stuff? War's pointless. My Issei is so wise. Yuma exclaimed dramatically. War is pointless. Asia murmured to herself, as if testing his theory. Magical girl Levi decrees that war is pointless and is henceforth forbidden. Seraphal announced. Glad we're in agreement then. So, are you three going to hang out or? Issei. They're here to talk about the potential threat to my territory. Rias groaned in embarrassment. Could you be any less eccentric? Just for today. Alright, fine, geez. No wonder you're still single even with those looks, he mumbled. What was that? she demanded, an icy look crossing her features. Nothing. I thought so. But so, mind catching us up to speed? Surzex asked as the discussion began. Evening fell upon the sky, and the Hyoudou household grew quiet. The 5 residents, including Issei, who stayed in the master bedroom, Yuma and Asia, who should have stayed in Issei's old bedroom but slept with him instead, and Irina and Zenobia, who stayed in the guest room, had finished their evening meal and were settling down for the night. Issei, however, couldn't get to sleep. Something was keeping him from entering the world of dreams. So, Issei stood on the roof under the shining light of the moon. Yae, why did you make the moon? Issei wondered. Now why would you ask that, Issei? A voice replied. It seems strange to me. This world of ours. It's an arbitrary collection of fractured bits and pieces collected and formed into the known universe. And? What's wrong with that, Issei? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just feel connected to it all, but at the same time isolated. It's like standing in the middle of a crowd. You're surrounded by life but somehow you still feel alone. Is that what it means to hold power? Or is that simply what it means to be alive? Issei, you will never understand it all. I created it all, and I could never understand it. Life in and of itself is a dichotomy, built upon opposites. That dichotomy of life is found in both man and his world. You feel isolated, yet are surrounded by love. You feel joy, yet are surrounded by sadness and suffering. It is simply something that is. It's not something to understand, Issei, it's simply the way it's become. I guess that makes sense. Issei, a voice called from below him. Asia? He asked, looking down at her. What are you doing out here? I was looking for you, she admitted shyly. Yuma's still asleep. But why don't you come up here? He suggested softly, fluttering down to pick her up in his arms before flying back up. Can I stay here? Of course, Issei smiled. I just wanted to see you. And talk to you, I guess, she admitted. What's on your mind, Asia? I just feel a little lonely, I guess. You're always with Kates and Yuma. I'm not jealous or anything. It's probably silly, just forget It's not silly, Aisha. Remember what I said? Speak your mind and I'll always listen to what you have to say, he smiled at her. And you're right. I haven't been paying nearly enough attention to you, my adorable Asia. So, why don't we spend some time together now? I would like that. And so they sat there, Asia content to simply be held by Issei, his arms wrapped around her waist as she leaned back against him. They watched the light of the moon bathe the world in its glow. Can I ask you a question? What is it, Asia? Are you lying to me? What? Issei asked, caught off guard. I feel like you're hiding something, she admitted. Am I not trustworthy enough? No, Asia. It's not, he sighed and hugged her tighter. It's just a very hard story to tell. Because I want you to stay exactly as you are. What does that mean, Issei? If I tell you, I'm afraid you'll think differently of me. I don't think that would be possible, Issei, she said softly. You're my first friend with Yuma. You showed me the world. We did silly things like watching those shows that you like and searching for flying blue cats. We went out into the world, and you showed me things I'd never seen before. Things like hamburgers and shopping malls and arcades. I've never felt so warm and happy. As long as I can stay here and be with you and Yuma. I don't care what you're hiding from me. I just don't think you want to hide it anymore. I think you want to tell the world what you're hiding so you can stop hiding. You're very astute, Asia, he chuckled, resting his chin on her shoulder gently. And very right. I do. I want to tell the world, but I don't want the world to change. I want to be Issei. I want to be with you and Yuma and Kates and Gabriel. I want to make friends. I want to sit on this planet of ours that we share with countless other races, and I want to live knowing that I don't have to worry that the people who mean the world to me, the people I love, might not be safe without me there to protect them. Issei, she started, summoning all of her courage. Are you God? Issei's jaw dropped in shock as he turned to look at her determined face. What's? Yuma's are beautiful too, but they aren't as soft or as warm as yours. When you give others advice, you make strange comparisons as if you know what God would think. I thought it was just the fact that you're an angel, but something else is going on. So, am I right, Issei? Are you really God? Wow. She nailed it. Yahweh commented in awe. That's incredible. You know, if you have her spend some more time with you, and maybe train under Ragel, she'd make a fine detective. Her observational skills are impressive. I suppose I am, in a way, he admitted. I'm not the original, but I'm sorry I didn't tell you. What do you mean, Issei? Asia, a long time ago, during the end of the Great War, God was killed by Draig and Albion. With his last breaths, he sealed them away within the sacred gear's boosted gear and divine dividing. He also sealed his own soul into the heavenly crown to prevent himself from passing on completely. That sacred gear is mine. I am its first wielder. As the wielder of my soul, Yahweh spoke up, Issei is the current God. I may have been the progenitor, but Issei has taken the throne. Let there be one ruler, one king, and that king is Issei. So, in a way, I am God. Yet, I could never do what he's done for the world. I strive for peace but fear showing my true self to lead it there. I truly am a coward who hides behind the facade of a warrior. All my life, I've looked up to God, and I've dedicated myself to following him, Asia told him. And I always will follow him. To me, whether you're the first, the second, or a combination of the two, you are still him. My light. The one I live for. Asia. If you'll have me, I'd love to stay with you, Issei. Asia, would you be willing to join my deck? Become one of my brave saints? Fight in my name and join the ranks of the angels in heaven. Does that mean I could become an angel? She gasped. You'd really have someone like me? Better you than anyone else, Asia. I'd be honored to have you work under me, he smiled. If you will accept me as your king and become my saint, I swear I shall protect and lead you for eternity. Should you find yourself in darkness, I'll bring you to the light. Should you find yourself lost, I'll find you again. I'd love to say, she smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. Issei reached into his magic space and pulled out a shimmering, magical playing card. He gently pressed the card to the center of her chest and leaned his forehead against hers, softly reciting the chant. Invoke the grace of the Lord, to invite you among the ranks of heaven. Join in singing his praises and guard the land he created. Become a guardian of heaven and become my five, the five of crowns. Asia closed her eyes and accepted him, embracing the holy light that began to fill her body, the wash of peace nearly overwhelming her. She felt his gentle hold as she started to lose balance, and she accepted the tender kiss he placed on her lips. Welcome, Asia Argento, to the ranks of the angels, he murmured as she slowly drifted off to sleep. Knowing she still mattered, knowing she would always have a place in his heart, Asia gained confidence. She smiled more, laughed more, and spoke her mind more. She remained the same timid and shy Asia, but she was able to blossom. The prayers she once sent to God, hoping for his grace and guidance, now went to Issei. She prayed for his happiness and safety, that she would stay with him in the future, and that she would always be of use to him, whether through her gifts or her mere presence. She prayed for the God she had always loved and would continue to love. Friday was the day things truly began. Perhaps the most frightening thing was that they didn't know. They simply didn't know if she was alive or dead, hurt or safe, missing or found. Fear was, and always would be, a powerful motivator. It could easily set something in motion that had yet to move. After all, it is only when the pot begins to fear the watcher that the water begins to boil. A simple scouting run had turned into something that could very well claim her life if they were unable to find her. We've looked everywhere. Issei collapsed to his knees, unshed tears building in his eyes. Where is she? We scoured the west side of town, Rias reported. No sign of her. Asia and I searched the east and she's not there. Either, Yuma added sadly, comfortingly patting Issei's shoulder. Issei and I searched the south side. Nothing. Zenobia grit her teeth. Where did she go? Wait. Rias held up a hand, a barely noticeable communications circle in her ear. North side, the park. About a 3-minute walk from the fountain on the trail. Sona's found her. Zenobia, grab on, we're going, Issei said, kneeling. Right? She nodded, hopping onto his back, barely making room for his wings. I'll meet the rest of you there. Issei flew at full speed to the location Rias described, his hair whipping in the wind as he raced to her. Rias said nothing other than she was found, but what did that mean? Just as he landed, a crimson-colored magic circle appeared on the ground behind a sight he had never wished to see. Irina, his childhood best friend, was breathing faintly, covered in cuts and bruises. Her clothes looked as if they had been through a shredder. Irina, he cried, kneeling next to her and moving her head to his lap. Can you hear me? Irina? Please, answer me. She's unresponsive, Sona said gravely. Asia! Issei yelled, noticing she and Yuma had come along with Ria's peerage through the portal. Please, help her. Of course, right away. Asia raced over and immediately began healing her. I don't know if it's enough. Stay still and keep going, Issei ordered, maneuvering the two so Irina was resting on Asia and he was kneeling behind the former nun. This is going to feel really strange, so I'm sorry about that. Strange how? She asked timidly, but trusting him and continuing to heal the prone girl. It's hard to describe, just don't panic, he instructed, placing his hands on her back and gently probing different areas. Come on. Come on. Ah. Here. What are you doing, Issei? Yuma asked. Is it really the time for that? Just put everything you have into healing her, Asia. Issei urged, positioning his hands near where her wings would be. This should help. Aha. Asia let out a series of strange sounds that mixed a squeak with a gasp. What just? Amazing. The light of Asia's twilight healing surged dramatically, perhaps even doubling. Irina's wounds, which had been slowly closing, were now sealing rapidly as color returned to her face. Stop, he commanded, pulling her away. Wait, I'm not done yet, she protested, trying to reach Irina again. Asia, I've flooded your body with more power than you can handle. It's stronger than anything you've ever experienced before. It cut the healing time by 1/3 but increased the drain on you tenfold. That's all I'm allowing you to do. But Issei, I can still. Asia, he said firmly, meeting her gaze. You saved her life. You don't need to do any more. Thanks to you, Irina will live to fight another day. Oh, she smiled. I'm glad. I guess we should take her home, Issei said, scratching his head. We could take her back to the underworld, Sona suggested. The Citri family has advanced medical facilities. Would you really be willing to house an exorcist? Issei asked, surprised. I don't exactly know why. But my sister said to help you with anything you needed. Sona replied, sounding slightly confused. Do you know anything about that? No, nothing at all. Thank you for taking care of Irina, he said, bowing slightly. Please, take her quickly. She's stable and not in any real danger, but she definitely still needs medical attention. She lost a lot of blood. Right. Sona nodded, taking the girl and vanishing. So you're the little unknown taking out my underlings, a voice from above remarked. He was clearly a fallen angel, his 5 pairs of black wings giving him away. His face resembled that of a mischievous gremlin, grayish with a smirk that seemed permanent. His eyes were red with purple blotches around them, and he wore a black robe adorned with various intricate accessories. Looks like my trap worked well. Kokabeel, Issei muttered, standing tall as his hair cast a shadow over his eyes and his fists clenched. You threatened my Yuma. You blackmailed her and instilled fear in her heart. You ordered the death of Kates because you were too scared about variables in your foolish scheme. And you're the one who eliminated Donasik, though I will thank you for taking care of Fried. We lost the nun because of that fool. Thankfully, it seems you have a hold of her. No better safekeeping than an angel, I suppose. Asia gripped Issei's arm lightly, hiding behind him. You. Rias demanded. What are you doing in my territory? Oh, me? Just doing some scouting for now, I suppose. A little insect came buzzing around with her toy, Kokabeel mused, holding up the Excalibur mimic. How dare you steal that sword from her? Zenobia demanded, drawing her own blade. You won't leave her alive, fallen one. Stand down, Zenobia, Issei ordered, raising a hand. Issei, we can't let him. I said stand down, he repeated. Kokabeel's not here to fight us yet, and this area is too open. If he gets cornered, he'll just take hostages. What do you want? Come to gloat that an ultimate class fallen took down an underqualified exorcist. He scoffed. If I cared about that, I'd have killed her. She wasn't even worth it. I decided if I left her around here, I'd get to see who it is exactly that's been taking out my underlings. And, since Rainier is here, I believe that would be you. Soon, Kokabeel, you'll join them. You do know that, don't you? Issei threatened. Donasik and Fried may be strong, but even together they don't measure up to me, boy. And don't think you'll have much luck trying to manipulate or stuck me either. Don't worry. I'm not into evil gremlins whose bark outshines their bite 10-1. Oh, a sharp tongue on this one? So, not that I particularly care about her, but how did you convince Rainier to join your side, HM? Do you have any idea what she's done? Yuma, he corrected, taking her hand, is more than a puppet and more than a pawn. A past is just that, a past, and it has no impact on one's future. Eternal punishment for actions taken out of fear is unjust, and I have taken it upon myself to ensure she receives happiness and love to replace the fear and loneliness she's felt all those years. Issei. Yuma smiled softly. So, Kokabeel, I ask you again. Why are you here? Simple. I'm scouting my targets early. You may just be worth my time, boy. I look forward to eliminating you. Destroying the world is more fun on a Saturday, isn't it? Issei scoffed. You read my mind, Kokabeel smirked. I'll be taking my leave now. You made the first strike, Kokabeel. Do not throw the arrow that will return against you. You will be struck down. You can't kill me, boy, but if I am to be struck down, I won't die alone. You do well to remember that. I shall see you on the battlefield. He sneered before disappearing in a flash of light. How could you let him go? Rias demanded. You heard me, didn't you? Issei turned to her, a sharpness in his eyes. We're out in the open. Kokabeel isn't like Donasik or Fried. I can't just eliminate him without resistance. Kokabeel and I are likely evenly matched. If we were to fight, even all of us against him, what do you think would happen? He doesn't want to fight us yet. He's not ready. He'd just take one of us or a citizen hostage. We'd be allowing one of our own to die needlessly. Kokabeel is foolish, but he isn't stupid. He wants to be inside our heads. He wants us to fear him. Of course, I let him go. He who knows when to fight and when not to fight will win. That is the first rule. Rias sighed. You're right. I'm sorry. Your worries are justified, Rias, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. However, you must not let them cloud your judgment. That is what it means to be a leader. Thanks, she smiled at him. I'll remember that. Issei. Yuma cried, diving into his arms. Whoa, what is it now? He chuckled. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you. Of course, Yuma. Now let's go home. He gently stroked her back as he turned to the rest of his group. Asia. Zenobia. Let's go home. Coming, Issei. Asia replied eagerly. Zenobia said nothing but followed. Today was the day they had anticipated. It was Saturday, the day Kokabeel had casually suggested he would make his move. Irina was still recovering in the Citri medical ward, but she should be cleared by the following morning. They wanted to keep her for observation to ensure that the severe loss of blood didn't cause any lasting damage. This meant that one of their comrades was out of the fight before it had even begun, and they had no idea of the enemy's strength. Kokabeel had acknowledged that Issei might be a match for him, albeit in a rather self-assured manner, indicating he definitely had more up his sleeve. The question was, what? That question kept the Hyoudou household awake throughout most of the night. Issei tried his best to comfort Zenobia, but even the ever-stoic blue-haired warrior was visibly shaken at the sight of her partner. She may have taken on this mission knowing the odds of her returning alive weren't the best, but witnessing her friend and partner covered in wounds and bleeding, lying unconscious and vulnerable, was something else entirely. Believing you're brave enough to confront danger and then charging in any way is different from actually doing it. It is the inherent nature of living beings to survive, so purposefully entering a situation that threatens that instinct is incredibly challenging. So they stayed and watched the clock tick away the hours until morning. Issei, Asia, and Yuma snuggled together under their blankets, finding solace in their closeness and shared warmth. Until morning came. The 4 residents of the Hyoudou home had breakfast, dark circles under their eyes. They spoke lightly, each one worried about what was to come. In Issei's mind, part of him feared that the attack might not come at all, that Kokabeel had dropped that hint of attacking on a Saturday as a response to his taunt. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. But Kokabeel was not the type to back down. He was evil, dangerous, and unpredictable, but he was a warrior. Not in the honorable sense, but in the way that he craved conflict. He wanted a challenge. Going after weak targets for the sake of bloodshed was Fried's style, and Issei made sure to resolve that issue before it could resurface. The day passed uneventfully. The Citri peerage, the Gremory peerage, and the Hyoudou group simply sat in the Occult Research Club building and waited. And waited. And waited. But as afternoon turned to evening, their waiting came to an end. A surge of power. A tremor in the land and the building. It was here. He was here. Kokabeel's assault had begun. That's them, Rias announced sternly. Sona's peerage will maintain a barrier around the school. Issei, you and your group will assist mine in confronting them directly. I thought you said your brother was going to help us with this? You did contact him, right? Issei asked seriously. I did, Sona replied. But he can't be here. Neither can my older sister. Well, isn't that convenient? Issei thought. And you didn't try to say, this could be the difference between mass war and permanent peace? I did, she answered sharply. And she really tried to help, but they can't yet. Permission for 2 super devils to engage in military action in the human world is a lengthy process. As we speak, they should be finishing their meetings now. I'd estimate roughly an hour. We don't have that kind of time, Issei sighed. Rias, you lead your group. I'll lead mine. Are you ready for this? I am, she said confidently. But, know you can win. Believe in your soldiers. Know yourselves and you will win all battles. Sun Tzu, Kates, Yuma, Asia, and Yahweh asked in unison. I'm getting too predictable. Issei mumbled as another rumble shook the ground. Let's go. The barrier was formed, and the battlefield was set. Sides were chosen, and the leaders prepared to speak before the battle began. So I see you were telling the truth, Issei spoke first. I didn't expect someone like you to honor such a thing. If you weren't prepared for me, brat, this entire farce would be a bore, Kokabeel taunted. You're the only one that seems worth my time, so I hope you last long enough to make it to me. You're beginning to bore me, Kokabeel, Shalba said, sounding irritated. Stop talking to them so much and let's get on with it. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting such a powerful one of Kokabeel's associates. Issei narrowed his eyes. What exactly is a devil doing with the man trying so hard to eliminate their heiresses? I'm not his associate, brat, Shalba retorted. And it's none of your business why I fight. That's Shalba Beelzebub, Rias informed him. He's a member of the old Satan faction, a direct descendant of the original Beelzebub. More than likely, he wants the war so he can seize power from the current demon lords. Oh, that's rich. You do understand that a war-torn country is not a country worth leading, don't you? Enough chatter, Shalba snapped. Kokabeel, send in the first wave or I'm going in myself. Teach, Kokabeel scoffed. He summoned a large magical throne and sat down in it almost lazily. I suppose we should kick things off. For a self-proclaimed warrior, you don't know much about warfare. A true leader walks in front of his soldiers, Issei criticized. Cheeky brat. Kokabeel snarled, snapping his fingers. How's this for warfare? As Kokabeel snapped his fingers, 3 enormous magic circles opened up on the ground. From the center one emerged a massive, 3-headed dog, nearly the size of Issei's house. From the other 2 circles came humanoid bird creatures that Issei didn't even recognize. They had a slender and graceful appearance, with midnight purple and black wings extending from under their arms. They wore light blue feathered skirts and headdresses, with slender facial structures and horns. The most intimidating aspect was their claws, sharp enough to cut through metal with ease. Harpies. Rias breathed. And Cerberus. Kokabeel. How did you acquire such powerful creatures? A little request here and a slight threat there, Kokabeel replied disinterestedly. I thought it appropriate that my toys are well warmed up before I play with them. Why don't you enjoy the show? Shalba remarked, mildly intrigued by the creatures while maintaining his stoic stance beside Kokabeel's throne, waiting for his chance to engage in battle. I've never seen one of those before, but are they speed demons of some sort? Issei asked cautiously as the hellhound growled and advanced, while the harpies smirked and readied themselves for an attack. That's right. They're extremely dangerous monsters, more than a match for anyone below high class. And Cerberus is nearly ultimate class, Rias informed him. Okay, we'll split into 3 teams. Yuma, you're with Rias and Aquino. Focus on one of the harpies. Got it. Yuma nodded, her heavenly white wings unfurling. Kokabeel smirked, intrigued by her wings. Kates, I want you with Kiba and Zenobia. Take care of the other harpy. Sounds easy enough, she grinned, summoning her Kagurasu Maru. I won't let it escape, Zenobia declared, her massive broadsword at the ready. Kaneko, you're with me. Asia, I need you to go get Gabriel. What? Asia asked, confused. I can fight too, Issei. I'm not the best, but we don't have much time. Issei replied urgently. I know our capabilities. Promise. I can only take on one of those 2 at a time, and the other could handle all of us without breaking a sweat. We need Gabriel here. Go up to heaven. I know it's your first time. Peter won't recognize you. Tell him you need Lady Gabriel, that I sent you, and that he might have questions, but you need to find a way to get Gabriel here. Can you do that? Yes. I'll do my best, she said confidently. Good, then go. Asia quickly took off, preparing for her first trip to heaven. The rest of you, we have beasts to slay, Issei grinned, channeling his aura over the battlefield. Sacred gear, heavenly crown. Rias group. We'll take the one on the left. Rias commanded, and the trio sped towards the harpy. The creature grinned with a sinister delight as it shot off at incredible speeds to meet them. Yuma barely dodged as the harpy swiped at her, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. Aquino! Rias called. Yes, President. Aquino replied, summoning a multitude of lightning bolts from her fingers. You're quite fast, aren't you? Yuma began conjuring light spears, coordinating her attacks with Aquino to restrict the harpy's movements, but they struggled to keep up with its speed. Despite its agility, the harpy was relatively simple to defeat. It was just a matter of speed. Rias quickly joined the fray, attempting to cut it off with an orb of destruction magic, but only succeeded in obliterating large portions of the battlefield. We need a way to slow it down, she thought stubbornly. But how? If you don't stand still, I may have to make you, Aquino said darkly, continuing to unleash lightning upon the battlefield. The harpy seized the opportunity, slashing Aquino's abdomen and arm, prompting a cry from the dark-haired beauty. Aquino! Rias exclaimed in alarm. Come here, you overgrown pigeon. Yuma shouted. I'll turn you into wings. The harpy, offended by the remark, switched targets and lunged at Yuma, who quickly formed two light swords. The harpy was unbelievably fast, and Yuma struggled to keep up. Plant. Claws clashed against swords as they engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, locked in a stalemate. Aquino, can you still fight? Rias asked, concern etched on her face as Yuma continued to duel. Of course, President. Aquino winced but managed a half-hearted chuckle. You didn't think something like this would take me down, did you? Boom. A massive explosion erupted from another part of the battlefield, sending dust into the air and shaking the ground beneath them. What was that? Wait a minute, that's it? Rias realized, formulating a plan to take down the harpy. Aquino, I need you to do something for me. Yuma was still engaged in combat but was beginning to tire. The speed required was draining her stamina, and she hadn't fought in a long time. Sensing her chance to disengage was slipping away, she released a pulse of holy magic, causing the harpy to lose its balance in the air just long enough for her to break free. Realizing its target was escaping, the harpy shrieked and dove after her, only to be intercepted by a blast of crimson destruction magic. The explosion sent a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring its vision. Over here, little pigeon, Aquino taunted, drawing its attention. You're too easy. Hope you don't rely on sight too much. So that's their plan. Yuma thought, impressed with Ria's strategy. Aquino unleashed a new type of lightning attack, focusing on the light rather than a concentrated bolt, creating a thunderbolt as bright as the sun that struck the ground in front of the harpy. The harpy shrieked in pain, blinded by the intense light, and flew erratically, unable to see where it was going. Yuma, try to immobilize it. It won't stay blind forever. Rias commanded. Got it, she replied, jetting after the harpy. It was much easier now that it could only rely on its hearing, and Yuma managed to sever one of its wings without much trouble. The harpy let out another shriek as it plummeted to the ground with a crash. Good work. Rias praised, charging up a crimson orb of destruction magic. Now perish. Zenovia's group. We'll take the one on the left. Rias' voice echoed. Very well. We'll take the one on the right. Harpy, prepare to meet your end. Zenovia shouted, unleashing her battle cry as she charged ahead. Zenovia, wait up. Kates called. Should we back her up? Most likely, Kiba agreed, drawing his own sword. Kiba, like Kates, wielded a sword-based offensive class sacred gear known as Blade Blacksmith, allowing him to create any type of sword imaginable. Let's assist her. The two took off, Kates taking the left flank while Kiba moved to the right. Zenovia initiated the battle with a powerful swing of her Excalibur destruction, missing the harpy due to its incredible speed but sending a shockwave that shook the ground nearby. So much power! Kates thought in awe, witnessing the remarkable destruction the blue-haired exorcist could unleash with just one swing. Zenovia pressed on with her relentless attacks, attempting several times to strike the harpy down. Her speed was impressive, especially considering the size of Excalibur, but it was no match for the harpy, which seemed to enjoy toying with her for a while. After dodging another of Zenovia's attempts, the harpy retaliated with swift, precise strikes. Zenobia managed to block a few, but not without sustaining some injuries. Her uniform bore several tears, and she had faint marks on her cheek and arms. Kiba quickly intervened, forcing the harpy to retreat as Kates moved in closer to protect Zenobia. "We need to slow that thing down or we won't get anywhere." Kates realized. "I'm not used to things that are nearly that fast." Zenobia panted, looking more surprised than hurt, though the wounds were clearly taking a toll on her stamina. "Just take a moment to rest," Kates advised. "Kiba and I can handle it for a while." Meanwhile, Kiba continued to engage the harpy. With his knightly speed and two-handed longsword, he managed to keep pace with the creature, landing a few hits but also receiving several scratches in return. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the battlefield, throwing both Kiba and the harpy off balance and sending a thick cloud of smoke into the air. Kiba seized the moment to regroup with Kates and Zenobia. "If we want any chance at all, we need to attack together. Kates, you start with me. Zenobia, come in when it's distracted and finish it off." Kiba instructed. "Right." Kates agreed, steeling herself for the toughest fight of her life. Though nervous, she refused to show it. She had faced scarier situations before and was determined to prove her strength, knowing her training with Issei to unlock her sacred gear had not been in vain. "Agreed," Zenobia nodded. "Let's go." Kiba charged forward, flanked by Kates, and re-engaged the harpy. The harpy shrieked in annoyance at their new strategy and attempted to overpower them with sheer speed. However, Kates and Kiba were more in sync than the harpy anticipated. As they fought, the advantage clearly shifted in favor of the two. When Kiba's strike was blocked, Kates would immediately follow up with her own attack. When the harpy aimed for an opening left by Kates, Kiba would force it to dodge instead of attacking. They pushed the harpy back, preventing it from regaining control of the battle. Seizing her chance, Zenobia moved in behind the harpy, announcing her attack with a fierce battle cry as she swung with all her might. Kiba and Kates barely managed to dodge in time while the harpy was not so fortunate. Zenovia's sword cleaved through the creature, sending it crashing to the ground with a final, anguished cry. They had done it. The harpy was defeated. Issei turned to Kaneko. "You're a rook, right? I hope I'm not mistaken." "Yes," Kaneko confirmed. "But do you mind being my missile?" he asked earnestly. "What?" She blinked, confused by his request. "You need to trust me." "Just hang on," he ordered, lifting her by the armpits and launching them into the sky. "What are you doing?" Kaneko shouted. "Put me down." The hellhound's multiple heads barked and growled at them as Issei quickly closed the distance. The center head howled while the right one exhaled a thick, grayish smoke toward them. "Any idea what that is?" Issei yelled over the wind, scanning for a weak point. "Gas," Kaneko replied, resigning herself to his grip. "The right head spits it out and the left ignites it. The center does both." "Man, the underworld really is something else," Issei groaned. "Tell me about it," Kaneko agreed. "Why do you think I disapproved so much?" "So, if I do nothing in a few seconds." "We're toast," Kaneko confirmed. "Sounds good to me." Issei grinned. "What are you planning?" Kaneko asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. "Just get ready to hit him," Issei shouted as the massive three-headed dog ignited the smoke, creating a massive explosion across the battlefield. "Aegis of Moses." Issei spiraled into the flames with Kaneko, who screamed, "Are you insane?" showing her first real emotion. Fortunately, her fears were unfounded. The flames parted around them, giving off only a hint of the heat they should have felt. "Hit him hard, Kaneko," Issei called, releasing her like a missile toward the center head of the hellhound. "Aya!" Kaneko yelled, a mix of fear and battle cry, as she struck the stunned guardian of the underworld, sending it crashing to the ground with another explosion and a cloud of dust. "Nice shot," Issei praised, swooping in to pick her up and quickly setting her down a short distance away. "You're going to pay for that," she grumbled in annoyance. "Yeah, you can get me later. Now, I suggest you look away. It's about to get really bright," Issei warned, ascending into the air with his palms pressed together. "Our side's finished," Rias reported, alongside an injured Akino and an awestruck Yuma, who watched Issei's radiance with fascination. "What about you?" "He's handling it," she replied simply, gesturing upward without looking. The light from Issei continued to intensify, and they began to hear yelps from the dog, accompanied by the sound of metal shackles clashing. So, what exactly is Issei doing? Keitase asked, helping Zenobia limp back toward the group. Our harpy is gone too. I have no idea, Kaneko replied flatly. I placed the light of the stars I formed into the hands of justice. Issei began to chant, his radiant light nearly blinding everyone below. By their light do I judge you, burn by my splendor. Holy radiance! Issei held up a palm, and the light surrounding him shone down upon the hellhound, which writhed in the dirt, bound by chains of holy light. The beast yelped and howled, struggling as the light weakened its dark essence. Gradually, it became a mere shadow of its former self, until it finally ceased its movements as the chains faded away. What? Rias began, her eyes widening in shock. Is he? Akino finished, nearly collapsing from her injuries. Well, it looks like I won't be overly disappointed, Kokabile sneered. I may just have some fun after all. Have you finished toying with them? Shalba asked impatiently. I never agreed to stand here watching those fools fight your pets. Now, don't get impatient, Issei chided. I'm sure the goblin-faced crow was just getting started. Oh, roasted! Yahweh exclaimed. You little! Kokabile snarled. Fine. If you want to die so quickly, so be it. Did you hear that, Issei? I think he's ready for you, Yahweh grinned wickedly. Kokabile reached into a magical space and pulled out a massive blade. It was a two-handed weapon, nearly as long as he was tall, with jagged edges that gleamed ominously. Behold, my ultimate creation, a new voice announced proudly, approaching them. He was a stout man with gray tufts of hair and wore priestly garments adorned with a large yellow cross. It truly is magnificent, isn't it? You! Kiba roared. I would recognize you anywhere. I don't believe I know you, the stout man mused. Valper Galilei. Kiba growled. The leader of the Holy Sword Project. The one responsible for my friend's demise. My executioner. And so the serpent begets its tail, Issei hummed. So, there really was a survivor. Oh, is that so? I heard that someone escaped, but they were so certain that the poison killed you, Valper replied, feigning surprise. Not that it matters, anyway. Issei, what are they talking about? Yuma asked. The Holy Sword Project. The biggest failure of the church in its history. Also, one of the main reasons for my goal, Issei sighed. If I'm guessing correctly, Kiba was a survivor. The only survivor. Correct, Rias nodded. I found Kiba just after he'd escaped. He was dying, alone in the snow. I resurrected him as my knight, and since that day, he's been one of my most trusted allies. You treated us like animals. Kiba shouted, gripping his broadsword, trembling with rage. We were imprisoned in that place. But we never gave up hope. We prayed and wished and hoped that our efforts would pay off. That God was watching over us. But you. I simply disposed of unneeded materials. Tell me, when you finish eating, what do you do with the leftovers? You throw them away. That is no different, Valper explained coldly. Human lives. You threw away human lives. Kiba yelled. Children. My friends. My family. You threw them away. All because your experiment failed. Is that what you think? Oh no, my dear boy. It was anything but a failure. You and all those others led to the creation of this, he said, holding up a small blue crystal. This crystal contains various genes necessary to become a holy sword wielder. I created them myself. And think, the church has the audacity to use my research after casting me aside. If we didn't use the research, the lives of the children you harmed would have gone to waste, Issei interrupted. You are a heartless murderer. This discussion is over. I'll make you pay. Kiba whispered. In the name of my friends. Who deserved to live more than I did. Who wanted to live more than I did. I swear I'll make you pay. You can certainly try, Valper replied, tossing the crystal to Kiba. You can even have it if you'd like. I can mass-produce them after all. Kokabile landed in front of the former priest, sword drawn. I can't believe I'm a bodyguard, he muttered to himself. Oh, come now, Kokabile. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have such a powerful sword. A fusion of 4 Excalibur fragments, rapidly, transparency, nightmare, and mimic. Soon, I'll have them all, and the original Excalibur shall return to its former glory. I'm frankly tired of waiting, Shalba said, landing on the ground. And there's only one of you here worth fighting, So I suppose I should get started. I could use a good warm-up before facing Kokabeel, Issei grinned. Haven't had a challenge in a while. Rias, keep everyone safe. I'm going devil hunting. Understood, she nodded, turning her attention towards Kokabeel. Let's go, Issei. Yahweh shouted as the devil and the angel soared into the air. Deity! Issei called out, firing a blast of light towards Shalba. Eclipse, Shalba replied, absorbing the light into a void of darkness. If that's anywhere near your maximum strength, you should give up now. He will win who waits to take the enemy unprepared, Issei countered, casting more light-based shots towards Shalba. Your outdated sense of battle will cost you your life, Shalba threatened, beginning to return fire. Obfuscate. A wave of darkness surged towards Issei, consuming his light. Repel. The two clashed, each spell powerful yet equally ineffective. Issei's light shield was too bright for the darkness to envelop, while Shalba's eclipse devoured all light that approached him. Elemental devastation. Shalba suddenly roared, summoning multiple magic circles around and above him. Beams of elemental magic shot forth, charging towards Issei. Purifying ray. Issei shouted back, spreading his golden wings and meeting each beam from Shalba with his own. Each collision sent out a massive explosion of dust and power, obscuring his vision entirely. A final orange beam shot through the cloud, striking Issei directly and sending him reeling, a grunt escaping his lips. King of Flies. Shalba announced, summoning a swarm of demonic bees. They weren't large or particularly powerful, but each possessed a distinct demonic signature, carrying the strength of an average low-class devil. Alone they were unimpressive, but in the thousands? This was something Issei was not prepared for. I've been meaning to practice this against someone who doesn't instantly fall. I hope I don't disappoint, Issei replied, bracing himself for the onslaught. The bees surged toward him in waves, several hundred in each group trying to overwhelm him. Sacred Pulse. Issei shouted, unleashing a ring of white, holy energy that took down the first wave of bees. It doesn't matter how many you take down, more will always take their place. Shalba laughed. Now, my swarm. Burn him. Reduce him to ashes. Issei activated his sacred pulse again and again, but it wasn't enough. He could feel his energy depleting too quickly. The bees unleashed a barrage of demonic spells, many of which were fire-based, and several struck their mark. It would be more accurate to say that dozens connected. Death by 1,000 cuts, Issei muttered, deciding to try to outmaneuver the swarm long enough to devise a plan. It's too obvious to go straight for him. He's left himself open, it's a trap. You're probably right, Yahweh agreed. Indra's arrow? I need balance breaker for that. Should I really enter that state this early? There won't be a later if you don't, Yahweh advised. Besides, you have no idea what state your friends are in. Just hope that Rias is keeping them alive. You're right. Let's do this. Issei thought confidently. Balance breaker, hand of God. The surge of power as Issei donned his regal, heavenly battle armor was immense. The bees fell around him, having the swarm in an instant. So this is your power, Shalba commented in awe. Don't think you'll scare me off with a mere balance breaker. I'm a Beelzebub, destined to rule the underworld as a demon lord. A Satan. You attempt to steal the principles of domination from God, yet cannot keep up with the flood of time. Any realm you rule will perish in your foolishness, Issei declared, effortlessly cutting through hordes of bees, none able to touch him. Be quiet. Shalba yelled. Elemental devastation. From the quiver of gods, I set upon the notch of the worlds, Issei chanted, summoning a massive longbow of golden light. An arrow formed, and he drew the string back, aiming for Shalba. And fire from the throne. Indra's arrow. The golden arrow shot from his bow, shattering the countless colored beams of light that Shalba fired at him. It pierced through the sky, colliding with Shalba's hastily created defense and slicing through it. It struck Shalba in the abdomen, sending him crashing toward the earth. Issei flew after him, unwilling to assume his enemy's fate. This proved wise as Shalba remained alive. What are you? Shalba gasped, the arrow pinning him to the ground as the light drained his demonic strength. I am. Issei began to answer but was interrupted. So, you failed at your only job, did you? Kokabeel sneered from behind him. I trusted you to handle something so simple. Perhaps you should have dealt with the cannon fodder. What did you do to them? Issei asked coldly, turning to Kokabeel with the authority of a true king. Tell me. I think some of them are still alive, Kokubile taunted, gesturing toward a grim sight. Each of his friends lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Rias, Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, Zenobia, Katis, Yuma. All of them were badly hurt. Diamenid, Issei gritted his teeth. I took too long. I failed them. Shut up and have your inner debate another time. Yahweh shouted. Unless you plan on dying too, focus. You'll pay for this, Kokubile. By my hands alone, Issei growled. Prepare yourself. I've been waiting for this. Kokubile exclaimed, charging at Issei with his light sword as Issei took off into the sky. Issei. Yuma panted on the ground, struggling to stay conscious. I placed the light of the stars I formed into the hands of justice. Issei began to chant again, starting early with one of his most powerful light spells, but Kokubile wasn't about to let him succeed. You fool! You think I'd let you? He roared, swiping his sword at Issei with incredible speed. Issei quickly cancelled his chant and focused on dodging, eventually forming a light shield and shoulder bashing to force Kokubile to relent. I think you'd better hurry it up, Kokubile sneered. Looks like your friends have company. Issei turned quickly, horror gripping him as he saw fallen angels littering the battlefield, their faces obscured by shadow, each holding a light spear. No, he roared, flying full speed toward them. But Issei was too late. They each stabbed his friends, who could do nothing but endure. The weapons pierced their hearts. Rias, Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, Zenobia, Katis, Yuma, Kates. Issei roared. How dare you? How dare you? Issei! Yahweh shouted. Calm down. It's an illusion. It's a nightmare. But Issei couldn't hear him. He was blinded by rage and despair. His friends were gone. He had failed them. They were all dead. Yuma. He truly never knew what he had until it was gone. He had never felt such pain. Losing someone he loved. Katis. Another piece of him. Gone. As he looked over each one, he felt his sanity slipping away. Issei! Yahweh yelled, desperately trying to reach him. I, who am the mercy of the sky above, Issei chanted, raising his hands above his head. Am the God and the Lord in heaven. Should the end come, I am the beginning. What is this power? Kokubile demanded, the earth shaking fiercely as he dispelled the illusion. God is dead, you fool. You can't claim the power of the dead as your own. He's what? Zenobia croaked, watching the fight with blurry vision. Should the dreams wither, I am but the dream, Issei continued, blind to the return of reality. Should the stars burn away, I am the sun. May my holy path embrace you, the price I pay alone. Holy ascension, form of God. Issei grew monumentally in both size and power. He became the embodiment of a true God. A creator. A destroyer. An all-encompassing being of endless strength. The image of an angry God was Issei, for he was that angry God. What is this? Kokubile asked, backing away slightly, before regaining his courage. You're not the only one with a secret power, fool. Kokubile has. Yahweh exclaimed in surprise. Kokubile had summoned another set of wings. A sixth pair of wings. He was now on par with Azazel and the Seraphim. The terrifying power. I'm back and I brought. Asia started, emerging from a brightly colored teleportation cross behind the many wounded. What happened? Kokubile. Akino panted, slowly sitting up. Her injuries were severe from the fight with the harpy, and Kokubile had largely overlooked her. My goodness! Gabriel gasped in shock. We can get the details later. Raphael? Could you please? Right away, he nodded quickly, casting several magic circles in front of him. From each emerged a small, watery form, and though each animal was different, none were larger than a large dog. A cat trotted up to Kaneko. It purred softly and licked her cheek, gently closing the various cuts and wounds she had acquired. A horse approached Kiba, healing his injuries by nuzzling him. A lion assisted Zenobia, a fawn helped Kates, an eagle approached Rias, and a hummingbird fluttered to Yuma. Each was slowly healed as explosions and earth-shattering attacks continued to echo across the battlefield. Rias, perhaps, had the worst injuries. Her leg was nearly severed, she had a punctured lung, cuts along her face and chest, and a nasty burn along her right arm. But every last injury was healed. For each of them. That's amazing. Asia exclaimed, watching as her recovering comrades began to rouse. How could I learn to do that? In time, perhaps, Raphael smiled. It's a spell I developed, life embodiment. An animal that represents one's true self is formed and bonds with the injured spirit, easing pain and rapidly healing wounds. So, each animal symbolizes something? Yes. The lion often represents strength and courage, the horse symbolizes honor and valor, and the hummingbird embodies gentleness and kindness, Raphael explained. Does anyone know what's going on? Where's Issei? Gabriel asked, helping some of the peerage members and fighters sit up. Issei, Yuma said tiredly, pointing at the massive figure fighting against a 12-winged crocodile. Transformed. That's Issei? Gabriel gasped, tears forming in her eyes. This may not be the best time to ask. Ria started. But what is he? Can you hear me? A new voice spoke to them. Father! Gabriel exclaimed. Good. You're here. Listen, you must hurry. As we speak, Issei is dangerously close to running out of power. He's awakened some sort of colossal form of inexplicable power, very similar to the Juggernaut overdrive of the boosted gear. If he runs out of magic, he'll drain his life force at an alarming rate. Unless you want him to perish, you'd better act now. Who is that? Rias asked, confused. Whatever you say, Father, Gabriel nodded. I'm Issei's sacred gear, you can call me Yahweh, he answered. Kokabeel has the head. Issei just destroyed an Excalibur that contained 4 fragments. Rapidly, Transparency, Nightmare, and Mimic. He used Nightmare to trick Issei into thinking a small unit of fallen angels murdered all of you. Issei, Yuma whispered sadly, holding a clenched hand to her chest. He's lost right now. All of his mental functions have stopped, as if he's trapped in a void. You need to get to him. Show him you're alive. Wake him up. He won't recognize you at all and will likely attack you. He's overpowering Kokabeel, who would be more than a match for Gabriel right now, so you have to survive long enough to bring him to his senses. Quickly. And be careful. With those instructions given, Yahweh's voice cut off, leaving the group of various factions to their own devices. Well? Kates asked impatiently. Come on. We have to save Issei. I'm coming too. Asia insisted. Let's go. Yuma agreed as they flew off. In one unit, Asia, Kates, and Yuma flew low to the ground, with Zenobia below them. Across from them at mid-height were Rias and the rest of her peerage. Above Issei were Raphael and Gabriel. They were all shouting at him, trying their best to bring him out of his stupor. Issei, it was a dream. Yuma shouted. I'm still here, see? Please say, wake up. You have to. Where are you, Issei? I promised to follow you. You have to come out. Asia begged. Come on, Issei. You saved me, and now it's time I save you. I'll prove to you that I'm worth loving. Kates yelled to him. What would Irina think if she saw you? Zenobia demanded. You've lost yourself to wrath. Are you this much of a sinner? Issei, Gabriel spoke out. I need you to come back. Who else will be my friend? Who will take me into the world and show me things I've never dreamed of before? To help me experience joy and freedom? I need you back, Come home. The messages and shouts, begging for him to return to the world, began to break through Issei's mental block. The hulking godlike figure, who had been wildly attacking everything in sight, suddenly slowed as it began to recognize some of those around it. That wasn't a bird, that was Yuma. But how? Yuma was dead. He saw it. Yuma had been stabbed along with everyone else. Then how was Kates next to her? And why was Asia here? That meant that was Gabriel. Can you hear me, Issei? Issei? Yahweh called. Yahweh? Why am I here? Issei asked. You lost control of your power. You unlocked something even I didn't know existed, but you're far from controlling it. You've begun to consume life force. Life force? You mean I'm using my life as a power source? Issei exclaimed in shock. Indeed. And all the deaths of your friends and loved ones? It was an illusion. They're all fine. Just see for yourself. He did. He saw them. They were alive. Calling for him. Telling him how much they needed him. Rias jokingly said he couldn't die until he held up his end of the deal. Kates kept saying she still needed him to love her back. Gabriel just wanted a hug. But, what's happening? Why can't I escape? You have to figure out a way to regain control, Issei. Otherwise, your loved ones will watch you perish, helpless to stop you. If you don't harm them, that is. I won't let that happen. I can't. I won't. Issei roared. This is my power. I control it. It doesn't control me. Out in the real world, The hulking godly figure clenched its head and yelled, a powerful roar echoing into the sky. I think it's working. Yuma shouted. Come on, Issei. Come out. Please. We need you back with us. Foolish. Whelps. Kokabeel gasped from his mangled position on the ground. He was missing 3 wings on one side, his arm was bent at an unnatural angle, and he was soaked in blood. What is he? Kokabeel, Issei spoke in a regal voice. Issei. Everyone cheered. You're back. Yuma cried. I knew you could do it. Kates agreed. Issei. Asia smiled, tears in her eyes. You have attempted to disrupt the peace of this world. My world. You have brought harm to innocent people. Friends and loved ones. My friends and loved ones, you have caused pain and suffering to many and aided those who have done the same. You asked me who I am, Kokabeel, and I am the one who will judge you for your sins, Issei declared. I warned you, Kokabeel, that the arrow you launched would return. Dimen you. Kokabeel gasped. I am the Lord thy God, Issei continued. Perhaps it is time I show you the true difference between God and those he created. As it is said, does not the potter have power over the clay, creating one vessel for honor and another for dishonor? In other words, Gabriel explained to the confused devils, the Creator determines the fate of his creations. You fool! God is dead! Kokabeel shouted. He was defeated in the last war. What? Zenobia gasped, turning to Gabriel in shock. Disappear, Kokabeel. Absolute damnation. Kokabeel screamed as light enveloped him, consuming his very essence. It burned away his wings, his hair, his clothes, and his flesh. The light gnawed at his bones, reducing a once mighty warrior to nothing more than a pile of ash scattered by the wind. Issei. Rias began. Is. Akino added. God. Kaneko whispered, finishing the thought. Kiba fainted from the overwhelming scene. Rias, Issei spoke with authority, turning to the crimson-haired devil princess. I thank you for your support. You kept your promise. They all still breathe. Yet another eternal debt that can never be repaid. Should you ever need my assistance, or wish for me to aid others on your behalf, you need only ask. I will do all I can to have heaven support you. May this lead us toward peace. Rias. Thank you. Rias bowed, unsure of how to respond. Why did Kokabeel say you were dead? Zenobia demanded. Because, Zenobia, Issei replied, Yahweh is the original God. I am his successor. I was, for all intents and purposes, lost at the end of the war. I live on here, in Issei's sacred gear, as the heavenly crown. I possess the soul, and he has granted me his throne, Issei stated proudly. I am God from the machine. Very well, Zenobia knelt. Then will you allow me to follow you? To serve under you? To be your sword? You've taken Yuma and Asia already. I wish to join them. You wish to follow me, knowing that the one you prayed to is gone? That I am merely his successor? Issei asked. I do, Zenobia affirmed. I've always lived to serve the Lord. I will follow him until my last day. Should he be lost, I would be adrift, but he lives on in you. If you'll allow me, I wish to follow you directly. He began, as a card floated down towards Zenobia and centered itself in front of her chest. Invoke the grace of the Lord, to invite you among the ranks of heaven. Join me in singing his praises and protect the land he created. Become a guardian of heaven and serve me as my queen, the queen of crowns. I will be true and faithful to my Lord. To love all that he loves and shun all that he shuns, Zenobia accepted, as the card merged with her being. The Anglo-Saxon oath, Yahweh explained as Issei looked slightly perplexed. They were quite fond of me. Duly noted. Issei replied as he began to return to his true form. Almost instantly, he collapsed, unconscious from the immense strain the battle had taken on his body. Shoo, Gabriel softly cooed, catching him before he hit the ground. You did a wonderful job, Issei. Take a long rest. Kokabeel's dead? Yes, sir. The report indicates that he proceeded with his plan to eliminate the 2 devil heiresses in Kuo but was thwarted by a coalition of devils and angels. I know all that. Why do you think I didn't have Valley intervene? I just didn't realize they actually succeeded in killing him. I can't really blame them, I suppose, but I thought they'd be too intimidated to take down someone of his rank. The man sighed, running a hand through his dark brown hair that ended with a golden blonde fringe. Nothing can be done about it now. Is that everything? No, sir. Apparently, The leading figure in all of this has made significant progress toward peace between the devils and the angels. Really? Interesting. Yes, sir. Should we be concerned? About what? The possibility of an alliance forming against us. If they're attempting to create peace between the devils and angels, which are as opposite as you can get, I seriously doubt they would be doing so to prepare for another war. I'd say we should assist them. Keep an eye and an ear open. If things seem to be progressing well, there might be a real chance for true peace between the factions. A formal declaration of peace? Exactly. We've been stuck in an armistice for too long. Times have changed, and it's about time we all move on with our lives, don't you think? After all, I have all these gears to research, and I believe there's a brand new one out there just waiting to be discovered. Of course, sir. But first, he paused, I have important business to attend to. Sir, a gathering place does not count as important business. It's not a gathering place. The man straightened his outfit slightly. I prefer the term, venue for social interactions among individuals seeking companionship. You are quite the character, sir. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Issei began to stir, his eyes squinting against the bright light as his consciousness returned. The first thing he noticed was how utterly sore he was. Every bone, muscle, and fiber in his body felt as if he had been through an intense battle. The second thing he noticed was how comfortable he felt. He had never lain on something so perfectly inviting. It was as if he could spend eternity there, never moving or doing anything at all. So, you're finally awake, Yahweh hummed as Issei continued to struggle to open his eyes. About time. Yahweh? Issei grumbled, stretching slightly as he fully awakened. Issei, another, more feminine voice called out. The body from which the voice came threw itself around Issei. Ow, Issei groaned. I'm so sorry. I forgot. She apologized, quickly backing off. No, it's fine, Issei yawned, taking her outstretched hand to sit up. Gabriel, where are we? Your room, silly, she smiled. Well, your new one. My room, he asked. You have 3 members of your Brave Saints deck, so while you were unconscious, Michael finished construction on the building. So, this is the House of Crowns? Issei grinned. Awesome. It is, isn't it? Gabriel agreed. So how long was I out? Issei asked, the haunting question lingering. Almost a week, she admitted. We all missed you, Issei. It's really good to see you again, Gabriel, Issei smiled. Come here. Gabriel smiled again and stepped into his embrace, glad to have a conscious Issei back. Forgotten about me already? No, it's good to hear from you again, Yahweh, he answered, letting go of Gabriel, though he didn't notice that she wasn't exactly thrilled about their hug ending. Though it hasn't felt like very long to me. With everything that happened. Yeah, time is relative, I've heard it all before, Yahweh drawled. Didn't you create that concept? Time? I may be God, Issei, but even Ophis and Great Red have no influence over time. There was only one being who could, but it was severely limited. Anyway, that's not important right now. Right? Issei asked, suspiciously. I believe you have a personal fan club waiting for your safe return. I do not have a fan club. Issei protested. Sure you don't. But in addition to your fan club, you made a promise to Rias, remember? Her marriage to Riser. That's right. Issei exclaimed. I almost forgot about that. What's wrong with Rias, Issei? She asked, tilting her head cutely. Here, help me walk to wherever it is that everyone else is, and I'll tell you on the way. Issei scooted over to the edge of the bed and threw his arm around Gabriel's shoulder, who helped him ease back into movement. And you're telling me that instead of punishing me, he went ahead and finished the building? Issei asked as they entered the main room of the Crown's building. She nodded. Michael decided that since he couldn't really stop you from using the cards, it was either finish this place and help you ensure you use them correctly or take them away entirely. Guess he made the right choice. Issei. Another feminine voice squealed, covering vast distance in an instant to be the first to greet Issei upon entering the room. Yuma. It's good to OOF. Say. Issei. Yuma exclaimed, latching onto him and nuzzling into his chest. Don't ever do that again. Told you that you had a fan club, Yahweh pointed out. I don't, Issei sighed and looked at the obviously distressed angel. Alright, find out I have a fan club. I did it. Yahweh boasted. Take that, Craig. Who's Craig? That he may have been my previous host and he may have denounced religion because God wouldn't, quote, assist him in getting women to like him, Yahweh finger quoted. He's lucky I was never awakened, or I would have made every woman in a 10-mile radius have nothing but contempt for him. So, that you wanted me to have a fan club just so you could pretend you made women fall in love with me? Issei deadpanned. No comment. Okay then, he sighed. Alright, Yuma? Let me go see everyone else too, okay? Come on. After many tearful reunions among his friends and those who cared for him, Issei found himself in the Occult Research Club building with his own brave saints as well as Rias Peerage. Is Irina back yet? Issei asked from his position on the couch. Yuma had claimed his lap, while Asia and Kates sat on either side of him. Gabriel had asked him to meet back up with her later in heaven, while Zenobia was exploring the place alongside Griselda. She's perfectly fine. However, she had to return to England, Rias admitted. They still needed to complete the mission, and you sort of took Zenobia. I guess I can't blame her for not saying goodbye, he mumbled, looking down sadly. You still have me, Issei. Yuma smiled at him, snuggling closer. Yeah, she'll be back eventually, Kates agreed, clinging onto one of his arms. Yes, I'm sure of it, Asia nodded, shyly leaning against him. Issei smiled at them, hugging the three closer. My, someone's popular, Aquino teased, chuckling. Anyway, any news on the wedding? Issei asked. Nothing good, Rias sighed, accustomed to Issei's eccentricity by now. He's coming by tomorrow after school. Which means that your wedding could be as early as this weekend, Issei mused. Any plans for how to deal with that? I was hoping we'd have enough time for you to train us, she admitted. I could always run away. Or maybe fake my own death OOH. Do you think you could reincarnate me as an angel so they won't have a reason to marry me off anymore? No. Issei replied flatly. No, for so many reasons. All of the reasons no. What do you suggest we do? Aquino asked as Rias huffed in annoyance. Well, from what you've told me, Issei reasoned, Riser is a massive J. Extraordinarily arrogant, has a huge ego, is extremely proud of his heritage, and is willing to use any underhanded methods necessary to get what he wants. Just about, Rias nodded. Besides, he already has a harem. He doesn't want me, he just wants to claim that he's the husband of the Gremory heir. Issei, Yuma asked, turning her head slightly. Are we going to have to compete to prove that you have the better harem? Where would you get that idea from? Issei shouted. Oh, we're just simple trophies to our powerful Lord Issei, Kates said sarcastically. You'd never treat us like trophies, right, Master? Asia asked, looking up at him with her big, adorable eyes. This is a good thing. What's happening right now is good, Yahweh nodded approvingly. It's been far too long since I've been adequately entertained. You're all the worst, Issei groaned. Yeah, but you love us anyway, Yuma giggled. Moving on, Issei sighed. So, he's going to be here tomorrow? Should I attend this meeting as well? That could help. Rias mused. Maybe you could pretend to be my boyfriend? That could work. Or you could take my virginity so he wouldn't want. If anyone's taking Issei's virginity, it's going to be me, Yuma interrupted. But he can pretend to be your boyfriend if you want him to. I don't mind renting him, but he gets overbooked, so I'll need a down payment. Wait a second, Issei tried to protest. Why do you get his virginity? Kates demanded. That's not fair. If anyone gets it, it'll be me. I also would like to. Asia stuttered, her face turning bright red as she drifted into her own thoughts. My virginity is not something to be fought over like the last slice of pizza. Issei exclaimed. Pervert. Kaneko said flatly. How does them arguing over who gets to take my virginity make me a pervert? So, who do you find more attractive, Issei? Yuma asked. Which one of us gets to be with you first? Yahweh, say something. Alright, fine, Yahweh sighed. Issei's really into innocence. A balance between shy and tsundere should do the trick. Not too aggressive, but not so passive that it forces him to initiate. You see, the trick is, why is my life like this? Issei cried. Issei, focus. We need a plan, Rias reminded them. What should I do? Well, considering how weak you all are right now, barring Yuma. Tai, they all shouted. Ah, Issei. Yuma squealed. I would need a decent amount of time to train you properly. When I head back to heaven. Tonight, I'll pull some strings and call in a few favors. I'll need more manpower since the time I'll need isn't time we have to spare. Once I figure out how strong this riser guy and his peerage are, I'll see what I can do from there. So, does that mean you have a plan? Rias asked hopefully, conveniently forgetting that he called her and her peerage weak. Of course I have a plan, he replied confidently. Don't I always? No, Yuma shook her head. Not really, Kate agreed. I think you're very smart, Issei, Asia told him, skillfully dodging the question. I would say it's more common that you don't have a plan. Why do I talk to any of you? Issei was sitting under the tree in the Garden of Eden with Gabriel. Just Gabriel. It had taken a while, but Issei wanted to spend some time alone with the seraph to thank her for all her help. He also needed to figure out how to approach the whole "he was God" situation. That wouldn't exactly be the easiest thing in the world. It's nice here, don't you think? Gabriel started, leaning her head on his shoulder. Though I'm surprised that Dulio isn't here. You haven't met him yet, have you? Not yet, no. Issei shook his head, putting one of his arms around her. What's he like? He's a wonderful person, Gabriel smiled. Dulio is like the older brother many of us never had. I had 3 of course, but Dulio takes on that role for everyone. Well, anyone that has the praise of the great Gabriel is someone worth meeting, Issei teased. Gabriel just giggled. After a long pause, she asked, how do you think you should tell everyone? Honestly? I have no idea. I doubt they'd all accept me anyway, Issei admitted. I mean, for all this time, they believe God is dead, and now some kid just comes along claiming to be his next in line? I wouldn't blame them for being skeptical. I suppose that would be the case, Gabriel hummed. But it's not just some kid. It's you. That's what makes it different. I don't get what you mean. What's there not to understand? Issei. Just be patient with everyone, be the person they need to follow, and they'll come around. Everyone likes you, say. It just comes naturally to you. I guess. He blushed and looked away slightly. I'm just a bit nervous, I guess. I mean, Yahweh was so good at what he did that even Michael struggles. How am I supposed to do any better? Well, you've made it this far, Yahweh pointed out. No point in getting here if you don't go all the way, right? Father makes a good point, Gabriel agreed. You've been waiting for this your whole life. Now you have the opportunity to help bring peace to the 3 factions, to return our God to us, and to do more good for the world than anyone else ever has. Just believe in yourself, Issei. I'm sure you'll do fine. Thanks a lot, Gabriel. That really means a lot to me. Of course, Issei. If you ever need a shoulder to lean on, I'll be here. I think you're the one leaning on my shoulder, Issei pointed out. Well, if you didn't like it, you wouldn't have that goofy smile on your face, she replied playfully. Besides, I don't see how it's my fault your shoulders are so comfy. Point taken, Issei chuckled. What do you think? How should I do it? Well, you could make a big speech, she suggested. You're good at that. Have Michael summon all the angels and just make a speech. That seems rather simple, doesn't it? What did you expect to do, Issei? Some magical treasure hunt that would inevitably lead someone to become the next true successor by holding up some special relic or something. I mean, aside from the treasure hunt, that did kind of happen, Issei noted. I was chosen by some sort of special relic, which makes me the next true successor. That doesn't change the point I was trying to make, Gabriel sighed. Just be yourself to them. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. I guess I will. The two sat in a comforting silence for a while, Gabriel content to be with someone she felt comfortable with and Issei glad to be out of the hospital. Lady Gabriel, it's nice to see you here, came a new voice approaching them. Issei looked up to see a young man with a gentle smile, his blonde hair and sparkling green eyes catching the light. And who's this with you? Did you finally decide to take a partner? Dulio, Gabriel squeaked, blushing and hurriedly getting off Issei. No, him. This is Issei Hyoudou. So you're the Issei I've heard so much about, Issei greeted. Nice to finally meet you. Issei Hyoudou. Dulio Gesualdo, Joker of Heaven, Dulio introduced, shaking Issei's hand before grabbing an apple from a nearby tree and starting to snack. So, you're Michael's Jack? Is that right? Not exactly, Issei chuckled sheepishly. I've got my own deck. Oh? Dulio questioned, continuing to munch on his apple without changing his expression. After the last battle of the Great War, Yahweh sealed himself into a sacred gear. That's the one I have, Heavenly Crown, Issei explained. I see, Dulio nodded understandingly. I suppose that means you outrank me. I guess? Issei was confused. Dulio was taking the fact that Issei held Yahweh's soul within his sacred gear so casually. Why aren't you surprised? He asked, finishing the first apple and moving on to another. You're a very powerful angel, Issei. It's not hard to figure out that there's something different about you. I wouldn't have guessed that God still lived on in any form, but it isn't outside the realm of possibility. So, you're Heaven's Joker, Yahweh questioned. I am. And you're Yahweh? Dulio replied. I like you already. Titles can be such a bore. I agree. I prefer the simple things. Like sampling global cuisine. I truly envy you, Dulio. All I can eat in here are memories of food. It's not the same. Yahweh sighed. What did I tell you about eating in my soul? Issei shouted. What brings you here, Dulio? Gabriel inquired. I haven't seen you around lately. Ah, I was summoned to Canada by the rumors of a wonderful new dish. Dulio sighed happily at the memory. Truly wonderful. I thought Canada wasn't real? Issei wondered. Well, I just went there. So it must be, Dulio reasoned. That's not what Ms. Hatcher told us. Issei thought carefully, remembering the lesson. Flashback. And as you can see here, she instructed, pointing at a large graph. This proves that Canada is, in fact, a fictional place invented by the United States government to convince people to live in their northern sector. Normally, it's far too cold, but studies show that incentivizing people with maple syrup can be a strong motivator. Flashback. And yet I don't think she's a real teacher. Issei deadpanned. Gabriel giggled at him. Perhaps I should join you in class sometime. As much as I would love to see you more often, don't you have too much to do here? I guess you're right, she sighed. But I can dream at least. Do you have any ideas about how we should inform heaven, Dulio? Issei asked, changing the subject back. Perhaps a large speech, though you'll need to provide adequate refreshments, Dulio pondered aloud. Sounds like you have your answer, Gabriel giggled. That just seems rather boring, Issei sighed. I'd rather fight some giant monster and unveil it that way, or make some sort of super divine judgment of awesome righteousness. But that means there has to be a giant monster, Gabriel pointed out. And even if there was, you already did both of those things, remember? First Yuma and then Kokabeel. I think you could use a bit of normalcy, Issei. You can be a bit eccentric sometimes. I don't see the problem with that, Issei huffed. It's part of the Issei package, she giggled again. School passed by relatively normally for Issei, though Yuma was particularly clingy today. This was saying something as she often clung to him, but today felt different. He sighed in relief when the final bell rang, but his day was far from over. All right, class. Ms. Hatcher exclaimed in her usual bubbly manner. Make sure you study for your test on tactics for an invasion of Jerusalem. I think you were right. Yahweh remarked dryly. Definitely not a real teacher. No kidding. How has no one else realized that what she's talking about is insane? Issei thought in bewilderment as he continued packing up his things. Ready to go, Issei? Yuma asked happily, her bright smile lighting up her face. Just about. Is Asia and K-Tace ready as well? I'm ready, Issei, Asia nodded. Sure. Let's go teach that guy a lesson. K-Tace spoke confidently. Come on, Issei. Yuma giggled and hopped onto his back again. Let's go. Don't you ever get tired of being up there? Issei sighed as he made his way out of the classroom, knowing better than to try to get her off. Nope. The group of 4 continued toward the old schoolhouse building, passing by crowds of students heading home for the day. After a brief walk, they arrived outside the door, where they heard several voices. For the last time, Riser, I will not marry you. Rias' voice exclaimed in frustration. Ah, but Rias darling, a smooth male voice replied, laced with a hint of arrogance. We've been over this. Our wedding is coming up just next weekend. Hope we're not interrupting anything, K-Tace said insincerely as she opened the door to the clubroom. Case, everyone. Good to see you. Rias greeted them, relief evident on her face. The great Riser rather dislikes being interrupted, Riser said, turning his gaze toward them. He was a tall, attractive man with blonde hair and dark blue eyes, dressed in a stereotypical bad boy outfit. A glint in his eyes sparkled as he eyed each of them, until he reached Issei, where his expression turned menacing. Who is it that makes an appearance in front of the great Riser? Yo, Grafia, good to see you again, Issei waved, completely ignoring the proud phoenix to greet the gray-haired devil queen present. How's Serzex and Seraphal? A pleasure to see you again too, Issei, she nodded stoically. Don't you ignore the great riser. Riser declared angrily. I didn't know people actually spoke about themselves in the third person. Yahweh remarked dryly. Just one of those quirky things they give to anime characters. Issei mentally agreed. This is my knight, Kates, Rias introduced, gesturing to the pink-haired devil. Unlike her usual demeanor, she barely acknowledged the blonde, glancing at him before looking away. And a few friends of mine. Friends of yours? Riser narrowed his eyes. These so-called friends of yours don't seem like devils. In fact, I'd say they feel more like angels. Issei Hyoudou, angel of heaven, how's it going? The heavenly crown host greeted, deciding to at least give the guy a chance. This is Asia Argento. Hello, Asia waved uncomfortably. And on my back still for some reason, is Yuma Amano, Issei finished, affectionately rubbing her cheek. You look exactly like how I thought you would. Yuma giggled, nuzzling Issei's hand. So, my bride-to-be is becoming a traitor, is she? Riser asked angrily, a flame flickering in his hand. Looks like the great riser will have to teach her a lesson. There will be none of that, Graphia ordered sternly. Both Surzex and Serafal are aware of Issei's presence and are undergoing peaceful negotiations. I will not allow any hostility that could lead to fighting. Well, if it's from the strongest queen in the underworld, even I can't refuse, Riser grumbled, slumping back on the couch. Someone's cranky, Issei snickered, sitting across from Riser with Yuma and Asia, while Kates joined the rest of Rias' peerage, who were all standing around Rias, who sat at her desk, visibly agitated. Maybe a hawk took his eggs? Yuma suggested, giggling alongside him. Silly Yuma. Fried chickens can't lay eggs, Issei explained. How dare you insult the great Riser? Riser demanded. Oh, relax, Featherbones, Issei waved him off. It's just some good-natured teasing. So, you're Rias' infamous fiancé, are you? That I am, Riser grinned smugly. The great Riser Phoenix, third son of the House of Phoenix. Yuma scrutinized, eyeing him carefully. No, I don't see it. Kates, what about you? Me neither, Kates shook her head. If he gets one, then Issei definitely should. I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Rias asked. I thought you said Riser had a harem? Yuma questioned her. There's no way. How dare you question the great Riser? Riser yelled. Man, you're annoying. The great Riser, and the great Riser, Issei groaned. As much as I'd love to have Yuma deal with you right here, that would be counterproductive. Graphia, you know I'm here to assist Rias, so why don't we cut to the chase? Understood, Graphia nodded. Rias. Issei gestured for her to start. Riser, I'm going to take advantage of the stipulation in our contract. If I'm able to beat you in a rating game, the marriage will be void, Rias announced. You really think you have a chance to defeat me? The great Riser? Riser boasted, almost laughing at her audacity. With this puny peerage? 2 knights, a bishop, and a queen. Am I correct to assume that you have a complete peerage? Issei asked. Of course I do. Riser snapped his fingers, and a large magic circle appeared behind him. After a momentary flash, 15 figures emerged. Unsurprisingly, they were all female, varying in ages, heights, hair colors, and sizes. So that's how. Yuma exclaimed. That's low, Kates nodded. He was only able to get a harem by being the king of his peerage. Don't talk ill of Lord Riser, snapped one of the girls. She wore a traditional Japanese outfit colored red and white, carried a large wooden staff, and had blue hair styled in a unique fashion. Look at those two, Yuma shouted, pointing at 2 other girls. They have to be elementary schoolers. Creepy. Hey, one of the green-haired twins protested. We're not elementary schoolers. We're in middle school, the second agreed. So Riser's not creepy. That doesn't really help their case. Yahweh commented. No kidding. Creepy. Issei agreed, looking at the peerage himself. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's wrong, Issei? Asia asked timidly at Issei's loud exclamation. Even Yuma looked slightly worried as her king stood up and walked forward. Mira. Riser ordered, feeling threatened by Issei's actions. Understood. The blue-haired girl with the staff rushed forward, attempting to strike him with it, only to find herself hanging off her staff by her belt, which was now embedded into the wall. Kaya. Issei walked forward to the peerage, uncaring as they took a single step back, awaiting Riser's instructions. That's Eno-. Graphia tried to interrupt before a fight broke out. She's so adorable. Issei shouted, sparkles in his eyes as he looked at one of the girls. Even someone like you can find a diamond. So cute. Are you talking to me? The girl he was looking at choked out, blushing fiercely. She was blonde, with her hair styled into twin, drill-shaped tails on either side of her head. She wore a fancy pink dress and stood with regal poise had been standing with regal poise. Of course. Just look at you, he continued to gush. Of course that's what he was up to, Yuma giggled. Issei, Asia pouted. Aren't I cute enough? Asia, Issei stood as if preparing an important speech. You are the epitome of adorableness. That does not mean adorableness can't be found elsewhere. Just as one can admire many pieces of artwork, one can admire many adorable women on this planet. However, only the ones he truly loves and who love him in return shall accompany him home from their artist. Somehow, that made sense and made no sense at the same time. Yahweh scratched his head. I feel like that should be offensive? But maybe flattering? You've lost me. It is truly a great loss that someone of such cuteness has been snatched up by the likes of Riser, Issei sighed in disappointment. Actually, that's Riser's sister, Rias pointed out. He's dating his sister? Issei shouted. Actually, that might be a devil thing. The Bible says that devils are creatures of sin, Yuma piped up. Maybe it's common? Enough. Riser roared. You have insulted the great Riser long enough. So what? You heard Rias' proposal, and you seem quite confident, don't you? Issei challenged. And, to my knowledge, she is allowed outside help, so long as they don't outrank her and she can afford it herself. I assume these stipulations are of no concern? After all, you are far superior to Rias in terms of rating games. She should at least have some chance, or it won't be very entertaining, will it? Itchin. Riser scoffed. I'm the great Riser Phoenix. She has no chance of defeating me, with or without your help. Just prepare yourself, Angel, as I don't intend for you to survive the match. Oh, I won't be participating, Issei chuckled. I could never risk hurting someone as cute as she is. What's her name, huh? Oh, please tell me. And my name is Ravel, the sister of Riser squeaked, still completely red-faced. Adorable, Issei awed. We should have expected this, Akino chuckled. No kidding, Kate sighed. Issei. Focus. Rias protested. Sorry. Issei shook his head and regained his bearings. So, as it stands, Rias stands no chance against you. You are almost undefeated, aren't you? The great Riser has never lost a real match, Riser spoke smugly. Then Rias and her peerage will be given 10 days to prepare for the game, Grafia decided. Is this acceptable to both parties? I accept the terms, Rias nodded. If you think it will give her a chance. But mark my words, Riser narrowed his eyes at Issei. She will become my bride. Very well. I shall inform Surzex of the arrangement. Grafia nodded, taking herself, Riser, and his peerage back to the underworld. Well, that certainly Issei tried to say, but was interrupted. Hey! What about me? A loud female voice protested from across the room. They turned and realized that the blue-haired girl Riser referred to as Mira was still hanging from her staff on the wall. Get me down. I forgot all about you. Issei exclaimed, jumping slightly and hurrying over. Naughty Issei. Yuma scolded. Already stealing concubines from Riser? You could have asked me, you know. I already told you. I'm getting his veer, Kate tried to argue. That is not what's happening. Issei yelled as Mira started wiggling even more, now more afraid than uncomfortable. Get me down. Even Riser's better than here. Mira protested, desperately trying to get down. Would you hold still? Issei managed to hold her down as he gently extracted her from her position on the wall. You're down. Ow, she hummed, rubbing her rear end. I didn't know you were Issei, Akino teased. I think we'll get along just fine. What do you mean even Riser's better than here? Issei asked, ignoring the teasing. That's none of your business, she snapped. Now, could somebody help me get home? Hold on a minute. If you aren't happy with Riser, maybe we could help, Yuma volunteered. After all, my boyfriend did kind of give you a mega wedgie. Boyfriend? Kate yelled. Say, when were you going to tell me? Now I have to settle for second. Actually, Asia nervously spoke. IW is second. Issei. Kate glared at him. Get over here. Ah. Issei screamed, bolting out of the clubroom with Keitei's hot on his heels. Get back here, she shouted after him. Should we? Rias asked hesitantly. He'll be fine. Probably, Yuma waved her off. So, what's up with Riser? Katie's. Stop it. Issei yelled, running full speed through the courtyard. Stop running, she shouted back, catching up and tackling him, making sure he didn't go anywhere by sitting on his legs and pinning his arms down. I'm way stronger than her, why can't I move? Issei thought to himself. 'Cause she's a woman, Yahweh deadpanned. Duh. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Why were you running away? Keitei demanded. Because you were chasing me. So? Were you going to tell me that you officially started dating Yuma and Asia? Eventually. It was this morning. I was busy. Issei defended. And what? Issei, are you making me spell this out for you again? You chased me through the courtyard and pinned me to the ground. Issei whined, failing to wriggle out of her grip. The least you could do is tell me. You are, she growled cutely. This isn't some harem anime. You cannot be this dumb. She's got a point. Is this because of what happened a few weeks ago? And what did I tell you after that? Oh. Yes, oh, Keitei mocked. And I have to pin you down to talk to you about it? Hey, in my defense, you shouted and started chasing me. Issei sat up and raised his hands in defense as she stopped pinning him. How was I supposed to know what this was about? I don't know, genius. Maybe because I all but directly told you? Just tell me, and this doesn't have to be so confusing. I want to be with you too. I told you already. I love you. There, are you happy? I still do. It hasn't changed at all, and I still feel like you're worth it even though you saved me for third, she grumbled at the end, but then looked him back in the eyes. So? I said it. No riddles or woman trickiness that you love to complain about. I want an answer. Even after everything I've put you through, he sighed. You're sure you don't have a hero complex? If you don't either kiss me or tell me to move on in the next 10 seconds. Keitei warned. Fine, Issei chuckled. Sure. That wasn't one of the... Keitei was cut off as Issei pulled her closer and kissed her deeply. She quickly wrapped her arms around him, sighing slightly in happiness. He pulled back after a few moments to let her catch her breath. Options. I can't say I love you back, but, he quickly clarified, determined not to upset her. I do like you a lot. A lot. You mean more to me than you could know. Hopefully, soon, I'll be able to say it back to you. No hesitation or second thoughts. Is that okay with you? That sounds like a challenge, she smirked at him. And one that I'm more than happy to accept. That's not really. We've got some time before you have to set up the training with Rias, right? I mean that the sooner we start, the better, but then I have some catching up to do. Keitei grinned and playfully pinned him back to the ground, determined to make sure he'd be ready to love her back as soon as possible. Speaking aloud. Thinking. Speaking to one's sacred gear telepathic communication. Ability or sacred gear title. Sacred gear demonic draconic voice speaking. Sacred gear demonic draconic telepathic internal communication. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the bustling city. Issei Hyoudou stood at the edge of the school grounds, his heart racing with anticipation. He had heard whispers of a new adventure, one that involved the enigmatic Seraphal Leviathan, the former heiress of the Citri clan and a powerful figure in the supernatural world. As he pondered the possibilities, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Issei. It was Asia, her bright smile lighting up the evening. Are you ready for the meeting? Yeah, just thinking about what Seraphal might want to discuss, he replied, trying to mask his excitement. The thought of being in the presence of such a powerful being was both thrilling and nerve-wracking. Asia tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Do you think she has a mission for us? Maybe, Issei said, his mind racing with ideas. Or perhaps she just wants to catch up. I mean, she is the Satan Leviathan after all. As they made their way to the meeting, Issei couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter would change everything. The air was thick with anticipation, and he could sense that something significant was about to unfold. When they arrived, Seraphal greeted them with her characteristic enthusiasm. Issei, Asia, I'm so glad you could make it. Her presence was commanding yet warm, instantly putting them at ease. Thanks for having us, Issei replied, trying to keep his composure. He could feel the weight of her gaze, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Seraphal wasted no time. I have a special task for you too. It's important, and I believe you are the right ones for the job. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. There are forces at play that threaten our peace, and I need your help to investigate. Issei's heart raced. This was the moment he had been waiting for a chance to prove himself. We're in. Just tell us what to do. As they discussed the details, Issei couldn't help but admire Seraphal's determination and strength. She was a force to be reckoned with, and he felt a deep sense of respect for her. The meeting concluded with a sense of purpose. As Issei and Asia left, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of an incredible journey. The bond between them was growing stronger, and he knew they would face whatever challenges lay ahead together. With a renewed sense of determination, Issei looked toward the future, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited him and his friends. You look a bit. Rias paused. Ruffled. I didn't expect K-Taste to take him right out there, Akino chuckled. Pervert. Kaneko deadpanned. Issei, Yuma whined. I thought I was going to be first. For the love of, Issei groaned, sitting down on the couch, his arms immediately claimed by Yuma and Asia. That didn't happen. I am an angel, you know. I thought you said, Yuma tried to ask but was quickly interrupted. Well, Issei should really be moving on to the training ideas. Yahweh spoke up loudly, definitely not covering up his big secret. Don't you think so, Issei? I should also look to get a new alarm clock. Don't push it. Issei? Rias looked beyond confused. You're so eccentric, Yuma giggled. Alright, rumors and top secret lies spread by the original Lord aside, Issei returned the conversation to where it was supposed to go. We should really be discussing training. We have 10 days, which should just barely be enough to prepare you all so you won't be completely overwhelmed. That sounds tasty, K-Taste hummed. I'll bet Issei would enjoy that, Akino teased. All of our... Moving on, the King of Crowns interrupted. Rias, your team will consist of yourself, Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, K-Taste, Asia, Zenobia, and Yuma. That's 8 people. I don't know if you're aware, but that's a lot of people to make not totally pathetic in 10 days. No offense. Gee, thanks, Akino rolled her eyes. Kaneko just glared at him. I thought you said I was strong enough. Yuma puffed her cheeks out in annoyance. And you are, Yuma? He patted her head. For this, at least. That's why you'll be assisting me with instruction. Yay. Rias, do you have anywhere this training can take place that isn't in the underworld? We own a cabin in the mountains, she suggested. That's originally where we planned to have the games. Perfect. Plenty of forest to train in, I presume? And does it have a sizable body of water nearby? Yes to both of those, she nodded. Whatever you do, K-Taste warned, do not give Issei a cup of water. Hey, it worked, didn't it? Issei waved her off. You're exaggerating. I was soaked. So, you really have a plan for this, Issei? Rias asked, once again taking care of the arduous task of keeping everyone on topic. Of course I do. Give me the coordinates of the mountain and I'll meet everyone there to start training tomorrow. Until then, Yuma and Asia are in your care. I'll send Zenobia here as soon as I get back to heaven. But that means, Yuma immediately put on the cutest pout she could muster. You'll be sleeping without us? I'd rather stay with you, Asia admitted. For this time, I want you two to get to know Rias' group a little better. And Yuma will help fill me in on anything important for my training plan, he explained. It's just one night. You'll both be fine. But I will wear a BLNDFLD so I don't have to look at your pout. I need you both to stay with Rias. Oh fine, Yuma relented. Kiss. Troublesome angel. He grumbled but obliged, bidding the same farewell to K-Taste and Asia as well. Here they are. Rias handed him a paper so he could teleport to the area the next day. And you're absolutely sure that we can win? Tell you what, why don't we put a separate wager on this? Issei suggested. I'm listening. If my training fails and you end up losing the rating game, I'll personally break Yahweh's system to reincarnate you into an angel, he explained. What? Issei. Even you can't do that. Yahweh yelled. I can do whatever I want, I'm God, he waved Yahweh off. Rules are for people that aren't God. Issei. Yahweh sputtered. Anyway, that doesn't really matter because they're going to win, but I have to offer something of worth just in case. When you inevitably win the rating game, I want to accompany you and your peerage to the familiar forest. The familiar forest? K-Taste asked curiously. Are you aware of what familiars are? Issei asked her. Like in video games and movies and stuff? Exactly. Those are real too. Issei turned to Yuma. Yuma, you have a familiar, don't you? Of course I do, she grinned, creating a magic circle in front of her. From the magic circle came a bizarre, yet beautiful and mystical creature. It was about the size of a golden retriever, coming up to Issei's knees in height, but just over 3 feet in length. It had a dark blue coat of fur on its limbs and sides, that grew slightly lighter over its chest and stomach. The rest of its body held golden fur, with gorgeous designs. Finally, it had a fluffy, sky blue mane and tail, plus large tusks coming from its mouth. This is Nadi. Her name means river in Hindi. Wow, Kates breathed in awe. Even Rias and the rest of her peerage gazed at the majestic creature in wonder. The large, cat-like creature purred slightly and snuggled up against Yuma's leg, who giggled and stroked its fur. She's a yali. It's a creature from Hindu mythology. Part lion, part elephant, and part horse, though she looks more like a saber-toothed tiger to me. That's not really impressive, Issei admitted. I expected something more traditional. Something like this? Rias asked, holding out a hand and summoning her own. From her palm came a very small bat-like creature, with a round body. The top half and wings were black, while the lower half was pink. That's more what I had in mind, Issei nodded. Those are more traditional familiars. What Yuma has is well, that's incredibly special. She is, isn't she? Yuma grinned and continued to hug and nuzzle her summoned familiar. Anyway, familiars are traditionally smaller creatures that make pacts with other species that are higher on the power scale. Devils are the most common who use them, and they tend to do lower-level tasks. Sometimes surveillance, sometimes paperwork, and the stronger ones will help in combat, he explained. It gives the summoner an extra set of hands that are extremely loyal, and the familiar gets protection as well as a possible increase in strength, intelligence, or anything else that its summoner gives to them. Well, this is so boring. Yahweh mumbled to himself, lounging around in the dimensional gap. How do you two stand it? Neither responded. Sounds to me like you try to outbore the boredom. Nice. Yahweh and the 2 other massive creatures continued to do nothing for a long time. A very long time. If you were to take a single mustard seed and place it in an empty box that was 16 miles long, 16 miles wide, and 16 miles high, and continued to do that once every 100 years, that is how long the 3 did absolutely nothing. I can't take it anymore. Yahweh shouted. There has to be a point to this. Great Red? Ophis? Come on, back me up here. Great Red said nothing, only let out a snort of air and rolled back over. Empty. Ophis said simply, still not really acknowledging anything. What does empty mean? Yahweh asked. Bah, who cares? We're all powerful super creatures. We cannot be this bored. I'm going to find something to do. And so, the future Lord set out on a journey across the dimensional gap alone. He quickly found that there truly was nothing there. It was the dimensional gap. It was an infinitely large plane of absolutely nothing, no one, and non-existence. Entertainment was not present. Very close, but still incorrect. Michael shook his head. You fail. That's every move I have. What could possibly be left? Rias demanded, frustrated at her repeated failures at something she'd thought she was pretty good at. Chess. You're failing to see the bigger picture. This isn't exactly an easy puzzle, he explained, returning the pieces to their starting positions. Allow me to demonstrate. Firstly, the queen captures the pawn at h7, checking the black king. That's a queen sacrifice. Rias exclaimed. Wait, I tried that on my 3rd attempt. You said it's unwise to sacrifice your queen. And what did you do after that? I moved the queen back, she defended. Exactly. Sacrificing your queen is unwise unless you have a very good reason to. You didn't have a good reason, you were simply trying to find out what I wanted you to do, Michael explained. He then began solving the chess puzzle, explaining each step as he made it. And finally King to d2 revealing a hidden check with a checkmate. Rias breathed out. That's incredible. That's a 7-move forced checkmate. Even Sona would be hard-pressed to see that. Indeed. Believe it or not, this was a human chess game, Michael chuckled, putting the pieces away. Edward Lasker versus George Allen Thomas in 1912, a casual game of chess that went down in the history books. I've played, and been handily beaten by, the former in the 1915 New York Masters tournament. He's an exceptional player. You play chess in human tournaments? she asked in bewilderment. Indeed. In fact, several famous players throughout history have been devils, angels, or fallen angels in disguise. It's a leader's game and one we tend to enjoy. Honestly though, the best players tend to be humans. Perhaps it's how they've survived this long. I had no idea, Rias responded honestly. I knew that it was a good strategy game, but to this level. What I'd like you to see, Rias, is not the board and its pieces, but a commander and his army, Michael explained. They are not one and the same. You see, in the real world, telling your pawn to sacrifice himself is not something every leader will willingly do, and even fewer pawns will willingly follow. I'd never sacrifice any of my peerage members like that. Exactly. Therein lies the difference. Chess is a game of mentality and strategy, but they are not one and the same. To be a good leader, you must have a good mind, yes, but to be a great leader, you must be a good leader with a good heart. Chess is but one way to practice seeing the forest for more than just the trees. And that, Rias, is why Michael is here today, Issei informed her, walking into the room. Because Michael is a true leader. The best there is. Someone who makes decisions, hard ones and easy ones. Someone who makes mistakes, small ones and big ones. Michael is a person who moves past them all for what he believes is the greater good. While this is a simple rating game, yes, you are the leader of a peerage. The goal is for your presence alone to make them want to follow you. For your mind and your heart. Right now, they follow you because they are your friends or because you saved them. That makes them loyal followers, yes, but can you expect that in the future? Do you expect each of your peerage members to be pure-hearted followers that you lucked out by saving their lives? What if Kates had resented you? I never thought about it before, Rias admitted, actually showing a slight amount of shame on her face. I was too worried about Risert. I never considered that I wasn't a very good leader. You've done his puzzles, now it's time for mine. I want you to think about the answer to the question I'm about to ask for a minimum duration of the rest of the day, Issei explained. When you believe you know the answer, you may give it to me. You get one guess per day should you wish to use it. If you get the answer by the final day or before, your training was successful. In addition, only you may answer this riddle. No assistance in any way, which means you may not repeat the question to anyone else. What's the question? She asked, determined to get the answer. Two men of equal strength, swordsman A and swordsman B, clash their swords together. Who is the winner? That's the riddle? She blinked. But that's easy. The winner is the one who comes up with the greatest strategy. I told you to take the rest of the day before you answer it, Issei replied, his face not changing to hint whether she was right or wrong. For now, I'll leave you with Michael. Well, if there's nothing to do, then I'll make something to do. Yahweh declared, having enough of doing absolutely nothing. I can do anything I want. I'm all-powerful. I'll just create a place with stuff. Then, whenever I get bored, I can go to the place and interact with all the stuff. And so that's what Yahweh did. He spent a great many years planning how everything would work. He decided that he wouldn't make it too big, but also not too small, only around 46 billion light-years before you came back to the other side. After all, he wanted to be able to explore everything without running out of things to do, but he also wanted to interact with the things soon. Also, since this was an experiment, he wanted to make sure it would keep going if he were to leave. After all, his creation shouldn't destroy itself just because he got bored and wanted to find something else to do. So, he set up the place to be relatively autonomous. Maybe someone else would come along to check it out. Who knew? Yahweh divided the place he called his universe into several sections known as galaxies. In each galaxy, he placed various elements for him to explore and discover later. For now, though, he simply arranged them. Once he had filled about 3/4 of his universe, he was visited by Ophis and Great Red, who proceeded to do absolutely nothing. However, this lack of activity sparked a brilliant idea in Yahweh. You have excellent control, Dulio praised, nodding in approval. The Priestess of Thunder is quite a fitting nickname. Why, thank you, she replied, bowing slightly. However, he continued, you lack a great deal of power. I find that rather strange, seeing as power practically radiates off you. You aren't holding back, are you? No, she answered, a hint of hesitation in her voice. The Joker mused for a moment. Very well. There are multiple ways to increase the power you project. The simplest would be to increase the amount of magic, or in your case, demonic energy, that you're putting into the spell. That would weaken my control and drain my reserves faster, so the training would involve strengthening those? She asked. Exactly, he confirmed. Your reserves seem more than adequate for your age and skill level, and your control is exquisite. We'll have to find a new way to increase your raw power. I have a suggestion, Issei volunteered, emerging from the forest. Akino, how much do you know about physics? The properties of electricity that form your lightning. Not much, she admitted, sticking her tongue out slightly. I would start there. Dulio, why don't you give her an example? Show her what you can do with that tree. Issei gestured to a nearby tree. Ah, Dulio nodded, following his train of thought. The Joker activated his Zenith Tempest, and moments later, the tree erupted from the center, shattering with a loud explosive sound. Oddly enough, there was no smoke or evidence of magical residue, just the remnants of the tree scattered around. Now, your hint is that Dulio used ice magic, Issei began. How did he make the tree explode? Well, she thought for a moment. All trees have sap, right? He froze the sap inside the tree. And that made the tree explode because when liquid freezes, it expands. The sap's expansion exceeded what the tree could handle, causing it to shatter under the pressure. Very well done, Issei praised. Exactly correct. What I'd like you to understand better are the physical properties behind electricity, electromagnetism, diffusion, power, and charge, all concepts centered around physics and chemistry. I understand what Dulio did, but how is that going to help me? Akino asked. Just knowing how the lightning works isn't going to increase its strength. True, but it will allow you to maximize its effectiveness. Here's an example, he explained. The equation for electrical power is voltage multiplied by current. Current is measured by a change in electrical charge divided by the time it takes for that change to occur. In other words, to increase your power, you have to increase both your voltage and your current. Your voltage is primarily based on your demonic energy. More energy input results in a higher voltage, which is why the attack is stronger. However, it does not affect the electrical current. How do I increase the electrical current? She asked. Well, for starters, you read this. He tossed her a physics textbook. But, as a basic answer, I'll turn you over to Dulio. Because current is affected by charge and time, there are two ways to increase your current. The first and easiest way would be to increase the change in charge. Electrical charge is how matter interacts with the electromagnetic field. Dulio began to explain the basic principles of electricity to the priestess. Now that I'm really looking at her, Issei narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm getting a fallen vibe from her. How about you? Not one of mine though, Yahweh replied. She's also an evil piece, and I don't think those work on angels of any kind. They are polar opposites after all. So, in all likelihood, she's a hybrid, Issei mused. Strange. She's never mentioned it before. Half-breeds are often embarrassed about their origins. Perhaps that has something to do with it. Yahweh guessed. Talk to Yuma about it. If she does indeed have some issues with her fallen angel side, Yuma should be able to understand. You just said the same thing twice, and yet, I'm insulted. Too easy. There is a chance that if I add too much, I'll just get bored of it, Yahweh thought aloud, stroking his beard in contemplation. I'll fill the rest of it with the opposite of stuff. So that's what Yahweh did. The last quarter of his creation was filled with the opposite of stuff. What does that mean, you ask? Who knows? Yahweh does, but he won't tell us because he hasn't gotten bored of the stuff yet. Until he does, the opposite of stuff will remain a secret. Now with the universe filled with stuff and the opposite of stuff, Yahweh decided to explore everything. It was very beautiful, he quickly realized, and he felt immense pride in his creation. He spent a long time interacting with all the elements he had created. If you took all the sand particles at the bottom of the Ganges River and counted them, attributing each particle to 100 years, that would give you a rough idea of how long Yahweh spent playing with all his creations. Until, once again, I'm bored. Yahweh groaned, sitting on the ground in the dimensional gap once more. And I've only explored about half of my universe. It's all too similar. Maybe I should create a new one. Great Red snorted loudly and then flew off, doing several flips along the way. Oh, that's new. Red was bored. Ophis said simply. So was I. Yahweh exclaimed, relieved that someone else shared in his frustration. Wait, this gives me a brilliant idea. Hit harder. Dima roared loudly. You call that a punch? I call that a flick from an angry toad. I'm trying. Kaneko yelled back, punching even harder. Punch. Eh. Kaneko shouted. I feel as though I'm not needed here. Issei thought, quickly stepping away from the scene. Happy place at happy place. Yahweh murmured, frightened that the usually calm young girl was now in a heated confrontation with a large Russian. Never go back. Never. You're getting the hang of it, Yuma nodded approvingly. Just try to. What's wrong? Zenobia asked, pausing her attempt at creating a light spear as Yuma turned her head, seemingly searching for something in the forest. Issei. Yuma squealed, darting off and playfully tackling something that was hiding in a tree. Oof. Issei grunted as he hit the ground from Yuma's enthusiastic embrace. Ow. Ah, it didn't hurt that bad, Yuma giggled, sitting up on top of him. What are you doing here? I came to check up on you too, he sighed, sitting up and playfully pinching her cheek. And it seems like you're not training Zenobia. I am too, she pouted. I just noticed you were here. So, how are you coming along, Zenobia? Issei asked, choosing to focus on her for the moment. I'm not sure, she admitted. I can't quite get the light to stay in form for very long. Issei pondered for a moment. Have you tried forming it around an object first? What? Zenobia looked confused. If you're having trouble with its structure, you can find an object shaped somewhat similarly, like a branch or an actual spear, and pour your light magic around it, using the object as a mold. Won't whatever object I use get destroyed? Not if you don't want it to. Light magic is largely intent-based. If you practice with it, it will do what you want it to, as long as it follows the limits of the power, of course. So, if I just will it to not destroy this, Zenobia questioned, holding a large branch she had broken off a nearby tree, it won't get destroyed? Not if Yuma taught you correctly, he replied, poking Yuma in the stomach, causing her to giggle again. If it does get destroyed, go back to the basics and try again. Zenobia shut her eyes, gripping the large stick tightly as light slowly began to surround it. She's doing it. Yuma exclaimed. That's much better than earlier. Wow, Zenobia seemed impressed. This is much easier. True, but that should just help you with the basics. Once you understand how to keep it in its shape, Issei was cut off by a slight popping noise as the light dissipated. He chuckled momentarily before continuing, then go back to trying to make it without needing a medium. I understand, Zenobia nodded, before attempting the exercise once more. So, we have some time to ourselves then. Right, Issei? Yuma purred, looking him in the eyes. Almost, he replied in a similar tone. You have time to yourself. I've got to go. What Issei? Yuma whined. Nope, he shook his head, giving her a quick kiss before standing and walking away. I've got other people to see, and you have plenty more to teach Zenobia. You can never get too strong, you know. Fine, she huffed. I expect extra cuddles, Issei. You always expect that, he waved as he set off. Good luck. Armed with his new idea, Yahweh once again returned to his universe, starting in the next galaxy that he hadn't explored yet. He decided that he needed to create something that could be sentient. If there was nothing to do and no one to talk to, he'd just make something to do and someone to talk to. Why hadn't he thought of that sooner? Yahweh spent many more years setting this galaxy up how he wanted it, slightly modifying all his rules so that the sentient beings could be comfortable. After that, he picked up one of his creations where he decided they would live, which was really just a giant ball of rock he mashed together, and started filling it with what he called living stuff. It was different from his usual creations, but also the same. It wouldn't be any fun, he decided, if he were to just create living stuff, so he made living things out of the materials he already had. Now this is entertainment, Yahweh thought, as his creations began to come to life. It really wasn't entertaining, considering all he made were things so small he could barely see them even after shrinking down to his minimum size, but given how long he'd been alive with nothing to do, it was certainly a step in the right direction. Looks like Kiba's up next, Issei said to himself, walking towards the blonde. I wonder how they're... screamed a voice from across the forest. That all you got, Blondie? Roared a second voice, one he recognized as Griselda. That's barely a scratch. You can hardly see the bone at all. Somebody save me, the first voice screamed again. Issei stopped, turned around and walked away, whistling a tune softly to himself. On second thought, I think Griselda may be insulted if I showed up. I wouldn't want her to think I didn't trust her or anything. Chicken, Yahweh snickered. So, if you were in my place, you'd head over there and check it out? That's what I thought. Whatever. Seeing as Griselda had everything under control, Issei decided to go see Asia next. He walked over to the lake, determined to do whatever he could to help his adorable little Asia become the best healer in heaven. Very good, Raphael praised. You're doing an excellent job. See if you can focus that same amount of power into a larger area. Okay, she struggled to say, feeling the stress of the technique. I think that I can get it. The green light she'd been steadily expanding suddenly popped, sending her backwards slightly with a loud yelp of surprise. Instead of hitting the ground, however, she found herself in a pair of very warm and strong arms. That's quite some power you put behind that, Issei chuckled, sitting down with Asia on his lap as Raphael walked over to them. What are you working on? Twilight healing shouldn't explode like that. Raphael told me there was more the sacred gear could do than just one person's injuries, Asia admitted shyly, her face red from the attention. Oh, he seemed surprised, looking up at Raphael. What else can it do? In its base form, the only other thing it can do is work over mid-range distances and increase its potency, Raphael explained. However, its balance breaker is something else entirely. We're working on general magical ability and control so she can improve both together. A very good idea for the first day. I probably would have just had her practice using it as long as possible and work on her agility, he admitted. Anything else in mind? You're way better at explaining this than I am, so honestly, I don't think I have much else to do here. As a matter of fact, yes. Since she is so new to magical power, I don't believe she'll be able to master the balance breaker anytime soon, he said, noticing Asia's disappointed expression in response. However, I'd like to teach her some defensive abilities in order to protect herself. You've all overcome many hurdles to get where you are today, Issei began. It was the morning of the raiding game against Riser, and the combatants were all waiting in the ORC club room for Graphia's arrival, which would signify the start of the game. You were, for the most part, quite mediocre before we began. Hopefully, these 10 days have shown you that strength is an outcome of the work you put into it. Not everything can be gained from birth or status alone. In other words, Yuma giggled from her place on his back. He's proud of all the work you've done. I was getting there, he sighed. Sure you were, she winked. Rias, you've grown into a suitable leader, though it took you quite a while. Flashback. So, it's the 9th day. Do you finally have the correct answer? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. So far, the crimson-haired girl had gotten farther away from the correct answer almost every day. She had one answer that he actually approved of, which was that her first answer was correct and he just wanted her to be confident, but unfortunately, that wasn't right either. I do. I finally figured it out, Rias nodded confidently. The answer is the fighter with the stronger conviction. Explain. Both fighters are equally matched in strength, which is a vague description, though it's vague intentionally, she explained. It sets up several plausible theories, such as the better weapon, the better strategy, or being better prepared. However, each of those can fall under the description of strength, strength of arms, strength of mind, and strength of tactics. And would the same not hold true for the strength of conviction? Conviction is different. Conviction is not something to be trained, sharpened, or practiced like you would swordsmanship or tactics. While it can dull over time, it is not something that is strength directly. Conviction is your will to fight, your purpose for continuing to stand when you fall to the floor. In other words, Issei nodded approvingly, sometimes the strongest weapon you can have is to stay true to your convictions. Just as the blade is an extension of your mind, so too is your conviction to the blade. That was your final test, Rias. You've passed all the others with flying colors. While you did cut this a little close, and I'd hoped you'd have gotten the right answer sooner, you did get it in the end. I believe you have what it takes to defeat Riser. I do, she agreed confidently. Flashback and Kaneko, frankly that you still freak me out a little bit, he admitted. Go to hell, she replied flatly. If you'll have me, I'd love to visit, he chuckled. However, you made some of the most substantial progress of anyone here. I'd probably still beat you in a fight. However, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if you were physically stronger than me by a significant amount. I get to praise Zenobia. Yuma wriggled in excitement. I think you did great. You're so much faster and stronger now. Plus, you can use all those light weapons against the army of the FCO. The what? Zenobia asked. Don't, as Issei tried to stop her, but it was too late. The fried chicken overlord. The evil mastermind of all fried chicken, who preys on the weak. With his mighty army That's enough, Issei sighed, covering her mouth with his hand as she whined about being denied the opportunity to describe the brilliant fantasy of her foe. Kiba and Kates. You've both made immense progress in your swordsmanship. Kiba, I significantly doubt that any form of physical pain or mental torment will have any effect on you now. She's tough, but don't say that name. Kiba shouted, shivering before regaining his composure. Ahem. Thank you for your praise, Issei. I appreciate all the training you've given us. Right. The whole group looked at him in pity, having seen the aftermath of his training with her who shall not be named. Ahem. Kates, your training with Minamoto has worked brilliantly. You may be the most well-rounded of the entire group. While your strength is eclipsed by Zenobia, and your speed by Kiba, you have a jack-of-all-trades ability that fits in brilliantly. I did my best with the old man, Kates huffed. The geezer kept speaking in riddles. Asia, you did magnificent work with Raphael. I'm incredibly proud of you. I'm sure you'll rival him in your healing talents in no time, wouldn't you say? Issei winked. I don't know about that. Asia blushed, smiling shyly. But I'll do my best. Finally, Kino. I'd say you made the most progress of anyone here, wouldn't you agree, Yuma? He turned his head to smile at the angel on his back. Yep, she nodded, grinning brightly. Thank you. Akino smiled as well, gazing at the two in fond appreciation, thinking back on the training week she'd experienced. Flashback. Hey, Akino? Yuma asked, entering the bath next to the Lightning Empress, catching her by surprise. Could we talk for a sec? What's on your mind? Come to get advice on charm? Akino chuckled teasingly. How very daring. Do you really have some? She gasped hopefully. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Ahem. I wanted to ask you about your powers. Really? What about them? Well, how should I put this? Yuma scratched her head nervously before taking a deep breath and taking a different approach. You know that I wasn't always an angel. I didn't know that. Akino looked surprised. But I don't know what that has to do with my powers. I was born as an angel, she clarified. But I fell along with the Grigori. I.C. It was a really hard time for me. Yuma admitted sadly, telling Akino the story of how she fell. How afraid she was for what she'd done, it being the first time she took a life, and even though she lived through the Great War, it never made the regret of that first time go away. How she felt alone within the Grigori, petrified that people would discover what she'd done and hate her for it. You must really hate fallen angels then. Akino smiled sadly, looking elsewhere, trying not to lose her composure at having another person hate her for what she really is. Not at all. Yuma shook her head, surprising the half-breed. I can't hate them. It isn't really their fault, after all. It was my own mistake, and I was too afraid to try to do anything about it. Besides, while they weren't exactly nice or friendly to me, at least I had a place to live and work. Oh. I just thought I wanted to say I can understand a little bit of what you're going through, Yuma admitted. I know that you're a half-fallen angel. So Shiny, I wanted to inform you that there is only one chapter for this story because the original author stopped updating it. I understand that some of you may be disappointed by this news, but if you're looking for other stories to enjoy, please check out the other ones posted here. Once again, I apologize to those who enjoyed this story.